Good morning and welcome everyone to the live broadcast from the JNS conference right here in Jerusalem, the JNS Policy Conference, and it's very lively and we're going to have amazing speakers and I'm going to have the privilege of interviewing the best people at the conference. And we're starting in a good right step with my friend Troy Miller, who is the president of the NRB. Thank you for coming to Israel and thank you for coming to the JNS conference.
No, it's an honor to be here and it's an honor to be on this show this morning.
So Troy, please tell our audience, some people know, some people don't, what is the NRB and why is it so pivotal, especially in this moment in time?
Yeah, the NRB is the largest advocacy organization for Christian communicators in North America and really globally. We advocate on behalf of those communicators to really be in the public space. There's a lot of opposition today for Christianity to have its voice in the public space. We also help Christians with excellence in broadcasting and communications. We do an annual conference. It's the largest gathering of Christian communicators. Last year we had nearly 6,000 people in attendance. And we work on, one of the things we work on internationally is international advocacy for Christians, which includes our support for Israel.
And how's that been recently? Because we feel over here, and you know the challenges, you know, we always have the evangelical support to Israel, and we're so appreciative and so grateful. But in the last year, I believe there's been a concerted campaign by many voices in the Christian world to kind of separate Christian support from Israel. How do you see it from your perspective, Troy?
Well, yeah, exactly. There's a lot going on with sort of global dynamics and politics that are going on. You know, Christians have supported Israel for a long time.
Yes.
A lot of it has been really centered around the Bible lands, okay? So This is the Bible lands. Israel having jurisdiction over those Bible lands has made Christians feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
Plus, Christians have they really feel a connection and obligation between the New Testament and the Old Testament. But recently, you said, I think really since October 7th, Christians really answered the clarion call to come to, I don't want to say the aid, but to come side by side with Israel and with the Jewish people. When everybody else, I think, was abandoning Israel and Jewish people, Christians really came. I mean, I led a delegation in December of 2023 to come over on a fact-finding and solidarity. So we've seen that. Now I think the left has also noticed this. And noticed over since October 7th that it's really been the Christian support that solidified and, quite honestly, I think influenced and directed a lot of American policy towards Israel. And now they're
not happy about it.
They're not happy about it, and they're really trying to drive a wedge into it. And over the last year, we've seen, I think, just a real concentrated effort to do this. We know that there are a number of bots. We know there are money being poured into social media campaigns that are out there. We also know that there are certain influencers who suddenly over the last year changed their whole direction on Israel. I wonder what's behind that. So that's really been going on the last year, and I think it's this effort to divide Christianity and to divide against Israel.
Do you believe that there are outside influences involved in this? Outside, I mean outside of your country?
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, we have several organizations within our membership group that's done a number of research on this. We know that there's a lot of foreign money being poured into these campaigns, most of it coming from the Middle East.
Unbelievable.
A lot of it is again, that's the only way a lot of these organizations could do this if they really had the financial support and backing of the people who will gain the most by a division between Christians and Jews.
You know, the irony is that one of the accusations is that Israel has outsized influence on American policy, and then you have all this money coming in, really concertedly trying to divide a support from the evangelicals to Israel, and it just seems so hypocritical.
It does seem hypocritical. I actually just saw the recent survey poll that listed the number of foreign registered agents. Israel was like 16 on the list. There were several Middle Eastern countries that were way up in the top 5 in doing this. So it's funny how the left, again, you can look that there's an effort to do this because the left will talk about Israel's support, talk about money maybe Israel's pouring into campaigns or helping out with groups, but it never talks about the money that's coming from other sources.
Absolutely. And Troy, are you concerned? What a lot lot of people say about the Christian community is that, of course, the older people, the over 35s, the over 40, they're not the problem. They were raised, to support Israel, to love Israel, to come and visit Israel. But it's the younger generation that the Christian community are losing. Do you agree with that?
No, I do. The issue that we have is in the younger generation. There is a change and a slip there, but we have a lot of issues in the younger generation. Israel's really only one of those issues. So
right.
there's a movement in the far right, and there's a real backlash going on in that generation. So for the last 2 decades or so, they have been marginalized and villainized by the left in the U.S. The young white American males, young white, have been the targets of the Black Lives Matter, critical race theory, white fragility, just a number of these different programs, number of these different things that went on under the Obama administration and then weaponized under the Biden administration. So we're seeing a real backlash at that group, and they're kind of moving to the far right. And so Israel's not just the only issue there. Plus, we have a biblical literacy issue with the younger group because we've had the church that has been this kind of seeker-friendly, program-driven church and not a Bible disciple church. So they're following a lot of proof texting of Scripture rather than sort of dive deep and understand Scripture.
I have a feeling that, we're going to come up to Charlie Kirk's 1-year anniversary of his assassination. And I feel, and I was interviewed once by Charlie, and he was so great on Israel whilst staying firmly America first.
Right.
But I feel that when he was assassinated, in terms of the young people, the floodgates for the hatred it cracked. He was holding back the younger generation. Maybe that's my feeling. Is it? Would you agree with that?
I think Charlie was a voice for that generation.
Yes.
And they knew that voice was there. And when Charlie was assassinated and when his life was taken, I think maybe what you're saying, I think the anger over that poured out.
Yeah.
And it's pouring out into this backlash now.
Right.
And they felt like, that was sort of the last straw.
Yes.
This is it. Why, Charlie Kirk, murdered by this, again, progressive radical.
Yes.
And so that really just exploded.
Yes, it really did. And it's very obvious that, the nefarious actors, Qatar, the people who've been doing the bots and the delegitimization campaign against Israel now have decided to target the Christian community. We see also a lot of division. They're trying to divide Catholics or Catholic
right.
support with evangelical support. We've seen so many different examples of what's going on. And I know that Israel is one issue. I know that it's not all about us. What other issues are confronting your community that you're trying to deal with in your role as the head of the NRB?
Well, look, there's a number of broad issues that are our community, but specifically with this group, there's a real disconnect for them. They feel like they have lost the American dream, and that's not achievable for them right now. So that's pouring into this fact that they're lower economically than their parents and their grandparents were at the same ages. They
right.
look at their outlook and they're like, why have we been targeted? Why is our work, the hard work that we've done? And again, it's this overreaction. But on a broader sense, as you said, we one of the things that we're working on is this constant trying to silence the Christian voice in the mainstream of communication avenues. So we've seen this by community standards on social media platforms that have been specifically targeted towards Christians. So if you talk about pro-life, pro-family, if you talk about biblical sexuality, if you talk about the biblical view of economics and those things, you're pretty much almost guaranteed to get censored
wow.
on platforms today. So that's one of the work we really do every day in and out.
And Troy, there's a rumor that you are going to be bringing the NRB to Jerusalem. Is that true?
Well, we're going to bring a subset of it, our giant conference. I'm not sure we could fit it anywhere in here, but yeah, we are. And again, it's focusing in on this international advocacy because we have a joint problem together. We're working very hard to educate on Zionism, Israel's right to exist as a country, to fight anti-Semitism. But we have global persecution, Christian persecution going on in almost every single continent here today. And that's really, some of the same perpetrators are behind it. So this conference we're going to bring in, we're going to bring in November is going to focus in on, it's going to be an international media summit. Amazing. We're going to bring media professionals from around the world to talk about the war, the information war that's going on, what we just talked about, the propaganda on the internet, particularly in the social media platforms targeting these young dogs. How do we recognize it? How do we address it? What are our strategies? And then really focus in on how we're in this together and the unity we can do to fight this battle. Because again, when you boil it down, there's a real battle for worldviews here.
Absolutely.
The Western Judeo-Christian worldview versus a Western progressive worldview. And behind that is an Islamic jihadist worldview.
You know, one of the things that I find the most disturbing, Troy, is the fact that Christians are being slaughtered every day. In Syria, we've seen it in Africa, we see it in some countries of the East, China, of course, Iran. There's a whole underground Christian movement that has to remain underground, otherwise they'll get killed.
Right.
And yet, nobody focuses on any of this because Israel's not involved. How do you take the mantle of essentially being the voice for the Christian victims of Islamism? I mean, we all know what's happening here, but the world doesn't seem to focus on that, which to me is extremely disturbing and shows the double standards of this anti-Semitism.
It is a double standard of anti-Semitism and an anti-Christian attitude that's out there in the mainstream media. Look, this is why Christian communicators are so important. You know, our membership, over 2,000 members that we have, they reach 90% of the U.S. audience.
Wow.
So they reach into households. And we just did a survey with the Barna Group a year ago and found out that 60% of Americans tune into Christian media on a regular basis. 60%. The largest group is Gen Z at 64% tuning in. Now, they're primary on social digital platforms. Streaming, but right behind them are also millennials. Millennials at 57%, I would believe. So the other thing is that they really depend on Christian media to get news they're not going to get anywhere else. They're not going to hear the real story about Israel, what really happened on October 7th, what's happening today with the ongoing war, and they're not going to hear about this Christian persecution. It was our broadcasters earlier this year that really getting this message out put enough pressure on Congress and the White House to get Nigeria's status moved to a state of particular concern. And so Christian media globally as well reaches billions of people, and it's the pressure that we can put on that the mainstream media is never going to talk about.
That's a big market share.
It is a big market share.
It's huge.
It's huge. And
especially for the young generation.
It's huge and it's important, and that's why the left really wants to shut it down. I mean, this is a voice. They've kind of run up against a wall, this wall that they've hit in America that they've tried to penetrate. And it's that Judeo-Christian worldview wall, mainly held by the Christian church in America. And so they have to silence this wall, penetrate this wall in order to get them to the next phase.
How do they try and cancel you? Because, you know, America's all about free speech. The broadcasters can do whatever they want. You have a bunch of streaming people doing podcasts. Some of them, the younger ones, have actually turned against Israel very, very obviously. Who's trying to censor you?
Well, look, you can talk about a couple of different things. For a long time, the First Amendment really protects free speech from government intervention. So we have a lot of battles with the government. Government will try to pass certain regulations, do certain things. Under the Biden administration, the FCC, for example, wanted to move in and actually look at content that broadcasters and communicators were doing. We quickly got that shut down. But today we have the social media gatekeepers. We have the Silicon Valley, and Silicon Valley has its own agenda as well. They believe that sort of technology is the thing that's going to save the world, and if they can just get people with the right information, then the world will change overnight. Problem is, somebody's making the decision on what that right information is.
Well, we saw that in the last few elections, didn't we?
Right, and so what I said earlier, what these groups do is they create these community standards.
Right.
And then there's bias in those community standards.
Absolutely.
You know, you can talk about Israel all you want, but if you talk about what Hamas did, or if you talk about Hezbollah, or if you talk about Boko Haram, what's going on with them in Nigeria, then you're going to get censored, your posts are going to get taken down, your account's going to get suspended, those things. So that's...
Is that still happening?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or did it get any better with President Trump?
It's gotten better with President Trump, but it's not gone away.
Right. The pro-Israel... I think the pro-Israel community finds that as well.
Well, what we have is a lot of friends now in the administration.
Okay.
So we have friends in the Justice Department. We have friends that are in the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission. So we don't have that same, we're not fighting on two fronts, of both the government front and the corporate front today. We have a friend on the government front. So when that happens and you say, well, let's talk about this, let's call the Justice Department, somebody actually picks up the phone.
You've got who to call. Troy, you are now, you come to Israel a lot. I've seen you many times. What gives you cause for optimism?
Well, look, first of all, my optimism comes from the fact that I think we all know that God is really the author of all that's going on. God is, in his providence, has not forgotten Israel, and he's not forgotten the Christian community. That's where the source of my hope really lays. The other thing is when you come here, and people need to come here, you have to understand how resilient this country is and these people are, that you live through this every day, in and out, yet you get on with life. You can't, life doesn't stop, it can't end. And, this whole idea, the propaganda that goes on and the stereotypes and everything, I have found when I'm here to be so far from the truth.
Yes.
Not even close,
to
this. There's nobody in Israel that wants to expand. No. They just want to live their lives.
Just want to live. Leave us alone. Let us live.
Like everybody else does. They want to move on. They want to have their jobs, do their careers, raise their families, enjoy their grandkids, do those sort of things today. And that's why I just love it here.
Thank you, Troy. We do like to live, and maybe living under threat makes us appreciate that privilege even more. But we appreciate our friends, and Troy Miller, you're a good friend, a great friend of Israel and the Jewish people. Can't wait for your conference where we'll talk again. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the week in Jerusalem.
I will. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Troy. That was Troy Miller, president of the NRB, and coming soon, many more very interesting interviews on our live broadcast this morning from the JNS Policy Conference in Jerusalem. And we continue with our wonderful live broadcast here at the JNS Policy Conference in Jerusalem. And I'm thrilled to have with me a wonderful person called Dr. Eli David, who is an AI researcher, developer. He's created many AI companies, and he's also a very prominent social media figure. Dr. Eli David, thank you for being with us.
Good morning, great to be here.
Good morning. Dr. David, everybody talks about the AI future. And you have been one of the leading figures in this country in creating the top AI in enterprises. How do you see Israel's role in that world? Are we kidding ourselves that we are leading in AI, or is it really true?
Right now there are two countries that are by far leading the AI, America and China. You see, the cost of building large language models, which are the main drivers of AI today, you need hundreds of billions of dollars to be able to do that. So in America and the leader of the West, we have that thanks to the power of capitalism and America being the superpower. And in China, we have the government funding and the talent that is there. So these two countries are the leaders in building the models, but after them, there will be many countries on optimizing, using AI. It is not just building the brain, just like humans. What do you do with the brain? And hopefully Israel should be the leader in that pack of those who are using the brain for improving medicine, cybersecurity, healthcare, all the different uses of the brain.
I've heard it and I've read somewhere that we have the highest concentration of AI talent in the world. Like you say, maybe we're not building the huge LLMs, but are we doing more with them than any other country?
What is common among all the countries in the world that everyone is fighting for talent and nobody's got enough talent. Even in Israel, we have probably the highest concentration of AI talent per square foot.
Per square foot, per capita.
Square foot. Yeah. You walk in the center of Tel Aviv, I say, well, look, every square foot here.
Throw a rock.
Yes, and still we have severe shortage of AI talents. Because the field is rather new, neural networks, the technology that powers it is rather new. So we're fighting for talent. And Israel also, we should do everything we can to incentivize the talent to come back here. Lower the tax rates, giving more and more incentive, giving additional incentives to the investors to come and invest here and to bring talent. Everybody's fighting for talent.
That's really incredible that you talk about this, because NVIDIA, which is one of the largest companies in the world.
The largest.
Almost
6 trillion.
The largest company in the world for building AI chips. They've decided that they're going to open their largest plant outside the USA right here in Israel. Why did they make that decision, Dr. David?
Talent, just like all the other companies, exactly like 30 years ago, Intel, back then the leading semiconductor company in the world, they built their largest plant outside the US in Israel. Everybody's coming here, I guess, not for the weather, though in some months the weather is good, and not only for the sea, it is really beautiful, for the talent, for the Israeli talent, the highest concentration that NVIDIA coming here because we have lots of talent in semiconductor building. But AI is the layer above that, how you build the brain, how you train the brain. Those are the scientists.
Right.
We do have it, not enough.
So I need to ask you two questions. Is there a cold AI war going on between the US and China?
Oh, of course, we're already in the middle of that Cold War.
Where are we in that war?
We are the leading country in the American camp, of course, as we should be.
Absolutely.
In this Cold War, we have the Western civilization led by the United States, and safely assuming that in the next few years, and especially decades, everything will be based on AI. Everything, the private sector, the industrial, the military, intelligence. If everything is AI, then the country that's leading in AI will dominate the world. And we, Israel, must make sure we do everything we can, as all other Western countries, to be on the American camp and make sure America is a superpower that is leading the technology and not our adversaries.
So what you're saying is that it should be part of our national security strategy, in a way, to be indispensable in that way.
Of course, it is maybe, I wouldn't say the highest priority. We're on a daily basis fighting real Homo sapien terrorists, unfortunately, but right after that, AI will be on the top. I predict that in the next few years, we will see autonomous killer AI on the terrorist hands. Why not? Like every technology from dawn of humanity, it will be used for good and for bad. It will be used by good guys and bad guys. So just like in Lebanon, now we see Hezbollah-operated drones that are connected to fiber optic and resilient to jamming. Very soon we will see drones with autonomous AI deciding who to kill and how to kill, how we're going to intercept them. That should be at the top of our national security.
So war robots, essentially.
This is the plausible future.
And I would be remiss if I don't ask you one last thing. Dr. David, you're so prolific in fighting also, apart from everything you do, in fighting in the narrative war. How can your AI knowledge, how can it help Israel win that war?
AI can help a lot with analyzing the discourse publicly. There are huge campaigns of bots. Bots using AI to influence. And the best use of AI will be to detect them and show them. Still people, real people want to hear real human voices.
That's right.
And Elon Musk, I think by acquiring Twitter and turning into X, his contribution for humanity was as high as Tesla and SpaceX. He made free speech great again. But part of free speech, you need to hear humans and not manipulations and bots and psyops.
Dr. Eli David, looking forward to having you on stage very soon. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and now we continue our live broadcast. And we continue our live broadcast here at the JNS Policy Conference in Jerusalem with a very exciting person to speak to, Dr. Moiz Navon, one of the founding engineers of Mobileye, today a government advisor on AI. Thank you for being with us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So, Dr. Navon, you're a rabbi and you're a scientist. And so we all know that AI is the future and AI can be used for good and for bad. But you have a bit of a different perspective because you talk about how our Torah values, our biblical Judeo-Christian values can actually act as guardrails or can act as an inspiration about how to move forward with AI. Maybe talk to us a little bit about that.
Sure. So actually I wrote my doctoral dissertation on this subject of the moral status of artificial intelligence from a Jewish perspective. And really what that means is I'm trying to address the huge changes that are coming about through artificial intelligence, which, as you mentioned, can be for good or for bad. And as a technologist, as an engineer, so I believe that technology is great, but we need to frame it to make sure it's for good and not for bad. And I believe that Jewish tradition can help us with those guardrails, with that guidance.
Give us some examples.
Okay, so first of all, you have to understand that Jewish tradition is a 3,000-year-old living tradition. That is to say, there isn't anybody on the face of the earth that has been dealing with dilemmas on a day-by-day, generation-by-generation basis. And so we bring this whole tradition with us, a living tradition where we've been addressing dilemmas and trying to apply those. Now, what I'm doing is applying that tradition to the modern dilemmas. So as an example, do you say please and thank you to ChatGPT?
I always do.
Right, so that's very good. So, I mean, it's a big dilemma. Many philosophers say yes, so that you will be a good person. Others say no, because then, it's a machine.
So
exactly. You're having a relationship with a machine. So I believe that the golem actually provides us a sort of a paradigm in this approach where we're nice, but we're not friends, right?
That's interesting. Give us more examples of how Torah values can help us, but also help us with the risks, Dr. Navon, with the risks.
Right. So I think that one of the biggest risks, if you talk about it, is the risk of cognitive decline. Everybody is outsourcing their thinking to the machine.
Good point.
Right? And so it's very hard for us. So I think that the way Judaism can help us is to bring us back and realize that what makes us special is the fact that we apply our thinking. What makes us special is that we apply ourselves to be moral people. The Rambam says the whole goal of an individual is to be a wise and moral person. Now, if you offload your thinking, your wisdom and your morality, what is morality? It's how we interact with each other.
Yes.
So if we only interact with the machine, so now that's gone too. And so what I've been going around the world lecturing is about how we should use the machines as a tool, as an assistant and not as a replacement.
You know, for me, one of the most fascinating things about our kind of living Torah is that somebody 150 years ago decided that electricity on Shabbat is work.
Right.
And who would have thought? Because, if I can't use my dishwasher on Shabbat, it's more work for me.
True.
And yet today, when our entire work and life and craziness of our lives is on our phones, having that day that we've been told long time before this was invented that this somehow was work, to me, is prophetic and genius.
True.
What can you tell us that could be prophetic and genius for another 100 years?
Yeah,
Dr.
so I mean, the Gemara says that prophecy was lost at the destruction of the temple, and it's only left in the hands of children and fools.
Right.
I'm too old to be a child, and I don't want to be considered the other, so I can't give you any 100-year prophecies. I do believe that we will manage to frame technology for the good of humanity. We're going through a huge transition, and people need to apply their thinking, not only their technological thinking, but their moral thinking. And that's why I've been lecturing on this and trying to bring as many people on board. I spoke at Anthropic about this. I've spoken at the Vatican about this. It's very critical.
Are people listening?
I mean, okay, at Anthropic and the Vatican, they invited me, so they're listening.
It's everybody else.
Different things. Yes, so.
Well, we can't wait to hear more from you. We have a panel in an hour. This is such an important subject. It is going to be shaping our near future and our far future. And we need more leaders like you to steer us in the right way. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Dr. Navon. And now we have our first plenary session of the morning starting in a few minutes. Stay tuned here at the JNS conference in Jerusalem.
We're going to start in a minute, but before we start, I was just told that some wedding rings were found at the washing station. And if you lost a wedding ring, go to the front desk. Somebody lost their wedding ring. If everyone will please take their seats, we're about to begin the program. Good morning, ladies and happen, including the move of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem and the implementation of the Abraham Accords. He served as senior advisor to U.S. Ambassador to Israel David Friedman and Special Envoy for Economic Normalization for the Abraham Accords. He currently serves as Senior Advisor to Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and was recently appointed as a Senior Advisor to President Trump's Board of Peace. We also, for about a year, were on the Yeshiva University fencing team together. Please join me in welcoming Aryeh Lightstein.
Good morning, everybody, and Alex, thank you so much, not just for being less of a good fencer than I am, but most importantly for the incredibly important work that you do. All of us here should have deep appreciation and meaningful admiration for the work that JNS does. In a world where clicks and anonymous sources seem to be what captivates everyone's attention, JNS is a place that has serious and meaningful authority, integrity, and credibility. And in a world where we are desperately clinging and looking and seeking and searching for that, you remain a central hub for that. It is an organization desperately worthy of not only our appreciation, but those who are capable of supporting should do so as well. And those of you who do, from the bottom of my heart, deep appreciation and thank you. I think it's important to evaluate and to look at where we are with where we have come from. And if you remember, not just last June, but the June beforehand, it seemed that we were stuck in a forever war that had ripped the very fiber of this nation apart, a war that had captivated and captured so many of our college campuses, major cities throughout Europe, and the minds and hearts and the front page of every newspaper that exists. Last year, every one of these chairs would have a yellow ribbon on it, As you walk through the hallway, you would see pictures. I don't know who flies more than me in and out of this country, likely nobody. But it gives me enormous joy when I'm able to walk down that pathway and to see escalators as escalators and not as memorials or reminders or remembrance to those who have been captured, those who have been languishing, and those who have been killed. There's a deep sigh of relief that the only stress that you have in Ben Gurion right now is what you buy for your kids at duty free. Now, how did we get here? We didn't get here by doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We got here through the courageous, decisive, and creative leadership of President Trump and his advisors, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, coming up with the President Trump's 20-point comprehensive plan to end the conflict in Gaza. Immediately when the plan was announced, I was tasked with setting up a task force to enable us to operate that plan. And 24/7, we worked with the State of Israel. We worked with the other members of the Board of Peace to be able to achieve that plan. And not only did every single live hostage get returned to their families, but every deceased hostage also promised in the deal was able to be brought back to their families for final burial, including Hadar Golden, who had been taken from his family since 2014. Where we are with Gaza today is so far from perfect, but is so exponentially better than it was last year. And when I speak in front of you next year, where Gaza will be exponentially better than it is this year. And the way that we will get there is not through headlines and not through flashy tweets, but it will be by putting our head down and doing the hard work on a consistent and constant basis. In my office, I have a whiteboard that used to be filled with all the pros and the cons for the literally thousands of decisions that we have to make on a daily basis as we contemplate fulfilling all 20 points of the president's plan. And I used to go through all of the pros and all of the cons to try to come up with what the correct answer is. There's a shortcut, and I will clue you into it. You write at the bottom of it, is this the easy decision or is it the hard decision? And every single time when it comes to Gaza, although it could be said for diplomacy elsewhere as well, the hard decision is the correct decision. And I encourage all of you, you can only make hard decisions if you have time, if you have patience, and if you have support. And I have tremendous gratitude to the President, to Jared, to Steve, to all the members of the Board of Peace who have given us the time and the support and the ability to be exponentially better this year than we were last year, and more than that, the investment, so that way next year we'll be exponentially better than we are at this point in time next year. Our commitment is for Gaza to be demilitarized, for all of the weapons there to be decommissioned, including all of the tunnels, all of the infrastructure, and all of the apparatus that allows Hamas and their fellow travelers in terror to be able to control not only the Gazans, but to threaten Israel. And we will not stop and we will not cease until we accomplish each and one of those goals. While much of what we do stays out of the headlines, and by the way, that might be the single biggest blessing of our efforts with Gaza, being out of the headlines gives us the space to be able to do the valuable work that is necessary in order to achieve all 20 points of the President's comprehensive plan. It is no secret that our partner here is the State of Israel, and being able to give us the space to be able to do the work that we need, not only as a member of the Board of Peace, but also with a senior executive committee member guiding us and helping us to accomplish our goals. So therefore, we spend a lot of time here. And I'm going to do something dangerous at a JNS summit. I'm going to quote the New York Times. And I'm going to quote the New York Times because at this particular case, they happen to have told the truth, even a broken clock, as they say. And to me, it gives us a sense of renewed optimism and opportunity in the times that we're in. The New York Times quotes a study done in 2012 where they took fourth graders and they had the fourth graders take a standardized test. I have a third grader. She's almost in fourth grade. And they had a standardized test to set the baseline for how these kids do. And after the kids took the test and they completed their baseline scores, they went home, and the parents were instructed, read a book about superheroes to your kids. Let the kids pick out their favorite superhero. Watch a movie about that superhero. Go to the store and buy a lunchbox that has the picture of that superhero on it. Buy the pajamas that the kids can sleep in that has the logo of the superhero. Read another book. Watch another movie. Tell a story. Now, if it wasn't the New York Times and it was us, we would talk about like the Bible. But it doesn't matter, right? Go ahead and pick Wonder Woman, pick Superman, pick whomever else it would be, and become that superhero. And after 30 days of understanding and learning and dressing up and being part of this life of being a superhero, these kids were brought back in to take the same standardized test. But they were told, show up with that lunchbox, show up with that knapsack, and wear the costume of your favorite superhero. And don't take the test like Johnny or Sally or Susie or Rachel, but take it as Superman or Wonder Woman or Thor or whomever else it would be that you spent the last 30 days focused on. And the kids sat down to take that test. And they scored in between 25 and 40% better on that same standardized test. Those of us who have the privilege of spending meaningful time in Israel saw 18, 19, and 20-year-olds put on their superhero costumes and to achieve things that even they did not think was possible. You saw women and wives and children and mothers put on their superhero costumes and to achieve things that you would have never thought possible. So I ask you, when there is a challenge, when there's an obstacle, when there's something that we think stands in our way, do you look at that as a reason to have an excuse for failure, or do you have it as a reason to go into your closet, to pull out that cape, to go into the kitchen and take out that special lunchbox, to take that special thing that you have, to take you from John and Sally and whomever else it would be, and to be the superheroes that you are? In my day job, I'm an investor. When you look for an investment, you look for superheroes. This is a country filled with superheroes. I encourage all of you to invest your time, your efforts, your resources. And next year, when I'm here to report to you on the status of Gaza, because of superheroes, it's going to be a meaningfully better place. Thank you so much.
More than a century, Keren HaYesod has been a vital link between Israel and Jewish communities around the world. As its global chairman, Sam Grunberg helps channel global philanthropy toward Israel's most pressing priorities, from supporting new immigrants and vulnerable populations to strengthening Jewish identity and ensuring that communities everywhere remain connected to the story and future of the Jewish state. He's also former Consul General of Israel to Los Angeles. Please welcome Sam Grunberg.
Thank you, Alex. Boker Tov. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank JNS for having me here, and I want to congratulate and thank the leadership and the organizers. First of all, Richard, Jonathan, Alex, all my dear friends, congratulations on putting together another amazing International Policy Summit. Friends, it's an honor for me as World Chairman of Keren HaYesod, a founding national institution of the State of Israel, to speak to you this morning briefly about philanthropy, thank you, and the relationship between Israel and world Jewry, especially in a post-October 7th world. Much has been said about the trauma, the war, the pain, and the loss. But alongside the tragedy, something else happened. Across the Jewish world, we witnessed what many now call the Jews of October 8th, a powerful awakening of Jewish identity, solidarity, responsibility, and connection to Israel. That awakening, among other things, became one of the largest philanthropic mobilizations in modern Jewish history. According to official Israeli government ministry data, more than 5.1 billion shekels were raised globally for Israel in the months following October 7th through Jewish organizations and Christian Friends of Israel, some represented here in this room, and I'm looking at you, Pastor Larry. It was, yes, we can give him a... and to all of our Christian friends of Israel. It was among the most significant displays of Jewish generosity and awakening since the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Friends, at Keren HaYesod alone, our donors have contributed more than 2.5 billion shekels to date for Israel since the beginning of the war. These funds help rebuild communities, strengthen hospitals, support victims of terror, and reinforce Israeli resilience. But the numbers are not what makes this story extraordinary. Behind every shekel stands a statement that Jews and friends of Israel's around the world would not stand on the sidelines during Israel's darkest hour. The numbers are historic. The unity behind them is even more remarkable. But I must stress that philanthropy is not simply about one-way giving, it's about mutual partnership. And partnership comes with responsibility. Since October 7th especially, Jewish communities around the world have faced rising anti-Semitism, growing security concerns, and significant social and political pressures. You just need to hear Sid Rosenberg talk about the state of affairs in New York, and you'll understand. And those communities, their support for Israel has spiked while confronting serious local challenges of their own. So continuing that support of Israel at the same time of dealing with the local challenges is even more remarkable. And for that reason, the responsibility that goes along with this financial support cannot be one-sided. Our responsibility is to understand the needs of the communities, to strengthen our connection, and to actively support Jewish life around the world. October 7th also reminded us of another important truth. When Israel is united, the Jewish world feels it. And when Israel is deeply divided, the Jewish world feels that too. During the height of the judicial reform debate in 2023, many Jewish communities watched Israel and its internal strife with growing concern. The impact was adversely felt in conversations, in engagement, and yes, even in philanthropy. Or maybe even especially in philanthropy. As you can see behind me, during that period of division, fundraising at Keren HaYesod declined by approximately 20% compared to the year before. Whereas following the October 7th attacks, donations surged dramatically, increasing by nearly 90%, with many Jewish organizations experiencing a similar trend. Contributions often reflect more than generosity. They reflect trust, connection, and a sense of shared purpose. And so remaining one people despite our disagreements is no longer simply a slogan. It is a strategic necessity. And it's essential to the relationship between Israel and the Jewish and Israel-supporting world. The extraordinary response that we've witnessed after October 7th was not only about raising money. It's about reaffirming a bond between Israel and world Jewry and Israel supporters, a bond between communities and generations, and a bond built on mutual responsibility. This is the real story. This is our challenge moving forward. And this is our greatest source of strength. Thank you very much. Am Yisrael Chaim.
The legal battlefield has become one of the most consequential arenas in the struggle against anti-Semitism, delegitimization, and the misuse of international institutions. Michal Cotler-Wunsh has continually articulated these challenges effectively on the global stage. A former member of Knesset and Israeli Special Envoy for combating anti-Semitism, she is currently the CEO of the International Legal Forum. Please welcome Michal Cotler-Wunsh.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I'm grateful to JNS for all that it has done. Many have spoken already about the importance of journalism at this time, and I couldn't be more grateful to Richard, to Jonathan, to Alex for the work that they do at ensuring that the watchdog of democracy, of which I'll speak about very briefly, is actually doing its job. So thank you. Look, I'm here with a little bit of bad news because I talk about a war that is ongoing, a war that has actually been raging for decades, a war without ceasefire that if I had to begin the beginning of an unconventional war for hearts and minds that hijacked and redefined and inverted and weaponized the law that was created to safeguard post-World War II the foundations of our democracies, I would begin with a 1975 Zionism is Racism UN resolution. In that lion's den, just weeks after October the 7th, in my role as special envoy for combating anti-Semitism, I attempted to sound the sirens to what was the Kristallnacht moment of our times. And anti-Semitism, in the words of the late Rabbi Sachs, is never, ever a problem of Jews. Anti-Semitism is the world's most reliable early warning sign of a major threat to freedom and humanity and the dignity of difference. If we are to understand this war that continues raging as we speak now, that has actually emboldened the most egregious violators of the post-World War II international rules-based order, that has actually enabled the, I'll say, genocidal terror and tyranny to abuse the law, we would continue from 1975 to the 2001 UN Durban Conference Against Racism turned anti-Semitic hate fest, once again sounding the sirens for the dangers that in many ways endanger all democracies, and I'll say including the United States of America, the bastion of democracy that is at the front lines of protecting democracies everywhere. And post-2023, in the aftermath of the worst attack of Jews since the Holocaust, what we saw since is the exposure of that systematic war. Now, we have to be very clear as we're about to read the weekly portion of Balak this Shabbat. A people that dwells alone does not mean that we isolate ourselves. It means precisely the opposite. The Jewish people, and that is what we are, a nation, a prototypical indigenous people, is bound together, as Sam described so eloquently, by that shared sense of identity, of memory, of heritage. And we have a role to play precisely at this moment in time, not just to sound the sirens or to respond, if you will, to the symptom of anti-Semitism in all of its forms, including the modern, mainstream, normalized strain of anti-Zionism that demonizes and delegitimizes and applies double standards to the Jew among nations, but in order to be able to protect democracies, in order to be able to make accessible how the law has been utilized in this way and actually endangers the foundations of all democracies. And those heroes in a cape that Aryeh referred to, those heroes in capes, all of our children, spouses, partners, neighbors, friends, including 5 buried just in the last few days. They are on the front lines of something very big, ladies and gentlemen. They are not just defending Israel. Let it be known this is not a Jewish war. Let it be known this is not Israel's to fight alone. And the legal battlefront makes accessible across difference of politics, of geography, of religion, of denomination, what we can and must do across spaces and places, utilizing the weapons that have been used as an unconventional weapon of mass destruction to destroy the foundations of our democracies. And so I encourage all of you to become involved in this legal war front, if you will, including the International Legal Forum's imperative to make clear, as I said, that anti-Semitism is just a symptom, that it is not something that only Jews or Zionists or the State of Israel should be aware of. In fact, it sounds sirens for the rest of the world. And that, again, in the words of the late Rabbi Sachs, it is hope, not optimism, that requires action and courage of each and every one of us sitting here and out of this room to become the boots on the ground on the front lines of the war for our shared civilization, of which October the 7th represented the attack of barbarism, on our shared civilization. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging in these issues. Thank you once again to JNS for enabling this important conversation, and we look forward to continued conversation with all of you. Thank you. Am Yisrael Chai.
At pivotal moments in Israel's history, the nation looks to leaders who can unite, inspire, and represent its highest ideals. The son of a president, the grandson of a chief rabbi, and today, the 11th president of the State of Israel, Isaac Herzog embodies a family legacy that spans generations of Zionist leadership while charting his own distinguished path as a cabinet minister, leader of the opposition, chairman of the Jewish Agency, and now the nation's president. In one of the most challenging periods in Israel's history, he has worked to build consensus and represent Israel at the highest levels. It is my honor and privilege to welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, please rise to welcome President of the State of Israel, Isaac Herzog.
Together we can make the world better. I have great confidence in Israeli democracy. Criticism of Israel must not cross the line into negation.
It gives me great pleasure to send my warmest greetings to all of you.
President Isaac Herzog.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom to all of you, please. Good morning. So we have a few very distinguished people here, but I don't know if some of them are in or out. So I say to all my dear friends, all elected officials, Speaker of the Knesset, my dear friend, Amir Ohana, good morning. Yes. And so I haven't seen all the others, so I'll start with Richard Heideman, my dear friend, Summit Chair, Alex Trayman, CEO of JNS, Jonathan Tobin, Editor-in-Chief of JNS, Josh Katzen and Amelia Katzen, publishers of JNS, distinguished guests. Is President Zvyanovich here? She's a dear friend from Bosnia who's supposed to be here. And of course, my dear friend Sylvan Adams, who is the Israel chair of World Jewish Congress, and so many other distinguished guests. Dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me to address the JNS International Policy Summit in Jerusalem. This important gathering brings together policymakers and thought leaders, experts, activists, and innovators at a moment of profound challenge and historic possibility for our nation and our people. For over 2.5 years of war, the State of Israel has faced major threats, heartbreaking tragedies, and tremendous achievements. As we speak, the courageous women and men of the IDF are defending our borders, our homes, our families from those who seek to harm us. We send them our love and blessings. Our hearts go out to the families who lost their loved ones, their sons, IDF soldiers, just this weekend in Lebanon. Yesterday, I met with the family of a fallen reservist, 43-year-old Major Dan Maori, husband and father. I sat down with his widow Yael, his children, his parents and siblings, and his 100-year-old grandmother, Lily Freund, an Auschwitz survivor. In October 2024, 1 year after our world turned upside down on October 7th, and days before he fell in combat in Lebanon, Dan Maori wrote the following shivering text message to his family, and I quote, "Almost 20 years ago, I began my reserve duty, and I have since been preparing for a single mission, protecting the State of Israel's northern border. determined to allow the citizens of Israel to lead ordinary lives without feeling threatened within the chaos. The north is nearly deserted. That was October 24. And the nearby towns have suffered heavily. We knew the day would come in which we would be called upon to complete the mission for which we have been preparing for our entire lives as reservists. It is time for peace and quiet in our north, he wrote, time to provide future generations a horizon to look forwards. Dan, zichro levacha, is one more beautiful son of Israel who died whilst protecting us. Friends, let's be clear about it. Dan was right. Israel deserves peace and quiet. We all deserve peace and quiet. That is all we are asking for. Across the region, from Iran to Lebanon to Gaza, our enemies are seeking to rebuild, rearm, and evolve in order to continue threatening our citizens and terrorize our people. Israel is not opposed to a diplomatic outcome of the war. On the contrary, we seek peace. We dream of peace on all frontiers. However, recent developments are generating serious legitimate concerns in Israel, concerns which must be addressed because we in Israel are in the line of fire. We are the ones being targeted by Iran's empire of evil and its proxies. Iran has been threatening to annihilate Israel for decades. Iran's desire to become a nuclear threshold state is therefore a tangible threat to Israel and world peace and cannot be enabled. President Trump and the American leaders have correctly, repeatedly made clear that Iran is a threat to world peace. We must also address concerns regarding the financial components of the deal with Iran in order to prevent funds which Iran will supposedly receive from being funneled towards its war machine and its proxies. And as for Lebanon, let me be clear. The conflict in Lebanon should be resolved through direct negotiations between Israel and Lebanon and not by Iranian extortion. Tying Iran to Lebanon not only leaves Israel exposed to constant threats, it leaves the Lebanese weak and powerless and will prevent their president and government from moving forward. Tomorrow, negotiations between Lebanon and Israel will resume in Washington, D.C. under the Americans' auspices. The disarmament of Hezbollah must be inherent to any solution in Lebanon, and Iran cannot dictate the future of Lebanon. On these fundamental points, there is full agreement between Israel and Lebanon. Dear friends, President Donald J. Trump is a trusted partner in Israel. He's a trusted partner of Israel, our closest friend and ally, and leader of the free world, leader of the United States of America, who has been staunchly combating the empire of evil and promoting stability in the Middle East. We value the President's ongoing friendship and his administration's clear stance regarding Iran's nuclear plans and intentions. We share values and interests, and I have every confidence that together we can find the best formula to tackle this challenge. I totally reject any derogatory statements aimed at senior officials in the administration. America's founding ideals, liberty, democracy, and the belief that all people are created equal, stand at the heart of the bond between the United States and Israel. We drink from the same fountains of biblical prophets and their values, and we are proud to have our finest minds and bravest hearts work together, whether to win wars or build peace. Friends, here in Israel, even in our darkest hours, the extraordinary strength, vitality, creativity, and resilience of our people shone through. A national sense of mission and determination, a sense of mutual responsibility like no other. This sense of purpose is without a doubt Israel's greatest asset. This unique spirit throughout the ages is what has enabled Israel to evolve into not only a startup nation, but into a regional power, a technological leader, and a frontline democracy whose innovations will help mold the prosperity and promote the security and well-being of the region and the world. At this moment in time, one of our primary tasks is translating Israel's achievements on the battlefield and the resilience displayed by our nation into a new era of security, cooperation, integration, and mutual respect across the region and around the world. We must boldly confront all extremist movements. We must combat any and every expression of anti-Semitism wherever and whenever it appears. And we must employ truth to counter the bias, distortions, and double standards spread constantly in the media, online, and across the halls of the United Nations. The international campaign to delegitimize and demonize Israel is not what they falsely term and call constructive, valid criticism. It is backhanded efforts to question the Jewish people's inherent right to sovereignty and our right to live and raise our children peacefully. I continue to be inspired by the historic Abraham Accords with the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Bahrain, brokered and led by President Trump and his team, and of course by pioneers in Egypt and Jordan for their bold steps which opened the door to peace. I pray that we broaden the circle of peace. Together, we can build a region of bridges rather than barriers. Together, we can prove that peace is not a dream for the naive, but a strategy for the strong. At this time of challenge and opportunity, dear friends, I want to thank you for your commitment. Your commitment to Israel, to the Jewish people, and to fighting for the truth. This is vital for our collective well-being, and I urge each and every one of you to continue your important mission and efforts. Bringing the Jewish people together is more important now than ever. One of the initiatives I've founded for this mission is Voice of the People, a global diverse council for the Jewish people and by the Jewish people, working to bring leadership, network, and actionable solutions to our most pressing challenges, and I'm happy some members of the council are here, as well as the CEO of Voice of the People, Shirel Dagan. I want to conclude by thanking JNS, an important and impactful organization. Thank you, Richard Heideman, Alex Strayman, Josh Katzen, and all the organizers, partners, and supporters of this very distinguished gathering. I thank you all for standing up for Israel in these challenging times. And I thank you for strengthening the bonds between Israel and the United States and our allies around the world, and bringing our clear moral message and the truth about Israel and the Jewish world over. Toda rabah to all of you. Bless you. Sorot tovot.
Thank you, President Herzog. Few leaders have broken more barriers in Israeli public life than Amir Ohana. From safeguarding Israel's security to overseeing its justice system and now leading its legislature, he has served at the highest levels of national leadership. A former Shin Bet officer, Minister of Justice, Minister of Public Security, and today Speaker of the Knesset, he has played a central role in shaping the policies and institutions of the modern state of Israel. Please welcome Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana.
Thank you and good morning. Alex Struyman, CEO of JNS, Josh and Amalia Katzen, JNS Publishers, Jonathan Tobin, Editor-in-Chief, Richard Heideman, Summit Chairman, my dear friend, the Governor of Binyamin, Israel Gantz, dear JNS guests, welcome. Iran's quest for nuclear weapons is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear. My friends, I could say these words today about Israel, and every word would be true. Prime Minister Netanyahu could say them as well. But it was actually President Donald J. Trump who wrote them first in 2011 about America. He understood this before he even ran for office. He acted on it as president like no president has ever done before, and I trust he stands by these words today. These are indeed extraordinary times, both for the challenges we face and the achievements we have made. In Israel, enemies seeking our destruction met the strength and bravery of our soldiers, our leaders, and our alliances. Together with the United States, under President Trump, we set back Iran's nuclear and missile programs by years, hammered its proxy network, eliminated the chief architects of terror, including the head of the snake, Khamenei, and brought every last hostage back to Israel. But these achievements do not mark the end of the struggle. The challenge was never merely centrifuges or missiles. It is the regime. A regime that exports terror, brutalizes its own citizens, weaponizes the world's energy lifelines, and openly calls for the extermination of sovereign nations. Death to America, death to Israel, as they chant in their parliament. A regime committed to permanent conflict cannot be a partner for permanent peace. They need to go, and by God, they will go. Meanwhile, across the world, Jews once again find themselves facing hatred, harassment, and violence. I visited New York just last month. For the first time in more than 60 years, New York's mayor did not attend the Israel Day Parade. And it was exactly for that reason that for the first time in more than 60 years, the Speaker of the Knesset did. This mayor of New York recently labeled Jewish and pro-Israel activists as monsters. Now, these are some of the most peaceful and courageous people he's talking about, many of whom are occupying the very seats in front of me. Well, the real monster in New York City is the anti-Semite currently occupying Gracie Mansion. This is the monster. Today, so much is uncertain, but this much we know: fear will never again decide our destiny. We may not know when this struggle ends, but we know how it will end, with 3 words: Am Israel Chai. The people of Israel lives. Despite every effort to isolate, intimidate, and destroy us, Israel has emerged as a global power, an economic juggernaut, an innovation leader, and America's indispensable strategic partner. Israel stands on the front line of freedom, defending values that extend far beyond our borders and far beyond our time. And we have proven ourselves worthy of that noble role. My friends, the twin threats of terrorism and anti-Semitism march against us hand in hand. They build on one another. They embolden one another. And so should we. This gathering of leaders, advocates, and friends of Israel proves that we too stand shoulder to shoulder. We too show up for one another. And as our tradition teaches, Kol Israel Arevim Ze Bazeh, we are responsible for one another. To Jewish communities around the world, Israel is more than a refuge. It is a guarantee that the Jewish people will never again stand defenseless. That quality matters more than quantity. That hope defeats hatred. And that God and goodness ultimately carry the day. So let us keep our eyes fixed forward and our heads held high, for our latest achievements will not be our last. The same spirit that carried us through these last challenges will carry us through those yet to come. Israel's recent victories are not the end of the story, but they will be the foundation of what comes next. Am Israel Chai. God bless America, and God bless Israel, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you for standing with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Ohana. Not all of Israel's ambassadors serve in government. Some represent the country through culture, character, and personal achievement. Melanie Shiraz has proudly carried Israel's story to audiences around the world as Miss Israel, showcasing the diversity, confidence, and spirit of the Jewish state on the global stage. At a time when standing publicly for Israel can come at a personal cost, she has met the challenges and continues to represent Israel boldly, with grace, courage, and conviction. Please welcome Miss Israel, Melanie Shiraz.
My highest priority is to maintain the truth and to defend my country. I'm now full-time working and advocating for Israel and for the Jewish people. Figured I can use that stage to do something good. To making, advocating for my country.
These cultural platforms are the best way to reach people. Melanie Shiraz.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? So we've just heard some beautiful words from President Herzog and Speaker Ohana. And we've also talked about something that's a little bit personal to me about Mamdani, who, as many of you know, I believe, is not only a monster, but this extends to his relationship with his wife, who herself didn't want to take a photo with me. But I'm not here to talk about that. This is ultimately a plenary about Israeli innovation. So I want to take a second to address something a little bit less comfortable than all the amazing, remarkable things that Israel contributes to the world. I want to talk about what the world does with those achievements once it sees them. I come from the same world being celebrated on this stage. I started my journey as a data scientist and later built a tech company of my own, which gave me a front row seat to Israel's incredible capabilities for innovation. And like most people from that world, I used to believe something simple. If you give people better data, they reach better opinions. And maybe that came easily to me as a Jew, because we ultimately are a people that are built around emet, truth, the conviction that if you explain something clearly enough, that will win on its own. But I unfortunately watched that theory fail years before October 7th, when I was a student at Berkeley. Berkeley, as many of you might know, is one of the most hostile campuses in the world for Jewish students and for supporters of Israel. Yet the hostility there had nothing to do with a lack of intelligence or a lack of facts. People who could out-argue anyone in a room would still arrive at a fixed verdict about Israel that no fact was going to move. October 7th proved to us the same thing at a different scale. Evidence that would hold up in any court on earth somehow changed remarkably few minds. It turns out that the theory that I started with probably had it backwards. Most people don't build their beliefs around the facts in front of them. They choose the facts that fit the beliefs that they already have. 2 months touring American campuses and communities confirmed it for me again just recently. I just came back a few weeks ago. And I realized that the fight we are in is not primarily a fight over information. It is a fight for familiarity, and we cannot win that fight by repeating the same talking points to people who stopped listening to them a long time ago. We have an extraordinary amount to make people familiar with. By any honest measure, and I'm going to focus on this because this is a plenary about our innovation, we are one of the most influential ecosystems on Earth. We have the highest civilian R&D spend relative to GDP on the planet, a startup density that dwarfs nations 50 times our size, a footprint in AI, cybersecurity, and medicine that exceeds far beyond our borders. But innovation, we are a global force, but innovation is not only about technology. At its core, innovation is the ability to solve problems in ways that others have not thought to try. And if Israel has mastered anything, it is that building what does not yet exist is what we're the best at. The question is whether we are applying that same innovative thinking to one of the greatest challenges that we are facing today: how people come to know us in the first place. None of our success protects us from being flattened. For people already determined to hate us, our success does not make us less of a target. It actually makes us a bigger one, the big bad wolf instead of the underdog. Whether we are weak or strong, the people determined to reduce us to a single dimension and to flatten us will always find an angle that works, which means that no amount of correcting or rebutting will ever break this cycle. The caricature will simply change shape and wait for us on the other side. For years, we have poured endless energy into trying to change this dynamic and to shift the narrative. We have, rightly, fought hatred and disinformation as the existential threat that it is, the way that anyone would fight a house that is on fire, lined up, passing buckets down the line as fast as we can. And our community has unified and mobilized in extraordinary ways in order to do so. But there is also a cost to standing in that line too long. We start to look and feel, even to ourselves, like a people defined by the fire rather than by everything that we built before it. Flattened into exactly the narrative that our adversaries want. War, division, headlines, and little to do with who we really are. And while we are in that line, we miss the places where the world actually comes together around something other than conflict. These are cultural spaces, whether they're Miss Universe, the Olympics, Eurovision, or a football match. Places where people and countries are seen as their most human, in their most human form, through arts, through sports, even beauty. Expression that transcends headlines in ways that rebuttals never will. Being Miss Israel has taught me to believe in that. In a world growing more willing to flatten and dehumanize, there are still bridges that we can build that will actually break through. 8 months ago at Miss Universe, a Miss Israel and a Miss Palestine shared the same stage for the first time in the competition's history. And many of you may remember the wave of disinformation and hatred that followed, much of it aimed at me just for being in the room. And still, that stage gave me something headlines and comment sections never do. A chance for hundreds of millions of people to see a different side of who we are. Not the side defined by headlines, but the parts of us that have nothing to do with the conflict at all. Our culture, our food, our humor, the warmth we show the people we let into our lives, the love of life that runs through this country no matter what we are facing. That is Israel at its root. And it turns out that that is also just being human. What surprised me most was not that people changed their opinions. It was that some became willing to suspend them long enough to see something else. One thing I discovered in this role is how often the impact of cultural ambassadors is only recognized after the fact. There are Israelis and Jews serving as cultural ambassadors every single day in sports, technology, entertainment, academia, and the arts, who are reaching audiences that traditional advocacy never will, and often with far fewer resources than we devote to responding to crises once they erupt. If Israel became a superpower by investing in innovation before the need was obvious, perhaps we should apply the same logic here. We know how extraordinary Israel is and how important the fight against hatred will always be. But it is just as important that we refuse to be consumed by fighting that fire until we reach the point where it defines us. A video with 100,000 views will rarely leave the room of people who already wanted to watch it. What will actually move the world is slower than that and more durable. Genuine connection. Something that every one of us already has access to. The World Cup happening right now is a great example of this. The entire planet is currently setting aside narratives to unite, to cheer for the same thing all at once. Building more of that, deliberately, deserves to be treated as more than an afterthought. Because in technology, we understand that a model trained on incomplete data will produce distorted outputs. Human beings are not so different. If the only data that people receive about Israel is conflict, then conflict will become the only model that we can build. And if we allow conversations about us to mostly occur within the frame that our adversaries have chosen for us, then we are helping train the same incomplete model. Our task is not only to correct the data, it is to expand the data set, because the most innovative solution is not always a better response. Sometimes it is refusing to accept the frame of the problem in the first place. And that starts on a much smaller scale than a stadium, with each of us building the same bridges in our own lives, starting with the people already around us. Abraham's tent stood open on all four sides, so that a stranger arriving from any direction would find their way in. And that was never a metaphor. I like to see that as one of the earliest instructions we were ever given as a people. And it still is. Invite someone into your home. Let them see you, who you really are. Let them see who we are. Let them see Israel, not as an argument to be won, but as a beauty to be shared. This is how we show the world the superpower that we actually are. Not a society capable of extraordinary technology, because we are, but just a people. That is how the flattening ends. Whether the room is a global stage or a table set for two. Not with better corrections, with better invitations, and by investing as intentionally in being known as we do in being defended. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much to all the incredible work that JNS does, and to the impact that all of you have. It's truly an honor.
Artificial intelligence may be the most transformative technology of our time, offering extraordinary opportunities for innovation and economic growth, while also creating powerful new tools for disinformation, anti-Semitism, and the spread of anti-Israel hate. The next panel will explore how Israel hopes to become a global AI powerhouse while confronting the risks that accompany this technological revolution. Please welcome Fleur Hassan Nahoum, Israel's Special Envoy for Innovation, former Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, and the host of the JNS podcast, The Quad, in conversation with AI expert, entrepreneur, and leading voice on technology and online misinformation, Dr. Eli David, and by the way, follow him on X. Engineer, philosopher, AI ethicist, and former senior engineer at Mobileye, Rabbi Dr. Moise Navon, and Chief Data and AI Officer at Cross River, Pravesh Rijal.
State-of-the-art AI is either on human level or already superior to human level.
You're going to have people that are bad people, that are going to have bad data.
You will have offensive AI and defensive AI.
We need to teach them how to act.
It would be crazy not to be led by AI's judgment.
Because as wonderful as I believe technology is, you can do a lot of damage if you don't do it right.
Wow. So, we are here with a really distinguished panel. And I want to start by saying that, many of us had a different life before the 7th of October. And I just want to put on record that my life before the 7th of October, I was trying to put together a regional association for responsible AI in the Middle East. That was one of the things I was involved in. And of course, after October 7th, our lives turned around and we all ended up doing very different things with our time. But I'm here with 3 experts to discuss essentially, which is one of the most important subjects today that we need to be talking about because it is the future. So I want to start a little bit macro and go down micro. So I want to start with you, Pravesh. Give us, in a few minutes, because we have to stick to the time, the challenges of opportunities of how you see the near future in terms of AI development. We know it can do good. We know it can do bad. Please give us a little summary of how you see things.
Thank you, Fleur. Good morning, everyone. I'm grateful for JNS for this opportunity. I'm Pravesh Rijal, Chief AI Officer at Cross River. What a time to be on my seat, honestly. What we are witnessing as AI is a moment of the fastest capability jump in human history enabled by technology. 24 months of AI progress today is probably equal to the gap from early internet to smartphone. And if I close my eyes and think 24 months back, yeah, I think I'm right. AI is the first technology that creates and concentrates wealth and capabilities simultaneously. Now, with a speed that human cognition finds very hard to realize. I think that is true, and that is what we are kind of seeing. So the tension really is not AI versus human. It kind of boils down to speed and collapsing cost structure versus accountability. I think that is what we will be seeing, and that is what will define the next few years. And bridging that gap is going to be our generation's biggest challenge.
Well, I'm glad we're talking about it today. Dr. Navon, you are both a scientist in AI, one of the founding engineers of Mobileye, and you're also a rabbi. So the work I was involved in before October 7th was all about guardrails, using our wisdom, our Torah wisdom, or our Abrahamic values to shape how the future, how we go into this crazy, unknown AI future. So tell us a little bit about how you kind of mesh your wisdom as being a rabbi and also being a scientist about how the future looks and how those guardrails are taken from some of our ancient wisdom.
Right, so I believe that the Jewish people have something to contribute to the world, and that's basically our tradition, our ethical tradition. There really isn't any other people on the face of the earth that are carrying around a book or a traditional space that are living tradition, living ethics on a daily basis. Aristotle wrote Nicomachean Ethics. How many people question that, apply that for 3,000 years, the Jewish people have been applying and reapplying ethical thought to all kinds of difficult dilemmas. My mission is basically to take this tradition and apply it to the ethical dilemmas that are confronting us today with artificial intelligence.
So give us one example.
So I think one good example is, do you say please and thank you to ChatGPT?
I do. Is that silly? Is that because I'm British?
So there's arguments to be made from both sides. On the one hand, we want to keep our virtue, and so we want to still say please and thank you to people, so we should say it to entities that present themselves as people. On the other hand, if we start getting into relationships, which many people are, so now we lose our ability to hold relationships with human beings, because AI is designed to give us an easy path to relationships. So we need to find a kind of a balance. I've written about this. I've used various paradigms within Jewish thought, not only the Golem, but Rambam's Halachot. There's many, many ways that we can take Jewish thought and actually provide responses to these difficult questions.
When I say please and thank you, it's just when AI dominates the world, I wanted to remember I was one of the good guys.
True.
Dr. Eli David, you are a successful AI entrepreneur. You're also a wonderful social media public figure. You're out there fighting it. But I want to ask you specifically about Israel. We know that there are challenges and opportunities. We have here a rabbi talking about the guardrails. But in terms of Israel's position in the AI future, where do we stand?
Right now, there are two countries that are dominating the building of top LLMs, which all of you, hopefully, are using on your phones, and all the companies and governments will be based on that, America and China. They're almost on a par. America is leading by very little. Where I see Israel is the leading country under American camp. We need to make sure the Western civilization is more advanced in AI than others. And an anecdote relating to previous comment. I was an informal advisor to some regulatory bodies in Israel and internationally. And my view is that AI should be regulated, hypothetically, but right now we should not regulate it. Right now, any kind of regulation, even if it makes sense to us sitting here, would essentially mean we're giving the AI leadership on a silver platter to our rivals, which are not trying to regulate it and not shy about developing autonomous killer AI and all of that. So I think the goal of Israel under America's leadership is to just go as fast as possible without any guardrails because of the adversary, and first make sure we are the dominant AI builders and users.
So what is Israel's advantage? You have America, you have China, we have the highest concentration of AI talent in the world, and that's what everybody's looking for, right?
When you go to Tel Aviv, in the Sarona area in Tel Aviv, we have the highest concentration of AI talent per square foot. Actually, per
square foot. Wow.
Yes.
We used to talk about GDP, but now you're talking about per capita. Now you're talking about per square foot.
But the problem is that we don't have many square feet in the Sarona area in Tel Aviv. We do have a high concentration, and that's great, of course. We do not have enough talent. No country has enough talent. Everybody's fighting for talent. And I think the most important things I'm trying to convey to our policymakers is that, no, we will not just become an AI nation as we became a cyber nation. We need to fight for talent. And fighting for talent is not wasting taxpayer money and some government spending. Government spending is almost always bad. Tax cuts, incentivizing talent to come back to Israel. Many of the top AI talents have left Israel to Silicon Valley. Incentivize them to come back. Essentially, everything Dubai is doing to incentivize foreign entrepreneurs, we need to double down on that, in addition to the existing talent.
In addition to our homegrown talent, which obviously the largest AI chip company in the world, NVIDIA, sees the talent and wants to create a huge plant here.
Because we have lots of semiconductor talent. But AI science is completely different. Everybody has a shortage of that talent. We have the highest per capita, but we don't want to fight the per capita fight. We want to be great in absolute numbers, just as we were as a cyber nation.
Incredible. Pravesh, how do you see things?
Yeah, I want to bring Cross River into picture here as a great example of partnership between America and Israel. We have, within my own group, 200 engineers and AI researchers working out of Jerusalem.
Jerusalem, not just Israel. Well done, Cross River.
And as we shift our center of gravity more and more towards Jerusalem, we have a vision to make our offices here as our global center of excellence for data and AI.
Well, that's wonderful news. There you go. NVIDIA goes to the north, but Cross River come to Jerusalem.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to say one point about the deregulation or no regulation. I agree with you that development should be unregulated because everybody is unregulated and there's a competitive race going on. However, deployment should be regulated. Deep fakes are doing huge damage and they need to be regulated. I believe in the technology is wonderful and it has good applications. We don't want to stop the development, but the deployment in certain areas must be regulated.
Of course, I fully agree with that. My comment was on the development AI, not application.
And going to that, because we've seen, especially you and I fight the same battles every day on social media and in the delegitimization war against Israel. Dr. David, how do you see Israel's use of AI? Yes, we're always outnumbered. We were outnumbered in 1948 and 1967, 1973, but we've got the AI talent. Why and what can we do to use that in order to fight the narrative warfare?
We need to use AI not to push campaigns, but to detect the bots and state or malicious intent influences on the social network.
Defense, not offense?
Mostly for defense. Now, what I usually say is that Elon Musk, by acquiring Twitter and turning into X, his contribution to humanity was even more than Tesla and SpaceX. He was the last stand of the free speech, and he saved and protected that. People want to hear the opinions of other people. You know, that's maybe the only area I don't want AI instead of me. I want to hear your opinion and your opinion. And today we have many of the bots that they push state-sponsored malicious intent. Suddenly you see out of nowhere a synchronized campaign trying to divide Israel and the US. We need to detect those, to highlight them so that the free speech would be of humans. We can disagree, we can have completely opposite opinions as long as these are real individuals. And Elon Musk is doing a great job fighting that on X2.
He's trying to discover the fake, you're saying?
Yes, and his head of product, Nikita Bear, he's just on a crusade to dismantle all the bots and the fake campaigns and demonetize them, to suspend their accounts. He's doing a great job. I think having X as the marketplace of ideas, as is the vision of Elon Musk, is huge for the Western civilization and the preservation of free speech.
That's amazing. Pravesh, you know, Cross River has revolutionized banking in so many ways, and we've been seeing it here for many years. How do you see the future for the banking that you do with AI and, of course, the risks that that involves?
We have ambitions of global expansion, and really what is fueling it is our AI-first stance on everything that we do. At Cross River, and I think both of you will agree, we have a philosophy that humans always need to control the machine while machine controls the throughput. It's like driving a car, right? You control the machine, but machine controls the throughput. And great example of Elon Musk and X over here, because I think what you're explaining is the necessity of enforcing that accountability and being able to anchor that trust. And I think that is what Cross River is, Cross River's North Star is as we go forward in this journey, is we want to anchor that trust and be that trust anchor when it comes to financial services as we are pushing the frontiers of use of AI and applied AI in finance.
Well, I think it's all about trust. And on that, perhaps you can give us some concluding thoughts on, with our wisdom, on how we build that trust and how we move forward.
Yeah, so, I mean, I wanted to comment more on the discussion about anti-Semitism and the bots fighting anti-Semitism, and it's been a theme here, at least in the last two speakers, about anti-Semitism. I think Ms. Israel said it best, that we need to promote a positive image. You know, what's the best fight against anti-Semitism? Semitism. We are not going to be able to convince the haters. They've chosen their narrative and they're going to go with it. We are the light onto the nations. That means that we bring light. We don't combat their darkness with anything else. We need to be positive. We need to be more Jewish.
And how do we do that with it? Completely agree. So on that note, how do we do that with the help of AI? Easy question.
That's a difficult question. Each to his own. We need to use the machines, as I've been saying to everybody, as an assistant and not as a replacement. You can learn more, you can understand more, you can reach more information and knowledge and growth, but you need to use it as a tool and not outsource your cognition to the machine.
Well, with that, we conclude our panel. Thank you so much, Dr. David, Dr. Rijal.
Few leaders in Israel have served in as many senior government roles as Gila Gamliel. From environmental policy and social equality to intelligence, innovation, and national strategy, she has spent decades helping shape Israel's future. A veteran cabinet minister and member of Knesset, she's previously served as Minister of Intelligence, Minister of Environmental Protection, and Minister for Social Equality. She now serves as Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology. Please welcome Minister Gila Gamliel.
Israel is a powerhouse in the cyber area. Together, we will overcome challenges. In space, there is no room for small dreams. I'm also responsible for artificial intelligence, which has become very important to the State of Israel. Our innovation is rooted in democratic values.
Minister Gila Gamliel.
Good morning. My dear friends, in these days, the Middle East is being rewritten before our very eyes, and for the first time in generations, the hand that holds the pen is an Israeli one. You, my friends, your hand is in ours. Every achievement I will mention here today is yours as well. Because of you, because of your steadfast stand beside us, in the hardest of days, the State of Israel can do more than defend itself. It can build its future and lead this entire region. For that, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. And I thank the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his leadership in this great and decisive hour in our history. The State of Israel has never been as strong as it today, strong in its spirit and its faith, firm in its security, and leading the world in its genius in science, in technology, in AI, and in medicine that saves lives from Jerusalem to the ends of the earth. But this strength is not an end in itself. It is foundation, because only those strong enough to defend themselves are also strong enough to extend a hand to anyone willing to extend theirs in return. And the roots of that outstretched hand run deep, 2,500 years deep into our history. It was Cyrus, king of Persia, who allowed the Jewish people to return from the Babylonian exile to Jerusalem and to rebuild the temple. The book of Ezra opens with his words. Thus said Cyrus, king of Persia, he has charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, a Persian king who brought Jews home. This was the first covenant between the Persian people and the Jewish people. And that covenant is far more alive than it may seem. Until 1979, Iran and Israel were close friends. Iran was the second Muslim majority country to recognize the State of Israel. Tens of thousands of Jews lived in the streets of Tehran. Direct flight connected Tel Aviv and Tehran. And when a terrible earthquake struck Persia, Israel rushed to send doctors, tents, and medicine. Israeli experts helped rebuild her villages, and Persian farmers learned to work the land on our kibbutzim. The two peoples built together. The revolution of the Ayatollahs tried to erase all of this by force and branded us the little Satan, and the United States the big Satan. But a history of thousands of years is not erased by 40 years of hatred. Beneath the imposed hostility, the Iranian people remember. The young men and women raising the lion and sun flag in the streets of Iran, alongside the flag of Israel, know exactly what future they want. And they are not the regime, and the regime is not the people of Iran. I had the privilege to hosting His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Cyrus Reza Pahlavi. And together, we put forward a vision, the Cyrus Accord. The widening of the Abraham Accord circle of peace eastward toward a free Iran, a covenant between Israel and the liberated Iran built on mutual respect and sovereignty and on a true and shared interest. My vision includes a new regional framework: Israel, a free Iran, the Gulf states, and the United States, working together on water, energy, and security, turning this ancient crossroads into a crossroads of global prosperity. This is not an illusion. This is a strategy. The Abraham Accords, too, were once dismissed as a distant fantasy, and today they are a living, breathing reality. And these accords do not stop at the borders of the region. They rise upward into space. Israel is one of a handful of nations on Earth that builds and launches its own satellites and capability we share with our partners. The Abraham Accords in space too. And soon, God willing, an Israeli woman will lift off into space, following in the path of Ilan Ramon, and remind every girl and every boy that the sky is not the limit. And together with our friend, the United States, we are on our way to the moon. But for Iran to join this circle of peace, the regime in Tehran must fall, and it will fall. Though it might take longer than we had hoped, it will surely happen. Whether or not an agreement is reached in 60 days or in 120 days, we can say with a half-century of certainty that the Iranian regime will lie, deceive, and delay just to survive another day. That is their proven track record. Let there be no doubt, the State of Israel will never allow the Iranian terror regime to possess a nuclear weapon. This is how we have acted until now, and this is how we will act in the days to come. In operations Rising Lion and Roar of the Lion, in close and historic cooperation with our great ally, the United States, we reached the very top of this regime, dealt in nuclear program a devastating blow, and pushed that threat away from us for now. And to all those who still wish to sit with this regime at the negotiating table, I say with complete clarity, you cannot negotiate with those who seek our destruction. Talks with this regime are talks with the devil. It is the right and the duty of the State of Israel to defend itself, and in doing so, to defend the entire free world. So, too, on our northern border, Hezbollah will be disarmed. The force we brought to bear changed the balance of power in Lebanon, and it is what created the conditions for the talks now underway in Washington, talks whose purpose is a secure north and a true peace with the government of Lebanon. And our people of the north stood like a wall and are now returning to their homes with their heads held high. And I promise you, we will finish the task. My dear partners, all the strength we have built and the vision we will realize together are possible because of you and your support. When you stand at Israel's side, you are partners in shaping the destiny of a people and of the entire region. You, who stood with us in the darkness, for sure will stand with us in the light now rising. The bond between us is a bond of destiny, of identity, and of shared responsibility. The house that Cyrus helped build thousands of years ago still stands. It is stronger than ever. And from here, from Jerusalem, God willing, a new light will dawn over the entire Middle East, from the Mediterranean Sea to a free Tehran. Am Israel Chai.
In an age when wars are fought not only on battlefields, but also in the battle for public opinion, public diplomacy has never been more important. Few people understand that challenge better than Tzipi Hotovely, a former deputy foreign minister, minister of diaspora affairs, and Israel's ambassador to the United Kingdom. She has spent her career explaining Israel's story to the world. Today, as new head of the National Public Diplomacy Directorate in the Prime Minister's office, she leads Israel's efforts to communicate its case on the global stage. Please welcome Ambassador Tzipi Hotovely.
We all have changed since the 7th of October, since Simchat Torah last year.
We want to see thriving Palestinian people. We want to see thriving Israel. It cannot happen with Hamas. The problem is the fact that at the moment radicals are taking over the Palestinian street. When our enemies are saying clearly they want to eliminate Israel, then we should believe them.
Tzipi Hotovely.
Good morning, Alex.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here with us. You just came back from a posting in the United Kingdom as Israel's ambassador. You got the opportunity to go from Jerusalem I'd say, into the belly of the beast and to do diplomacy, advocacy for Israel in a place where maybe not most of the population was willing and ready to accept your message. What did you learn from that experience?
Well, serving in London for 5 years makes me feel so safe in this room. Thank you. I'm so happy to be surrounded with so many friends. Thank you for coming here for the JNS conference. Actually, what I've learned is we have many more friends than we believe. I remember having a great conversation with Douglas Murray, and he said, I admire Israel because when Western civilization is under a war, Israel is the only country when a war starts, people are flying back to the country and not running away from it. And I'm thinking about my brother who's serving now in Lebanon. I'm thinking about my husband who's now doing his reserve service. I'm thinking about all those families with young mothers and young children that haven't seen their parents for so many days of miluim and serving for Israel. We are one of the most amazing countries in the world. And I'm so proud to tell Israel's story. I think it's a great privilege to do that because we are really unbelievable with what we did in the last few years.
Amazing. Now, one of the questions I always get when I go speaking is, why is Israel so bad at making its case? Why can't we get our acts together? Now you're the head of the National Diplomacy Directorate in the Prime Minister's office. Explain what Israel has to do in order to get to the next stage in telling its story better.
Well, I think, first of all, that it's obvious that there is a big story to tell. And I think when we're starting from the point of view of a victimhood, we're losing the story because people are trying to say, is it really that bad for Israel? It's bad for the other side as well. But this is not the message. Actually, the message is we are doing the work for the Western civilization. When Israel is fighting Hezbollah, we're fighting for America. When Israel is fighting Iran, we're fighting for the whole world. Now when we're fighting in Lebanon, for instance, people don't understand, I think, how close the Beaufort Castle is to our border. Metula is 5 kilometers from the Beaufort Castle. And what is it there in the Beaufort Castle? You see those underground tunnels that had one purpose, to create 10 times October 7th on our northern border. Now, can you tell me how can people expect Israel to create another time, October 7th, to our northern communities, to the children of Kiryat Shmona and Metula and Shtula? I don't think anyone in the world should actually support the idea of Israel withdrawing from Lebanon. This is why yesterday here the Prime Minister said clearly, we will stay in the safe zone in Lebanon. We will stay in the security zone in Lebanon because this is the only way to make sure that Lebanon will be safe. Because Lebanon is under an unbelievable situation where Hezbollah is basically holding a country that could have been free. And this is why I believe that Israel is not fighting Israel's fight. We are fighting the world's fight, good versus evil. And we need to put it in the front. And I think if we tell this story again and again, we will have our friends standing next to us. And the other thing I think we're not telling enough is we are the indigenous people for this land. People are trying to say we stole this land. We never stole anyone's land. We are back to our homeland. The Jewish people are back to the homeland of Israel. And the connection of 4,000 years. Most of the time we start our story just 100 years ago. It doesn't start 100 years ago. It starts 4,000 years ago. And the last thing, I think it's more about coordination. This room is full of people that work for Israel and care about Israel and support Israel. But I think many times we work as individuals and we don't work as a chorus. And I think when we will have our message as a chorus, it will be so much more powerful when we just say it as individuals. It will be multiplying Israel's message to the world. And I believe in you, I believe in this room, and I believe in all the friends of Israel around the world to carry the message out, because Israel is now not just about fighting back from what happened in October 7th. Israel is now really fighting evil to make sure the Middle East will be much better after we finish.
I think that this is maybe one of the first wars that I can remember whereby sometimes posts on Truth Social, X, senior anonymous sources leaked to the press can be more powerful in the outcome of the war than the actual bombs and the missiles, right? How does Israel deal with this influx of articles, posts, everything about Israel that is negative, when obviously a lot of it is geared towards making Israel try to take the bait and get involved in something maybe it doesn't want to get involved in, say things it doesn't want to say? How do you navigate this political minefield?
You're talking about social media in general, or? Also
in the mainstream media, right? We see all the leaks in Axios, New York Post. How does Israel work to deal with that?
So to begin with, when I was in London, there was a huge campaign against the BBC bias. And I think it's very clear that many of the mainstream media, they are not telling a fair story. And I think we should make sure that what happened in the BBC, in the end of the day, the leadership of the BBC resigned. And I think we should make sure that people will understand that when you are holding your microphone, when you are reporting about Israel, you should report facts. And many times you see that it's not facts that are being reported. It's many times it's a blame game against Israel. There were so many cases that Israel was blamed for things that, in the end of the day, it was clear that the other side was hurting its own population, like in Gaza. So I believe there is a serious warfare here, and we need to make sure that we will deal with every single editorial board of every media, whether it's social media or the more mainstream media, as you said, to be accountable for what they report about Israel.
Do you think that Israel has dedicated the appropriate amount of resources to this fight?
Well, it's never enough. When you're thinking about what Qatar invested in the last 30 years, when you're thinking about how other countries are doing their PR war, I think Israel should devote much more to this war. I just started my job, and we're just creating a team. And I want to tell you, I'm outreaching to you. We're going to need your help. I'm not standing here by myself doing Israel's work, because we have so many partners. I truly believe that this is the only way to win, if you work with your partners. Because if you're just coming there by yourself and with a small budget, it's not going to make a difference. But if all the people that care about Israel and love Israel, we will be coordinating the messages, and we will make sure everyone will have the ammunition to fight the lies against Israel, I believe we'll be in a better place.
Well, I've watched you personally develop for many years and get so much better at diplomacy, advocacy, and I'm very, very hopeful that we will begin to see your face and hear your voice much more in the media as a powerful spokesman for the State of Israel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Few members of Knesset have challenged conventional thinking as consistently as Amit Halevi. A leading voice on governance, national security, judicial reform, and Israel's constitutional future, he has earned a reputation as one of the Knesset's most original and independent thinkers. Through his legislative work and policy initiatives, he has sought to strengthen Israel's democratic institutions while addressing some of the nation's most complex strategic challenges. Please welcome member of Knesset, Amit Halevi.
Whoa, 4 minutes, only 7 minutes, okay. 4 minutes for politicians, it's too much. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. 90 years ago, the world stood face to face with a racist, totalitarian, and barbaric enemy. It was an enemy that oppressed and abused its own citizens, seized territories and nations, developed weapons of mass destruction, and possessed a systematic plan to conquer the entire world and impose its racist, murderous ideology upon it. This description should sound deeply familiar to anyone today, even to those entirely unacquainted with Nazi Germany of the 30s and 40s of the last century, because this is precisely the enemy we all face today, radical Islam. Radical Islam, whether it is the Shia version of the Iranian Ayatollahs or the Sunni version of the Muslim Brotherhood, is identical in its traits to the Nazi regime. It is racist in a cultural, religious sense. If you are not a Muslim exactly like them, you are doomed to death or to live as a slave, dhimma, what they call in Arabic. This directly mirrors Nazi racial theory, which likewise divided humanity into three categories. It is totalitarian in its ambitions, seeking to conquer the globe and force its dark, dictatorial version of Sharia law upon all of human society. And it is barbaric. It beheads, slaughters children, and brutally rapes women. I think I read a few weeks ago that 40,000 women are raped in Europe every year. We witnessed these monsters. Yes, on October 7, we saw it on the street of Iran in January 9 this year. They slaughtered their own citizens. Unlike the Nazis, by the way, it doesn't hide its actions. Yes, on the contrary, it takes pride in them. Sinwar's final handwritten order, handwritten command, yes, on the evening of October 7 was to act with utter cruelty towards everyone, including the elderly, including the children, and above all, to film it and blast it out. Yes, he emphasized, yes, he wrote it to the terrorists of Hamas. He emphasized the importance of spreading these horrific images and videos, yes, not just to terrorize Israelis, but to motivate the surrounding Muslim brotherhoods by showing them these graphic scenes and rivers of blood. This is not a bug. Yes, it's a feature. Barbarism is an integral part of the culture of radical Islam. More than that, these regimes, these radical Islamic regimes, are identical to Nazi Germany not only in their mindset, vision, and ambitions, but also in their actual deeds. Yes, they massacre their own citizens. First, they massacres their own citizens. Iran only recently, as I mentioned, brutally murdered tens of thousands of its own people simply because they protested for freedom and liberty, and they continue to do so today. El-Julani, the terror arm of the radical Islamist Erdogan, yes, did the same with no less cruelty and continues to do this today, by the way, till this day, to slaughter Christians, Alawim, Druze, and Kurds, yes, in Syria. Hamas did the exact same thing in Gaza, broadcasting his crimes, yes, it commits against the residents of Gaza across social media. Second, they take over other countries. Iran has seized control of Lebanon, Iraq, northern Yemen. Yes, it is attempting to do the same in Africa. They have huge project of investment in order to, from Mauritania to Sudan, under their control, their influence. Erdogan, this extreme Islamist dictator, Erdogan, who initially seized northern Syria, I'm not sure you know, in 2018, the northern side of Syria, which is part of Turkey since then. And afterwards, he did the same thing with the terrorist El-Julani, actually to take control, the whole state, the whole country. Same thing in Libya, and he maintains an organized plan to control the entire Middle East. This is exactly like the Nazi regime's Anschluss with Austria. This is the same thing they did in the mountains with Czechoslovakia before the war. So, as people say in America, if it thinks like a Nazi, aspires like a Nazi, and acts like a Nazi, so it is a Nazi. But the problem is that is exactly what they are not saying in America today. I think at least almost no one is saying it. What are they saying instead? What we hear today. Include our friends, include the administration. Yes, we hear the exact same things said during those 2 years of American neutrality leading up to 1941. America first. This is not our war. This is Israel war. This is a Jewish war. Yes, just that was part of the Democratic, by the way, platform in the, I think, 1940 elections in the US, and exactly like the European leaders say today, exactly like the Americans said then till Pearl Harbor. And I want to say today to the administration leaders in Washington, to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who is meeting now, yes, at these very hours with a smile on his face, on all the other faces, yes, there, with the enemy, yes, he sits with the enemy. Not in München, this time, in Switzerland, to be precise, in the Qatari Switzerland, if you know what I mean. And I want to tell you, Vice President Vance, you know, it happens that a mistake is made once, even severe mistakes. But repeating the same mistake twice turns the mistake into a crime. And that's exactly what the Western world is doing right now, where it's not for the political and military leadership, without the political and military leadership of Churchill, Hitler would today rule at least all of Europe and perhaps across the Atlantic also. The enemy is the same enemy, ladies and gentlemen. The enemy is the same enemy, and the mistake is the same mistake. You fail to recognize the enemy. You analyze them using Marxist frameworks as if all that interests them is money and social status, whilst we all standing before a religious ideology that views your destruction as a commandment and a religious duty. The enemy is not the drone, is not the missile, is even not the nuclear weapon. Yes, the enemy is the murderous ideology that commands a regime, that takes over a regime. As long as it rules, it will develop the tools to realize its religious ambitions, to destroy what they call the little Satan, which is Israel, and the great Satan, America, and the entire Western world. You're not fighting for Israel. Mr. Vice President, you are not fighting for Israel. Israel is fighting for you. Our soldiers are fighting today in Lebanon and Gaza for Washington and Florida, for London and Paris. The truth is also for Mecca and Medina. Israel is on the front line of a global campaign. If it's not stopped here in the Middle East, it will move to Europe, which is already, by the way, under dangerous internal war, and it will reach the United States. You can already feel the first sign on the streets of Manhattan. The warning shot was fired on 9/11, and the threat has only grown since. Throughout history, I will end with this, throughout history, the Jewish people have always been the seismograph. Yes, the seismograph for the entire world. We, the Jewish people, we were the first to identify the danger, the first to fight, and the first to take the hit and absorb the blow but the entire earth shook. The danger was a global danger, as the German chancellor said recently. Israel is doing the dirty work for all of us, or in the words of our own tradition, Tikkun Olam. Israel is fighting for the repair of the world, for justice, for morality, for the world peace. You can join us, you must join us, but whether you do or not, we will fight with all our spirit and all our strength until the total victory, and though it may tarry, it will surely come. Thank you very much.
While many around the world seek to denigrate and boycott Israel's presence in its foundational biblical provinces, Judea and Samaria, that region is central to the past, present, and future of the State of Israel. As chairman of the Yesha Council and governor of the Mateh Binyamin Regional Council, Israel Gantz has worked to strengthen communities, develop infrastructure, and deepen Israel's presence in its historic heartland. Please welcome Israel Gantz.
We have returned to our land and returned to the region of Judea and Samaria.
And we have a mission to develop this area.
We can make Judea and Samaria the Israeli Tuscany. We must apply sovereignty over Judea and Samaria.
We must defeat the terror.
Israel Gantz.
Good morning, JNS. Good morning, my friends. Before I begin, I should warn you. It's not easy being me. I come from a place with an identity crisis. You know, the United Nations calls it occupied. The Europeans call us disputed. The State Department on a good day call us complicated. And my GPS, when I drive home at night, just gives up and say, recalculating. But my grandfather called it home. And the Bible calls it Israel. So after 3,000 years, I stopped waiting for the world permission to know where I live. I live in the heart of the state of Israel. Thank you, our friends, our partners, the leadership of JNS, Alex, and your family. Thank you so much for the great event here. I have to apologize. Yesterday, I was not here. I accompanied one of our brave soldiers from Binyamin that fell in the war, and I had to accompany him to his final resting place, Staff Sergeant Naveh Habshush. Naveh was one of 5 heroes who fell in a single day defending our people. His family is part of Binyamin family, and in a moment like that, I know my place was at his home, standing with his family. This is why I couldn't come yesterday. But today I come here with the spirit of Naveh and his friends, reminder of what we are fighting for and why we will never, never stop fighting for our people. I stand before you as a representative of a land where the stones themselves are witnesses. In Binyamin, you do not read history, you walk on it. In ancient Shiloh, where the tabernacle stood for centuries, you understand something very simple. The hill lines are very young, but the hills are very old. But I didn't come to speak about the past. It speaks for itself. I came to speak about the future we are building together here in JNS in Jerusalem. The bond between Israel and United States of America is not a cold transaction of interest or security interest. It's a partnership of values. We share a shared belief that free people must be able to defend their freedom everywhere in the world. And because it's a partnership of values, it can handle the truth. The world, watching Iran with concern and watching the negotiation with the regime with even greater concern. To our friend, our dear friend, President Trump, I want to say clearly, be strong. A weak agreement that leaves the terror infractions standing does not buy a peace. It just mails a bill for the next generation with interest. We are not allowed to do that. As alongside, in any move on Iran, there is another step that cannot wait: the application of Israel's sovereignty over Judea and Samaria. Our message to Washington is very simple. It is a message of friends. We will not always agree on every path. This is what friends do. But do not prevent us from defending ourselves. Sovereignty is not a luxury. It's a minimum guarantee for our future, for the stability of the region and the state of Israel. At the same time, we are already building the next chapter, starting with economy. When the world tries to boycott us, our products are the answers. Our answer is not to argue. Our answer is to grow. This is the real answer for the BDS. More trade, more investment, and more partnership. We are connecting the land of the Bible to the Bible Belt of America. Recently, I returned from Arkansas, where Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders welcomed us to deepen cooperation between us in Arkansas in agriculture, businesses, and innovation. We are building real partnership based on shared values. Because the truth is very simple. The region, the world still labeled disputed, is quietly doing businesses all around the world. Benjamin is not isolated. Judea and Samaria is not isolated. Our companies operating across the world, across the United States of America, across Europe, and we are only getting started. Our next step will be to build a major industrial zone that will transform the region for good. My friends, we have made a decision. We are no longer on defense. We are on offense now, and we are not going back. So I will leave you with only one request. To our friends in the United States, please step forward with us. Be partners in building this future. Together, we will build a bold partnership, and together, we will secure the eternity of the Jewish people all over the world and in the land of the Bible, because Am Yisrael Chai, and we will win for sure. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go off script here for 1 second. About a year and a half ago, we wanted to make our first JNS conference. So I sat down with my good friend Richard Heideman, and I explained that JNS was growing. We wanted to make a conference. I had some general ideas. We're sitting across the street, and he all of a sudden reeled out 20 things in a row that we would need to do in order to have a successful conference. And I said, wow, I can't believe you're able to put that all together. And then the last thing you said was, and I want to be the chairman of your conference. Let me tell you, it has been an incredible partnership. This second JNS International Policy Summit is a credit to your vision, your hard work, your dedication. And if everybody thinks that Richard is great, I can only tell you that Phyllis is by orders of magnitude your better half. For decades, Richard has stood at the intersection of law, Jewish leadership, and advocacy for Israel. An internationally respected attorney and one of the Jewish world's most influential lay leaders, he has served as the president of B'nai B'rith International and the American Zionist Movement while leading the landmark legal efforts on behalf of victims of terrorism. His impact has been felt in courtrooms, boardrooms, and Jewish communities around the world. Please welcome my friend, my partner, Richard Heideman.
If we do not stand up for ourselves, believe me, we all know no one will stand up for us.
The establishment of the Abraham Accords was worthy
of the Nobel Peace Prize.
We stand against those countries in the United Nations that have voted against us.
Israel is neither an apartheid, racist, criminal, nor genocidal state.
The future of the Jewish people is a strong future.
Richard D. Heideman.
Thank you very much, Alex, and to everyone at JNS who's made such a major contribution in our joint commitment to excellence to deliver quality speakers on important and impactful topics, not only of the day, but putting it in a historical narrative so that we can understand our future in the context of our past. So I thank everyone, and I don't want to miss anyone, so I'm only going to single out one person other than Alex, and that is Avi Dichter, our summit director, who is outstanding and deserves a great acclaim. Thank you very much. We gather here in Jerusalem under a cloud of war. We gather under a cloud of diplomatic attacks, physical attacks in our communities, in countries around the world, assaults verbally, accusations, and we gather here 25 years after we gathered in Durban, South Africa, for the UN Conference on Racism. This was a conference called by the United Nations in the spirit of examining how we can defeat racism around the world. I had at the time the privilege of serving as president of B'nai B'rith International and also as chairman for the Conference of Presidents of the United Nations Committee, and I was designated head of delegation, and we brought together Jewish organizations, not just from B'nai B'rith, but literally from organizations across the whole political spectrum of life in the United States and around the world. And we came to Durban believing we could make a difference. We could advance the issue of defeating racism. And instead what we found and what we experienced was the worst hate fest you can imagine. On the grounds of the United Nations, it was acceptable to show photographs of Israel and the Jewish people killing babies. The blood libels were all over. The accusations were not just accusations, they were presented as truth. And the Durban Declaration, the program that came out, was almost a manifesto. One can put it in the context, if you will, of the Nazi manifesto of 100 years earlier. It was designed then and has been designed ever since and implemented in a manner to not only demonize, but also to make it very clear to the world that we are the apartheid, racist, criminal state. And who loves a racist? No one. So painting Israel as an apartheid state, a racist state, a genocidal state, a criminal state, in the courts of the United Nations as well as in the court of public opinion, it certainly didn't happen just at Durban, but I want to make it very clear to you. The seeds that were planted at Durban, those seedlings grew, and we didn't do much about it. And today those seedlings are in full bloom as trees all over the world. And everybody thinks it's okay to attack an Israeli. It's okay to attack a Jew. It's okay to attack a Zionist. Well, it's not okay. But at the United Nations, as you will hear from Hillel about his battle at the United Nations, and thank God for the leadership he provides and the work that he does, as you will hear, at the United Nations, it became okay. But let's look quickly at the 25 years. Following the Durban conference, opened up the electronic intifada, opened up the BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. And following that, terror attacks, not only from the Second Intifada, but continuing all the way through to October 7th. And don't forget that barely a week after we walked out of the Durban conference, barely a week, was 9/11. There is a straight line I want to suggest to you between the denial of the Holocaust, between the emergence of terror as a tool of alleged diplomacy, between believing that freedom fighters can kill Jews and it's okay, to what we are experiencing today on our college campuses, in our communities, in our countries, and here in Israel. I conclude with this. If we had taken the approach at Durban, more than just walking out, but if we had told the story in a way the world could understand, things maybe would be better. We can't just raise money on the backs of those that are killed. We have to be proactive, and I suggest to you we need to adopt a policy of what I call zero tolerance. The zero tolerance policy includes multi-pronged approaches in the courts, in the court of public opinion, and activating all of our people, educating, strengthening, encouraging, and applauding those who stand up. Thank you all very much.
For decades, Israel has faced a level of scrutiny and condemnation at the United Nations that exceeds that directed at all other countries in the world combined. As the executive director of UN Watch, Hillel Neuer has spent years confronting world leaders and exposing the bias, hypocrisy, and double standards within the international system. Please welcome Hillel Neuer.
Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve.
Enough with the performances. You are blind to the light.
Why is there not one single mention of Hamas's horrific torture of Israeli hostages? You are not pro-human rights.
But nothing can start before disarmament of Hamas.
After I heard the lies and slanders leveled at my country by many of the speakers at this podium, I decided to come here and set the record straight.
You are only anti-Israel. Friends, thank you for the very warm reception here in Jerusalem. You know, I'm coming from, thank you. I'm coming here from the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva. When I walk in the room, I get an altogether very different kind of reception. So I'm glad to make the adjustment. You know, friends, I was supposed to be here on stage today with Ambassador Dani Danon, Israel's permanent representative to the United Nations, but he was unable to attend because he had to participate in an important meeting at the United Nations. You may have seen the video Clash. It was a meeting on sexual violence in conflict, and Ambassador Danon was calling out the latest disgraceful report by the UN Secretary General, where he placed Israel on the same blacklist with the Hamas terrorist organization, falsely accusing Israel of systematic sexual violence through the IDF. And when he spoke, he was suddenly interrupted by one of the UN Secretary General's representatives, a woman named Vanessa Frazier, who used to be the ambassador of Malta and is now the special representative on children in armed conflict. And she interrupted him, and they had this clash. And this went viral on the internet, and one of the debates was who was in the right when he was interrupted. And there was a website called Security Council Procedure, and they said that this lady had the right to interrupt the ambassador. And of course, that was false. A UN staffer has no right to interrupt a member state. And I responded on Twitter to this account, Security Council Procedure, supposed to be the experts, and I said, I can tell you from personal experience, I've been condemned personally for many, many times, hundreds of times, and I don't have the right to intervene. Only a member state can interrupt on a point of order. And then this account suddenly deleted all of their tweets on this issue. Why do I mention this? Because it's indicative that the Secretary General Guterres representative is breaking clear procedure to interrupt the state of Israel, something they would never do to any other state. They would never interrupt China, Qatar, Russia, Pakistan, Venezuela. They don't do it. And yet when it comes to Israel, they interrupt. And you know, Guterres is the one, infamously, who just 2 weeks after October 7th came before the United Nations and he said, yes, I condemn the attacks of October 7th, but, he said, it's also important to note that the attacks of Hamas did not happen in a vacuum. Did not happen in a vacuum. And in saying that, he went on to enumerate numerous alleged Palestinian grievances against Israel. Effectively, Antonio Guterres was justifying the attacks of October 7th. And you know, not everything that Guterres said was wrong. When he said the attacks did not happen in a vacuum, ladies and gentlemen, nothing any of us did today happened in a vacuum. Everything is influenced by our surroundings, by our culture, by those who are around us. But if Mr. Guterres had just a smidgen of self-reflection, he might have asked, who was the educator of the Hamas terrorists who invaded Israel on October 7th and committed atrocities? Who taught them? Well, according to the UNRWA former legal advisor, Johan Sufi, 90% of those in Gaza attended UNRWA schools. UNRWA schools. Didn't happen in a vacuum? You're right, Mr. Guterres. Of course the attacks did not happen in a vacuum. The perpetrators of the atrocities were graduates of your education system, Mr. Guterres, graduates of your schools. And let me just share with you a few words about our battles against terrorism and anti-Semitism at the United Nations. I mentioned UNRWA. You know, it was recently in the news that UNRWA finally fired 70 staffers for terror links. And they said, well, we're not acknowledging anything. But let me just say a word about UNRWA and what we've been exposing for the past decade, and in particular the past couple of years. You know, UNRWA has been funded by all of the Western countries, all of the EU countries, Canada, Australia. We're funding UNRWA with billions and billions of dollars, and after 7 decades, they haven't resettled a single Palestinian. The opposite, to quote the words of the Swiss Foreign Minister Ignazio Cassis, it is a perverse logic. We are perpetuating the conflict. UNRWA has a pathological purpose to perpetuate the Palestinians in a state of dependency, in a state of grievance, in a state of war against Israel, teaching them that their mission is to dismantle Israel through the so-called right of return. Those who invaded Israel on October 7th believed, as they were taught in UNRWA schools, they were exercising the right of return. And UNRWA says, but we teach, they tell the European taxpayers, we teach UN values. We teach human rights and UN values. Who are the teachers of UNRWA? We exposed last year in our report, Teachers of Terror, which you can find on our website, the fact that in Gaza, the head of the teachers union, Mr. Su'ail al-Hindi, who was a teacher for 30 years, school principal, and head of 8,000 UNRWA teachers funded by Western taxpayers, Su'ail al-Hindi was a member of the Hamas Politburo. He still is a member of the Hamas Politburo. You can see pictures of him with Yahya Sinwar. So the head of the teachers union, teacher and school principal, is on the Hamas Politburo that planned the October 7th attacks. Go to Lebanon. A year and a half ago, Fathi al-Sharif, head of the UNRWA Teachers Union. Same thing, 30 years, teacher, school principal at an UNRWA school in Lebanon, teaching Palestinians, funded by Western donors, was eliminated a year and a half ago, and an IDF missile was eliminated in his home in Lebanon. Justice was delivered to Fathi Sharif, and on the same day, Hamas announced, Israel killed our leader. I'm not telling you that he was the leader of Hamas. Hamas said Fathi al-Sharif, the head of the UNRWA Teachers Union in Gaza, was the head of Hamas in Lebanon. And they produced a video of him with Ismail Haniyeh and showing him walking around with Hamas bodyguards. He was the head of Hamas. And when they asked the UN Secretary General's spokesman, how could this be that the head of the teachers union of your schools was the head of Hamas? He said, you know, when there's an underground militant group that does things, it's underground. So how could we know? How could we know? But in our report that we released, we have 100 pages. How could we know? You could know because he announced it every day. He announced it every day on his Facebook page, open to the world. Fathi al-Sharif would announce his support for Hamas, pictures of himself with terrorists, pictures of him at Hamas funerals, celebrating terrorist attacks. Everybody knew. And you know, Lazzarini is about to retire as the head of Hamas in a week. And we're going to demand his indictment for complicity in war crimes, terrorism, and crimes against humanity. He cannot say he didn't know. He knew, and we have the receipts. And I'm happy to say that finally the United States government has defunded UNRWA. They used to give $400 million a year. It's now zero. UNRWA is getting zero from the US. Sweden defunded tens of millions of dollars, no longer giving to UNRWA. But our battle is up ahead. France, the UK, other European countries, Canada and Australia are still funding an agency that, in the words of Secretary Rubio, is an arm of Hamas. That's UNRWA. And if we want to have peace in this region, de-radicalization, it begins and ends with UNRWA. A word now about the UN Human Rights Council, which is meeting as we speak. And today, as we speak, a woman of the UN Human Rights Council, Reem Al-Salem of Jordan, who is the UN rapporteur on violence against women, also happens to be the global denier of violence against Israeli women. And she's about to speak this afternoon in Geneva, and she is going to present her latest report, which, among other things, accuses Israel of genocide. And I hope someone will confront her today. I hope. And we'll see what happens. Stay tuned. But let me say a word about the other rapporteurs, and with this I will conclude. The UN rapporteurs are supposed to be the UN's crown jewels, independent human rights experts. And we just released a report a week or two ago called From Watchdogs to Ideologues, how UN rapporteurs, politicized UN rapporteurs, are subverting human rights. And we documented how those who are entrusted to protect human rights, supposed to be independent, people like George Katrougalos, who is the UN expert on a democratic, equitable international order, received last year $100,000 from the Chinese Communist Party. This is in UN documents that we uncovered. $100,000 from the Chinese Communist Party to his office in the same year that he went to an event, a propaganda event in Greece, promoting the book of Xi Jinping, and he praised the vision of Xi Jinping as he's getting $100,000 from the Chinese Communist Party. He never criticizes China. He is attacking Israel every single day, accusing Israel of genocide. Another UN rapporteur is Ben Saul, a professor of law at Sydney University, prominent. He's the UN expert on counterterrorism and human rights. Guess what? He received $150,000 from the Chinese communist regime, as he has never said a word about China placing 1 million Uyghurs in camps under the pretext of counterterrorism. And he has never said a word about this, as he's getting $150,000 from China. He's condemning Israel every second day. He accuses America, the American president and secretary of war, of committing murder, calls for their arrest, and he's being funded by China. Finally, Alina Duhan, the UN expert against sanctions. She received $1.3 million from China, Russia, and Qatar, as she produced reports praising China, Russia, and Qatar, and Venezuela, and Zimbabwe, and Syria, and Iran, countries, regimes she visited to portray them as victims of sanctions. Finally, I'll mention one other rapporteur about whom you've heard, Francesca Albanese, the UN rapporteur on Palestine. As you know, I don't have to tell this audience, she has said that America is controlled by the Jewish lobby. On October 7th, she defended Hamas, said there's a context, and every 5 minutes on Twitter, she is echoing the worst blood libels against Israel. She is the leading purveyor of the genocide libel. We are fighting back. We are fighting back. We have exposed her. We have exposed her hateful remarks. She is now the first UN rapporteur in history to have been condemned by France, Germany, Canada, the Netherlands, the UK, Argentina, Hungary, the US, and many other countries, Latvia, Estonia, many other countries. And each condemnation matters. And we led a campaign. We got 120,000 people, including many here, who signed our petition asking Secretary Rubio to take action when the UN failed to act. Secretary Rubio announced for the first time in history the US would sanction a UN official on July 9th. For the first time in history, UN Rapporteur Francesca Albanese was sanctioned by the United States. No more lectures that she used to give in Harvard, Princeton, Georgetown, and Columbia. She is banned entry from the United States. She cannot use a bank card. She cannot use a debit card. She cannot receive a payment. And in her words, the sanctions are devastating. And as she says, orribile, orribile. Very good. Very good. It sends a message of deterrence. And after she was sanctioned, we got her husband, who works for the World Bank, who shares in her incitement. He was demoted from his position at the World Bank for incitement to hate. And after she was sanctioned, the head of the Commission of Inquiry against Israel, Navi Pillay, resigned. We heard that she has family in the U.S. She was afraid if she got sanctioned, she couldn't enter the U.S. She resigned. Friends, we have very much an uphill battle, whether it's UNRWA, whether it's the UN rapporteurs. We are not going to give up. We are going to keep fighting the haters. The UN was founded on true principles of human rights. We're going to uphold those true principles. And I want to conclude by recalling what the Lubavitcher Rebbe told the Israeli Prime Minister when he was ambassador to the UN in the 1980s. He said, you're entering the United Nations, you're entering a house of darkness. Your mission is to light a candle of truth. That's what we're going to do, and we're not going to give up. Thank you very much.
What a powerful lineup. Okay, by a show of hands here, how many of you flew to this year's JNS summit on El Al? While international carriers intentionally boycotted Israel throughout the war, and many still do today, El Al kept the skies open. Their willingness to fly was a major component of Israel's national resilience, and they contributed to Israel's war effort in many ways, some of which may never be shared. We at JNS are grateful for El Al's sponsorship of this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stanley Marias, Director of International Affairs at El Al.
We know you, how to make you feel safe, comfortable, and connected. To give you the authentic Israeli experience. With non-stop flights at the most convenient times, advanced Dreamliner aircrafts and airline partnerships. Great Israeli food, excellent service, and a friendly crew. We will always make you feel welcome and at home.
As it says, El Al, it's more than just an airline, it's Israel. Boker Tov and welcome to Israel, everybody. As you heard, my name is Stanley Marias. I'm the Director of Partnerships and International Affairs at El Al, and a proud employee of the airline for the last 28 years, and close to 19 years of that here in Israel. It's truly meaningful for me to stand before you today, you guys, not just as representatives of the media, but as members of a global Jewish community that shares something deeper than headlines and stories. Each of you has your own journey that brought you here. Different cities, different backgrounds, different perspectives, but the same destination and the same heart, Israel. And that, in many ways, is exactly what El Al is all about. For many people, El Al is simply an airline. But for us, and so many supporters of Israel around the world, it is something much more personal. It is the flight you take to come home. It is the plane that brings families together for a wedding or for a holiday or something sometimes more difficult. It is the connection between generations, between those who built this country and those who continue to shape its future. Today, the mission is especially visible in the relationship between Israel and the United States. We fly non-stop, no matter what. We continue to keep the skies open for Israel, especially between Israel and the United States. We fly to major points in the U.S., New York, Newark, Boston, Los Angeles, Miami, and very soon San Francisco. With this summer offering 55 weekly flights to the USA, more frequencies than ever before in our history. Places where vibrant Jewish communities live, create, and lead, and where business ties between our countries are strengthened. As part of El Al's strategic plan, we're looking forward towards the future. We have announced an expansion plan and are growing. We are increasing our fleet of aircraft and the map of destinations around the globe. We recently announced a series of new, intriguing long-haul destinations, including Buenos Aires in Argentina, Seoul, South Korea, Hanoi, Vietnam, and Manila in the Philippines. Friends of Israel, and allowing us to strengthen the relationship with these countries and allowing Israelis to see the world in a stronger way. But these flights are not just routes. They are lifelines. They ensure that no matter the distance, Israel is never far away. And in today's world, that connection matters more than ever before. But what makes this bridge even stronger is partly our partnership with Delta Airlines that was initiated in January 2024, a few months after October 23. And this has proven to be extremely successful for our passengers, for our airlines, bringing us closer than ever before, especially during these challenging times. Through our code-share agreement with Delta, we have taken this connection and expanded it to dozens of communities across North America, places like Atlanta, Seattle, Washington, Detroit, making Israel more accessible, not just to a few, but to many. And as you heard, especially when so many airlines suspended their operations here, El Al maintained the link no matter what. And there is something very powerful in that, because every additional connection is just not another flight. It is another person who can come and visit Israel, another story that can be told, another relationship that can be built. In many ways, what you guys do when you bring the message is somewhat what we do as an airline. You build bridges through words. We build bridges through travel. But the purpose is the same, to bring people closer, to deeper understanding, and to strengthen the connection. As you spend time here in Israel, I hope your experience is not just as another destination, of course. That's not why you're here at JNS. But as something much more personal, as something connected to your own story, something that allows you to touch your soul and show the truth of what our phenomenal country is all about. And when you return home, I hope that connection will travel back with you in your writing, in your conversations, and in your stories you share. At El Al, we are proud to be part of your journey, proud to be the bridge, proud to be the connection, and proud to fly the Israeli flag on the tail of the international skies. El Al, we fly non-stop. Thank you very much, and enjoy the conference.
Okay, thank you to all of our speakers, participants, sponsors, and guests for a remarkable morning of discussion and insight. We're now going to take a 30-minute break and reconvene for the summit's policy forums at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, the policy forums will reconvene. Thank you so much, and we'll see you later.
Hi everyone, and welcome to JNS International. I'm Havi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. Really happy to be here with you. And with me is Michal Cotler-Wunsh, who is the CEO of International Legal Forum, ILF, and former Israeli Special Envoy for combating anti-Semitism. Hi, Michal.
Hi, so good to be here.
It's amazing to have you, and I would love to just hear a little bit more about you, your work, your organization, and why are you here today? What's your most important message here today?
The most important message is actually to understand that the war that continues raging, as I call it, the unconventional war for hearts and minds, has no ceasefires. It is a war that's been raging for more than 50 years. It hijacked, systematically so, and redefined and inverted and weaponized the law. Hence, the International Legal Forum becomes a platform from which we can not only combat or respond to or put out fires to the symptom of the normalization of anti-Semitism, of extremism that it sounds sirens to, but actually identify the source. That systematic hijacking, redefinition, inversion and weaponization of law of an unconventional war for public opinion, for hearts and minds, that intersects at international institutions and human rights organizations, in academic spaces and in online spaces. It is a war that requires a proactive strategy and not just whack-a-mole, responsive, reactive tactics.
Absolutely, and now we know that we have the memorandum that was signed between the United States and Iran. What is, in your opinion, the legal lever Israel and its allies can actually use to make sure that uranium never becomes a nuclear weapon?
We have to make very clear, the criminal Islamic regime in Iran that has impoverished, slaughtered, tortured the people of Iran, including tens of thousands of them, can never, ever be appeased. It is a voracious beast, the likes of which endangers, openly stating so, with its genocidal tyranny and terror, the foundations of our democracies and indeed our shared civilization. This MOU is just the front lines of what it is that the West, that all who cherish life and liberty have to be very, very aware of. It is not just about the state of Israel, the Jew among nations on the front lines, that this criminal Islamic regime in Iran intends to destroy. It is, in fact, that small Satan, as they refer to us. It is, in fact, about the big Satan, the United States of America. And this is the war that the United States, and as I said, all who cherish life and liberty, have to understand we are on the front lines of, and that they too have to fight as boots on the ground.
Absolutely, and a lot of people are starting to realize and see that this is what Israel is fighting. We're hearing the voices of the people from Iran, actually from countries in the Middle East, people who know and understand what this regime is all about. But also the ILF, you guys have took demonizing Israel into the legal forum worldwide. Tell me more about recent wins that you've had in winning this disinformation war, the legal war of these regimes really trying to get away and unfortunately winning sometimes, and being on international forums, taking advantage of the world order that we have today, like the United Nations. Tell me about what you actually have done and won recently.
We have to be very, very clear. The demonization and delegitimization and application of double standards to the state of Israel as the Jew among nations, that is the mechanism that has enabled the mutation of anti-Semitism over thousands of years. It is why, as I spoke about before, anti-Semitism, in the words of the late Rabbi Sachs, is the world's most reliable early warning sign of a major threat to freedom and humanity and the dignity of difference. The International Legal Forum is committed to creating proactive strategies that actually understand that without a comprehensive strategy, we are just playing whack-a-mole. By we, I do not just mean the state of Israel. I mean all who cherish life and liberty. You spoke a little bit before about the importance of understanding, including, for example, the Abraham Accord countries. The Abraham Accord countries that understand better than most in the West the danger of Iran and of its axis of evil, including it's not just a proxy, it's the army of Hezbollah that it has built on Israel's northern border.
Yes.
That is a threat to those Abraham Accord countries as well. And if we are to be able to win this war, and the International Legal Forum is committed to continue fighting in this war, it has to be made clear that it is a shared war, that this eighth front, as I have called it, the unconventional war for public opinion, is going to have to be fought together. And the understanding that anti-Semitism is just a symptom that all of those that are worried and aware of, as you said, the danger, the rising danger, have to be on the front lines to make sure that what they are hearing, the sirens of the normalization of anti-Semitism, actually threatens them, whether they're in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, in Europe, or in the Abraham Accord countries, that for the first time in decades flipped the paradigm of the three no's of Khartoum: no to recognition, no to negotiation, and no to peace with Israel, to the three S's: to recognition, negotiation, and peace, in that order. This war, too, is a part of the war on that potential paradigm shift inherent to the Abraham Accords. And in order to be able to realize that vision, we have to be able to fight back.
Thank you so much, Michal, for this important message.
Thank
it's
you.
Great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Hi everyone, we are at the JNS International Conference, and with you is Heidi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24, and with me is Nicole Orbe Muniz, who is the Maccabee Task Force Senior Fellow at Pennsylvania State University. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, how are you?
Amazing. I'm good. It's great to see you again.
Thank you.
I love what you guys are doing. Please tell me more about yourself, about the Maccabee Task Force, and what is your message? Why are you here at the JNS International Conference?
Yes, of course. So I just graduated from Pennsylvania State University with a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology and a minor in Security and Risk Analysis. Maccabee Task Force is a unique and amazing organization that brings non-Jewish students to Israel for the first time and lets them hear firsthand from both Israelis and Palestinians. And it helps shape and then combat anti-Semitism and combat SJP on the college level. Why I'm here today, I was invited to speak today on behalf of my experience on my campus and to show why partnership with Israel has to go beyond just the diplomatic, and it can go back to students and college campuses.
What you're doing is so important. Talking to classmates at universities. I just finished my master's degree last year, and it's unfortunately it's been just tough, you know. And then it's so important for people to know and understand what is really happening in the region. And thankfully you're here. But I wanted to ask you, with the ceasefire that was just signed, the memorandum that was just signed between the United States and Iran, what did you find the most effective way of explaining to your classmates why Israel cannot put its guards down, giving the realities in the region on the ground, and of course with the Islamic Republic regime in Iran?
Yeah, so the number one thing that I first start the conversation off is I assess the person that I'm speaking to. And a lot of times the people that are unfortunately marching for the IRGC in America, which is completely horrendous, is that they simply view it as, so I'm against Israel, so therefore I have to be pro-Iran.
Yes.
The number one thing that I explain to them isn't going into the politics of how Iran funds all the proxies in the Middle East and not only hurt Israel but also hurt Americans, but I explain to them what Iran is doing to their own people.
Exactly.
Because a lot of times they don't understand the level of it because the pro-Palestinian movement is sugarcoating for them and it's hiding the truth. That the RGC is killing the Iranians, the true people of that country, and it's murdering them. And people, they're simply for protesting, a value that as Americans we hold so dearly. So that I first start off by explaining that to them, and a lot of times I'm either with like, oh, I don't believe this is a lie, and then I have to, unfortunately, have to show them videos because we're at a point where words aren't enough. And I've come to find that a lot of people, they simply don't understand the Middle East at all. So when you start by showing the true atrocities of the IRGC, the conversation changes. You can have your criticism of Israel, you can have your criticisms on policies of the United States, but to turn your back on the Iranian people is to turn your back on humanity.
Absolutely, and you know, this conversation is so important because I feel, as a former student, that students are being lied to, are being misled.
Yes.
But I wanted to ask you, Nicole, what was the most effective, one single argument that turned some of the skeptics, the students who are just simply disinformed, they want to do the right thing, they want to do a good thing, but they're just being lied to. What was the most effective, successful argument in changing the perspective of somebody in your classmates?
Well, the first thing that I always start off with my experience coming to Israel for the first time as someone who's not Jewish. I'm Colombian American. I have no ties to this land on paper. And automatically the conversations that I get a lot from, especially from like the conservative Christian groups now that are unfortunately are part of the Republican Party, are like, well, you're a Christian, you're a Catholic. Did you get spit on, like these libels? And I'm like, no. If anything, I got invited to 30 Shabbats the second I got here. But the number one thing that I start off with is finding common ground. We in America have unfortunately gotten to this point where we're so polarized that no one can sit down together and have a genuine conversation.
Yes.
And once I'm able to find that common ground, I share with them the stories that I've heard from Nova, that I've heard from witnesses and survivors myself firsthand. I've seen Faraza myself. I've seen Noodles. I've seen the home of the Bibas children and the Bibas family. And sharing it with them and sharing the truth. And not only is it a privilege to be able to share the truth, but it's a burden to speak on the truth, because in a room full of the truth's enemies, you have to be the one that stands up for it. A lot of times in the U.S., the students, genuinely they want to do good and they believe they're doing good. They don't understand the severity. There are so many people on my campus that didn't know October 7th. A lot of them thought that when Hamas had infiltrated Israel's borders, that they attacked just IDF bases, and that simply wasn't the case.
Yeah.
Explaining that to them and explaining the complexities and being like, listen, again, you can have your criticisms of Israel and its government and things that are going on in policies, but you have to fundamentally agree that the murder and the brute, like the savageness of murdering people the way that it happened on October 7th, you need to agree that not only was that horrendous, but that hurts Palestinians as well, because Hamas is a terrorist organization and Palestinians are suffering just as much under Hamas as Israel is.
Absolutely. What an important message. I want to just tell you, keep doing what you're doing. It's so important. And I hope more and more people just listen to somebody like you who's been in the region, who knows, who understands, who spoke to people, who learned for themselves. And I would love to see you again. We're going to be seeing each other at the conference.
Yes.
Have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to JNS International Conference. My name is Havi Buzo. I'm the co-founder and co-executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is Nitzana Darshan Leitner, the founder and president of Shurat Hadin, Israel Law Center. Hi, how are you, Nitzana?
Hi, great to be here. Thank you so much for having me and having this wonderful conference.
Absolutely. You've done such important work. I can't wait to dive in. But let's start by you introducing yourself and your organization, and what's your main message here today?
That we have to fight back not with diplomacy only and not with military only, but also using the finance tool. We can bankrupt the terrorism one lawsuit at a time. And this is what we do in Shurat Hadin. This is what I call everyone to do. Block their funding, put sanctions on them, take their assets, bankrupt them, and rest assured that after taking all these actions, there will be none of them left.
Absolutely, I love this because you were able actually to make this into reality. You sued the prosecutor of the ICC, and he was actually suspended afterwards. Tell us more about how we can actually utilize international law against these institutions that are basically using international law against justice.
I'll tell you, everybody knows that Karim Khan is totally against Israel, issued arrest warrants against Israel, wanted to indict Israel for war crimes, and we said that we are not taking it lying down. We have to fight him. And there is a way, because right after October 7th, he wanted to come to Israel to learn firsthand what happened and perhaps to take actions against Hamas. Israel refused to meet with him because he was a non-persona grata in Israel. So what did he do? He organized a private tour, private visit with the families of the hostages, came to Israel, met with them. They took him around to the kibbutzim and elsewhere, and he promised them that when he goes back to The Hague, he will do anything he can in order to help them.
Okay.
And he started doing it. He started being in touch with the Israeli government, with formal ties, but right before he was supposed to meet with the representatives of Israel, he went and issued arrest warrants against Israeli Prime Minister and former Defense Minister. Wow. This is a betrayal in the hostages. This is a failure of his part to do anything he can in order to help, and he could help. In our allegation, we said that if he would have issued arrest warrants against Hamas leaders who are free, walking around Doha, in Qatar, organizing the whole thing, mitigating and litigating and negotiating the hostage release deal, knowing that nothing will happen to them, if he would have touched them, it would be a totally different story. He would have done anything, and the hostages would have come home much earlier. So we filed a lawsuit against Karim Khan for damages on behalf of the hostages' families.
Wow. And you know what's astonishing to me as a journalist who's been following what's happening is the silence of the ICC on dictatorial, bloody, murderous regimes and going after democracies and countries that actually value human rights and human lives.
Right.
It's astonishing, the hypocrisy, right? So really important work, but I want to talk about another win, which is that you've recovered over $500 million from terrorists and other regimes who fund them, including Iran. I want to actually talk about that, and what's the next target on your list now that a ceasefire basically the framework of the MOU with Tehran has been in place.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
First of all, there is no ceasefire. Otherwise, we would not have lost 6 soldiers in Lebanon and continue bombing every single area in this state. But indeed, we are fighting the Iranian regime and those who fund terrorism and going after their assets. And we were able to collect more than $500 million that went to the hands of the terror victims, not because this regime come and pay the judgment, but we put liens on their assets, bank accounts, buildings. So there is a building in New York called 655th Avenue, owned by the Iranian government. We put a lien on the building. After long litigation in court, we won. The building was sold, and the victims received $380 million as a result of it. And this is what we promise to continue doing. The only way you can bring the terror regime on its knees is by crushing it financially. So after October 7th, we filed lawsuit against the Red Cross for abandoning the hostages, against UNRWA for participating in the massacre, and against everyone who funds Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, Qatari Charity Foundation, Binance that give them the cryptocurrency platform. Everyone. Our goal is to make sure that October 7 will not happen again. And the only way to assure it is to stop the flow of the money. This is how we are going to win. And I want to tell you, it's not for the government to do. It's for us, personal people, private organization, to join the fight.
Absolutely. I don't know how we are on time, but I wanted to ask you quickly, because now this is, like you said, it's the most important thing is that the Islamic Republic regime does not get the trillions of dollars, right? And we know exactly what they're going to be using it for. The people of the Middle East are terrified. The people of Iran are terrified because of it. Now, Israel is the country that's standing up for this regime continuously. But how do we prevent that money from going into the regime?
I want to tell you that would be a disaster. Right now, the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, doesn't mean so much because only it's a ceasefire, right?
Yes.
That nobody took any action. Once these billions of dollars will be released to the hands of Iran, that will be a crisis. We will improve the situation of Iran much more. So what we're trying to do is to file an injunction against President Trump not to release these funds. This money, if it goes to the Iranian regime, should go to the hands of the terror victims that are holding billions of dollars in judgment against them, not to improve their ballistic missiles industry or to give them more money to give their proxies or to develop further the enriched uranium or the nuclear program. They have to be not given any one dime. Otherwise, we'll have it all back. We'll find ourselves in a worse situation now than when we started the war.
Absolutely. And I want to correct it. It's not trillion, it's hundreds of billions of dollars, which is a lot of money for terrorist organizations and regime. Keep going. Do what you do in Nitzana. This is incredible. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope to see you again in the conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the JNS International Conference. My name is Heidi Buzo. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24, and with me right now is Aryeh Green. You are the author of Finding Peace in the Promised Land, and you're also a co-founder of Gigawatt Impact, which is a nonprofit organization. But let's try to talk now about the book. And before we start, I would love to know more about why you're here today. What's your core message at the JNS International Conference?
Well, the truth is, thanks for asking, and thank you for having me. My core message is the core message of the book, which is that in any conference like this, talking about the strategic necessities to guarantee and protect the future of Israel and the Jewish people, we have to find a way to make real peace in our region, and there's only one way to make real peace. And that's what the book is about.
Tell us what is, because this is the million-dollar questions, right?
Well,
everybody wants to know how. Now, I agree with you. There is a fundamental problem here, but I would love to hear, because I love the article, the title of the book that you have, which is Finding Peace in the Promised Land. So let's talk about that.
The Promised Land is acknowledging that this land is not just any old territorial dispute, that the history and the connection of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, history, Arab culture, Jewish civilization, these are all part and parcel of the conflict. It's not just a territorial dispute over land. That's one thing. But the subtitle of the book is 5 Transformative Steps to Move from Hatred to Humanity.
Yes.
And that issue of hatred is pretty central to the issue that too many of those who are talking about peace, or even working towards peace, really tend to overlook.
Yes.
Over the last 100 years, we have had so many attempts by leaders, international leaders and local leaders, Arabs and Jews and Christians and Muslims, Americans and Europeans, who have tried to sign peace agreements or negotiate territorial mapping arrangements and border arrangements and what have you. And they've missed the fundamental reason for this conflict. Which is the ongoing, 100 years long, but still current, hostile and violent rejection by too many, not all Arabs and Muslims, but too many in the leadership of the Arab and Muslim world, of any connection between the people of Israel and the land of Israel, and any legitimacy given to the reestablishment of the sovereignty for the Jewish people as the indigenous people of this land, the establishment of the state of Israel. That hostile rejection which animates, it doesn't matter whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah or Erdogan in Turkey, or obviously the leadership of Iran or Al-Qaeda or ISIS or all the others, it also motivates some of the non-religious nationalist movements like there were in Nasser's Egypt, or Arafat or Mahmoud Abbas's today Fatah and the PLO.
Yes.
And the recognition that that is the source of our conflict gives us a very clear path to what the potential resolution of the conflict is. Now, I'm the first to acknowledge there is work to be done on the side of the Jews and the Israelis and our supporters in Europe and America and elsewhere, but the fundamental premise that this is a territorial conflict, or that this is a conflict that's focused specifically on Palestinian national identity and desire for some expression of their independence, is a fundamental misreading of history and theology and society. And that's the simplest way that I can sum up the main theme of the book.
Aryeh, I absolutely agree with you about the fact that this lack and kind of looking the other way, even though it's right in your face, the Jewish history in the Promised Land, which is in all the Abrahamic religions, it's in the history books, but yet it's ignored completely. What is the solution that you're providing here to actually reverse this issue? Now, some people are waking up, I'm going to tell you, specifically across the Middle East, which is interesting, and some countries in the West are going in the opposite direction, which is a very worrisome issue. I was born and raised in Damascus, Syria, in a majority Muslim Arabic-speaking world, where I know how this denial has been so ingrained, but now people are waking up. what is it that you suggest for also the West to wake up to this reality, right?
Absolutely, and I was just speaking with Sylvan Adams, talked about this in his talk last night. Prime Minister Netanyahu talks about this. I was just speaking with Benny, who's an expert from the Institute of National Security Studies,
Yes.
focused on Iran. There are so many in the Muslim and Arab society who are moderate. The point of my book, and who are willing to acknowledge and even embrace the connection of the people of Israel as the indigenous people, as a natural people here in the Middle East. One of the purposes of the book, aside from trying to relate to policymakers how important this too much ignored aspect is in their deliberations, including the negotiations now with the Iranian mullahs, clearly.
Yes.
But in addition to that, it's to amplify the very real voices of moderation that do exist in Arab and Muslim society. I actually write in the prologue of the book that there were two impetuses. I think that's a word. There were two elements that helped me to finally finish writing the book after 8 years. My first book included a few references to these ideas, but 8 years later I finally published this second book focused on the Muslim, Jewish, Arab, Israeli, Western versus Islamist civilizational struggle.
Yes.
Because on the one hand, the Abraham Accords showed, I visited the UAE, I have friends in Bahrain which I visited on business. These are societies which have embraced Israel, not just signed a peace agreement because they wanted to get benefits from the United States, but embraced the idea of our indigenous connection to the Levant.
Yes.
And that, on the one hand, that was the positive impetus. Of course, October 7th was an unfortunately tragic, horrific, brutal, negative impetus, but that too kind of liberated a lot of us to speak very clearly as to what it is that we're facing, and
Yes.
not beating around the bush that it's both sides, we have to have a balance. No, there is a culture of hatred that we have to stand up against, and it's up to the Arab and Muslim people to promote these voices of tolerance and moderation.
Absolutely, and now hopefully the West will do the same, because those Islamists are definitely trying to do exactly the same destruction they did across the Middle East to the West, and the Abraham Accords hopefully are the hope. Thank you so much, Aryeh, for giving us the time today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, and we will be back with you shortly. Stay tuned. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the JNS International Conference. This is Heidi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24, and with me is the one and only Hillel Neuer, who is the executive director of the United Nations Watch. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Really an amazing conference. Great opportunities to talk about important issues. Tell me more about your organization and what is your core message here today?
UN Watch was created by a great human rights champion named Morris Abram. He is someone who worked arm in arm with Martin Luther King to fight for the equal rights of black people in America. He brought the famous case in 1963 in the US Supreme Court that ruled that black people have rights as well when it comes to voting, equal rights, equal votes. One man, one vote. One person, one vote. And eventually he was made ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva, where the whole human rights system is based. And he himself had served as a UN human rights expert. He helped draft the UN Convention Against Racism in the 1960s. But when he was made ambassador in the 1980s, he saw how the UN had been hijacked by some of the world's worst dictatorships who get elected to human rights bodies, who poison those bodies with hatred, with statements that are the very opposite of human rights, positions that are the opposite of human rights. And when he retired from being US ambassador, he had the idea to create an entity that would hold the UN to account. Not against the UN, he supported the UN, but for it to work properly, like every institution that we have in our government, you need checks and balances, you need accountability. The UN has none of it, so he created UN Watch. And so since then, it's now been more than 3 decades, we're fighting to hold the UN accountable to its own charter principles. We're bringing human rights victims to speak at the UN when their oppressors are sitting on these bodies. And we're fighting against anti-Semitism and the discrimination of Israel, which is quite pronounced, and I would say obsessive, in very many UN bodies.
Absolutely, and we've witnessed how they would overlook or look the other way when horrific crimes are happening, and always have a laser focus on Israel that actually values human rights and human lives so much more than all these other regimes, and it's actually a democracy. So you've done work that made such an impact, Hillel, that Russia had banned you permanently from entering their territory, the regime, of course. Now, can you tell me, why do you think, why is it so impactful what you're doing that you got banned by these types of regimes?
Well, it was quite dramatic to open the newspaper, so to speak, and see yourself listed on the Russian government's foreign ministry website, announcing sanctions against 103 Canadian citizens, most of them lawmakers, senators, members of parliament, the head of the Canadian military, a former Canadian ambassador to Moscow, and myself. I think I was the only civil society group, the only human rights group that was listed. And it seems to me a result of several things. We have been extremely outspoken for Russian political prisoners. We have hosted at the United Nations Vladimir Kara-Murza. He's someone who was poisoned twice by the Russian regime, went into a coma because he dared to speak out for democracy in Russia. He was thrown into prison, sentenced to 25 years in solitary confinement for treason, and we brought him to speak. We led the campaign in 2022 to kick Russia off the UN Human Rights Council, where certainly
Which is unbelievable,
that they were there. Vladimir Putin, who invades all of his neighbors, who throws prisoners in prison if he's not poisoning them, was elected, his regime, to the Human Rights Council. So after Ukraine was invaded, we led the campaign, and Russia was expelled, which is a very rare development. So speaking out for decades against the Russian regime apparently caught their attention.
Yes. I want to talk to you about Hamas in Gaza. They still control now less than half, but I would love to just know, what do you believe? It's important right now to highlight at the United Nations about how we can actually take away the legitimacy that some countries are trying to continue to give to Hamas in the United Nations as a body. A lot of people have lost faith and hope in the United Nations. I'm going to tell you that. Now, you are an organization that continues to try to correct the course, let's say, of the United Nations. But let's talk about this. You know, of course, you have Hezbollah in Lebanon, you have the IRGC, Hamas. They commit atrocities against these people. What do you believe is the right way to approach this conversation in the United Nations in the right way to actually make sure that we're actually talking and condemning and sanctioning these terrorist organizations and anybody that supports them, any regime that supports them.
Yeah, look, the first thing is that we have to call out the evil. We have to recognize it and identify it. Sadly, there are too many who want to look away, who want to pretend they don't see it, and I'm including media, major media at the UN, who didn't report the fact that on April 8th, very recently, the UN Economic and Social Council, a 54-nation body, nominated the Islamic regime of Iran to be on a committee that oversees women's rights, human rights, peacekeeping, and counterterrorism. Couldn't make this up if we wanted to.
I know. The history will remember this as a disgrace for humanity. Tell me more about the important work that you're doing to kind of stop this circus.
Well, one of the things we're doing is we're exposing the evil, right? When you have the UK, France, Canada, the Netherlands, and other Western countries joining consensus to nominate a regime that killed 30, 40, 50,000 people in 2 days for the crime of demonstrating for their human rights, and they get elected to this committee by consensus. Only America was the only country in the world that took the floor and said this is wrong.
Yes.
And the other countries said, well, there was no vote. Yeah, there was no vote because you joined consensus. The chair, we put out the video, said, any objections, none, done, right? And then they said, well, we didn't have a chance to speak. Well, America spoke. Well, a few years ago, when Russia was elected, you did speak against it. And when Iran is elected, you don't speak.
Yeah.
And we think there was some impact because several weeks later, there was another one of these obscene elections. This one was for the nuclear non-proliferation review conference.
Mm-hmm.
Iran gets elected one of the vice presidents, right? Again,
yes.
A dystopian universe. We're out of 1984, completely
100%.
upside down. But this time, Australia spoke out, the UK spoke out, France, Germany. They were shamed, apparently, by the exposure several weeks earlier, and this time they spoke out. So we need to expose it. We need to shame our own governments, who many of them just want to go along to get along. No, defend the UN's true founding principles.
Absolutely, and Hilal, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for your time.
We're not going
to
give up. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Hi everyone and welcome back to JNS International. This is Havi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is Edwin Black, American historian and author, chairman of JNS Summit Narrative Forum. Thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely, I would love to hear more about your important work and also what is your core message today at the awesome JNS International Conference? What's wrong?
Where am I looking?
You're looking at me and we are live.
All right.
That's amazing. It's fun. It's
okay.
good.
All right, now look.
Edwin, yes, let's stop.
This is more than just a great conference.
Yes.
This has actually become the #1 event on the Jewish and pro-Israel calendar. It is an amazing in-gathering of those with the expertise, the power, the capability, and the determination to work for the Jewish people and for Israel. And it's all been put together by JNS and a complete umbrella of collaborators, including your network. And I'm very happy to be here. It's my second year, and God should grant I will come back for a third year.
Absolutely, and what you're saying is so important in terms of the collaborators, the people who are working together to actually share the truth, the untold truth, especially that Israel is a country that is a democratic country. The press here is free. You can't say this about neighboring countries in the region. So for people who are trying to tell and share the true narrative of what's actually happening, I would love to hear more about the summit's narrative that you actually chair at JNS, especially now with the memorandum that was just signed. What do you think is the most important fact that hasn't been shared that you think that the media, social media, traditional media, and of course media platforms that are interested in talking about what's actually happening right now, that they need to know, that they need to share?
Well, you're talking about a complete panoply, a cornucopia of narrative problems. And the function of my forum, the Narrative War Forum, is the second word, war. Ours is not a form of complaints. We are not talking about, gee whiz, what our problem is. We're talking about tactics. We're talking about asserting correct narrative, truthful narrative, and counteracting the bad narrative, the false narrative. You know, the Jewish people have been afflicted by false narrative since the Council of Nicaea established the canonization of the New Testament. And in every generation, we've been victimized this. Well, we now have a state of Israel. We now have a vibrant international Jewish community, and we intend to fight back. We intend to fight back by swatting down the falsehoods and by establishing the truthful information, facts, and to do so in a highly coordinated, and I might add the word militarized faction. People have militarized the false narrative against us, and we are now going to start fighting back. And those details will be shared by me and my fellows on the Narrative Forum this afternoon.
Wow, I can't look, I'm going to be there, I promise. It's really important conversation. I think this is the biggest frontier right now. It's the disinformation war that is actually harming the entire people of the region and now threatening the West. Now, Israel is standing up on the ground, right? It's militarily confronting the terrorist organizations, but the narrative warfare is still ongoing, and there's a lot more work that needs to happen there. You actually were an organization that exposed the Palestinian Authority pay for slay, which is a fact that nobody was reporting. Nobody's talking about it. They
I'm the one
terrorists.
that did that.
You did that.
Yes, I did. It was the salaries for terrorism, and the more you killed, the higher was your salary. And this needed to be exposed. I did it in my book, Financing the Flames.
Yes.
Of course, I've written numerous of books, including IBM and the Holocaust. And we do some of what you're doing. I have my own show every other week, the Edwin Black Show. I write syndicated pieces. And it's important that we show courage, we show stamina, and those who have the muscular mentality to help out their brethren within our community. We have to stop pleasing people, and we have to start standing up for ourselves and for truth. And I think that we're starting to realize that we need to be organized. The people against us are organized.
Absolutely.
And
putting a lot of money, billions
putting a lot
and
of money,
billions,
and our community is filled with complainers.
Yes.
And people coming up with bright ideas. The purpose of my forum is to create mechanisms, tactics, some things we can talk about, some things we cannot talk about, but we intend to have a global response to false narrative. Because remember, false narrative has not only plagued the Jewish people from generation to generation. We're never going to convince the 15% that want to kill us. But the 85%, they're the ones who need to be swayed because they're the ones who become passive. They're the ones who give the permission slip to the bad guys, and they're the ones who we need to connect with. And I intend to make a major step forward on that battle. Within a few hours, it will be the start of our task.
Amazing, and I'm on board with you. We have to talk to the silent majority, which are the majority. They're just being disinformed. They don't know a lot, but they don't really have an opinion. And these are the people that we want to talk to.
They don't have an opinion because they don't have facts.
Yes.
And there's so many false facts, whether it's being done by paid agitators or uninformed people like J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, who had the chutzpah to say that there were negotiated settlements in World War II. We didn't negotiate the conclusion of World War II. No. We demanded unconditional surrender of the Japanese, step up on the boat and sign on the dotted line. And we had to go door to door to the Berlin bunker and room to room to unseat the Reich and free Europe. So
100%.
We need history, we need facts. No history, no future.
100%. Thank you so much, Edwin Black, for this amazing conversation. I love what you're doing. I will be following, and hopefully I will be actually at your panel shortly. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Hi everyone, and welcome back to JNS International. With you is Heidi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is Charles Jacobs, president of International Freedom Coalition, African Jewish Alliance, and Jewish Leadership Project. Important work.
Yes.
Tell me more about the importance of you being here today at JNS, and what's your core message?
Okay, so we see that the Jews are kind of depressed now because we think and we know that all of the allies that we thought we had, you know, from the left, the women's groups and the black groups and the Latino groups and the Democratic Party, they seem to have, many of them have abandoned us, right? And then we see in the right in America, part of those people are leaving us too, very important, right? Mm-hmm. But what we ought to realize is that we are not the only victims of jihad.
Yeah.
In fact, we are the tiniest number of people who are being jihaded, even though it's the most newsworthy. We're there. So there are tens and tens of millions of other people around the globe who are targets and victims of jihad. Yes. And let me tell you how I learned about this.
Tell me.
25 years ago, I learned that in Sudan, Arab Muslims were buying and selling women for $40.
Oh my God.
And I was a young liberal guy, and I marched with Martin Luther King, and I couldn't believe that black people were being bought and sold.
Yes.
And we started the American anti-slavery movement. And we raised money, we worked with Christians, we flew to Sudan to redeem slaves with cash. So we went there. It was illegal for us to go there, of course. It was a war zone. And we brought tons of cash, and Christian Solidarity International paid Arab retrievers to go up north and find the women and girls who were taken in jihad raids. And I interviewed them when we brought them back.
Yes.
October 7th, now 25, 30 years later, yes. My daughter, who lives in Tel Aviv, calls me to Boston and explains what happened in October 7th. And I immediately realized that I had seen the exact same thing before 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Because those young women who we redeemed explained to me it was the same thing. Allah Akbar, slit the throats, rape the women, take them as sex slaves or hostages. The exact same thing. Now, the jihad that started in Sudan is now in Africa, 19 countries. Each of them has its own Hamasnik group.
Yes.
And each of the Christian peoples in those groups, like say in Nigeria, the name of their Hamas group is Boko Haram.
Yes.
Okay? Each of them thinks they're fighting alone.
Yes.
But what they're fighting is one tentacle of a global octopus. Okay? So what we need to do is obvious, and we should have done it 20 years ago. I'm working with Dr. Walid Faris, who's a world-renowned expert, author on on terrorism, was a former advisor to President Trump in his first administration.
Yes.
And he and I, with the endorsement of Ayaan Hirsi Ali, are putting together the world's first confederation of all of the victims and targets of jihadism.
Yes.
Important to say, so who are they? In Africa, there's 19 nations where Christians are being slaughtered and enslaved.
Yes.
African Christianity, there's more Zionism in African Christianity than there is in all the Jewish world.
Yes.
Tens and tens and tens of millions of African Christians are, by the nature of their Christianity, natural Zionists.
Yes.
You just ask an African what he thinks of the Jews, and he'll say, well, you're God's people. It's unbelievable how much that important it is. We have a moral duty to save them from the jihad, and we have a practical duty because they are our partners. When you go up to the Middle East, we get to your people, right? We now work with not just Nigerians from Africa, but with Kurds, with Yazidis, with Druze,
yes.
with the Druze, with the Alawites. We go to Washington and we try to explain to them that jihad is the problem that is wiping out all of these people. In Europe,
yes.
there's a resistance to the mass in immigration.
Very important point. What you're bringing up is something, and especially like at JNS, at Middle East 24, we try to highlight these facts that nobody is highlighting about the slaughter that is happening against Christians, against minority groups across the Middle East region, and of course in Africa, what we're seeing against the Christians. And President Trump just designated Nigeria as actually one of the countries that are with particular concern after over 200 Christians were killed in Benue State only this month. Tell me about what, in your opinion, is the most effective way for International Freedom Coalition and others, to kind of actually put a stop to this slaughter against the Christians that the world is not covering media-wise, unfortunately.
Okay, so there's two tracks.
Yes.
One is rhetorical, narrative, so we have to change the view of the world.
Yeah.
We're the good guys.
Yes.
We're the minorities being slaughtered. Well, sometimes not the minorities, even in Africa, but we're being slaughtered by jihadists, by an ideology that says they must, God told them that they must command the earth.
Yes.
And that we must be subdued or converted or killed.
Yes.
And this is not just the Jews, this is all of that. So it's a way to flip the narrative. They say globalize the intifada, we say globalize the anti-jihad.
Yes.
Okay? So that's the first narrative. Then it's not easy to put all these people together because amongst every one of these groups, there are conflicts, there are this, we think, it's like saying, well, who is the Jew among you? Well, among the Jews. So we have to be careful that everybody who joins us has to have the jihad thing as the utmost thing. And what we are going to do is we have a dossier system, a desk system, and our regional desks, we're going to recruit you to be on our Kurdish regional desk, right? Yes. And you're going to build a dossier of cases against you that we're going to take to the United States Congress, to the United Nations, even to the international courts that are awful. But we have a way to proclaim on the national stage, on the international stage, what's actually happening, which nobody wants to talk about because it's taboo.
Yes.
And the human rights community is a fraud. It's a failure. It won't speak about this because it only is concerned about bad things that white people do.
Yeah.
I learned this a long time ago.
Yes.
I couldn't get Amnesty International to help me free black slaves from Sudan. That gets in the way of their main message, was that white people are bad and we have to be the non-bad white people. So this is not human rights.
Yes.
So that's what we have to do.
Absolutely, really important work. I also wanted to ask you, like right now, there is this information that we're seeing. You just talked about how some international organizations, unfortunately a lot of them, are not really doing the right job. They're not really concerned about people who are being targeted systematically for years. But what do you think the media can do? What can the media actually kind of do to help highlight, to expose these realities and to support efforts such as yourself?
Okay. So first of all, the media could at least report on what's happening to your people, right?
Yes.
Okay, could at least report. I mean, I went to a conference in Congress where the Alawites were describing the terrible things that happened to the women, to them. It's the exact same thing that happened to the Jews on October 7th, right? The media doesn't pick it up.
Yeah.
So we have to go behind the backs of the media sometimes. We've hired social media experts.
Yes.
We now get 400,000 views a month.
Amazing.
About what's happening in Nigeria. This gets to major media people. It got to Van Jones.
Yes.
It got to Bill Maher, Ted Cruz, and finally Donald Trump did, as you say, they declared Nigeria is a country of specific concern, special concern, and he actually bombed ISIS in Nigeria.
Yes.
So the Christian world needs to wake up to this. The Christian world who supports Zionism also has to know that they need to speak out to save their own who are being targeted by jihadism.
Absolutely. And if you want to conclude with a final thought about the JNS conference, about the importance of you being here today, what would that be?
Well, the JNS conferences are the best conferences there are in the Jewish world. I've been to them, and everybody says it. You don't have to even, it's just the best. These are the best people.
You guys are amazing, yes.
It's absolutely amazing. And my job here is to get people to think that there is hope because we're not alone, and we can turn the whole thing around. We just have to join with all of the other people who are targeted like we are.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Hope is our most important thing that we keep holding on to. I want to thank you so much for giving us the time today, and best of luck on everything you do. Thank you all for listening, watching. We'll be back shortly, actually. We'll be back in a few moments. Stay tuned. Hi everyone, and welcome to JNS International Conference. With you is Heidi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is Gerald Steinberg, founder and president of NGO Monitor, and he's also a professor at Bar Ilan University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Let's talk more about your work at your organization, your participation at JNS Conference, and what's your core message today?
There's a lot of very important work being done in fighting Jew hatred, in fighting what I call Israel derangement, and all the lies, genocide, apartheid. That's a major campaign. What we focus on are the funding that goes behind this, particularly in the framework of claiming to be human rights. So we have Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders. These are massive organizations. They've all been hijacked, huge amounts of money. Doctors Without Borders has a budget of $2.4 billion a year to spread hate and lies as if they were medical professionals. Yeah. Human Rights Watch claims to promote human rights. It's a wonderful set of values. They have $100 million a year to spread lies. So while other people focus on the messaging and focus on various other aspects of this war, we focus on the money behind these campaigns. Cut off the money and the campaigns become much harder to wage.
Exactly, and this is an issue that we've been seeing consistently with many international organizations, unfortunately, that are supposed to do one thing, but they end up doing the opposite, highlighting things that don't really have any factual evidence to support, while completely having a blind eye, turning a blind eye on actual human rights violations and atrocities that are committed across the region. Let's talk about what you uncovered, which is how Doctors Without Borders have used the word genocide against Israel 272 times in the report without factual evidence, while completely ignoring Syria, Sudan, Yemen, Nigeria, all of the areas where there's continuous atrocities that are being committed, and of course October 7th. Can you tell us more about what do you believe is the most effective way to actually correcting and confronting this issue? You talked about financial ways to pressure them, but what else?
Doctors Without Borders was a good organization. They actually did what they claimed to do until about 15 years ago, which is provide emergency medical care around the world in crises, natural disasters, in wars, without distinguishing between different groups, religions, races, other things. 15 years ago approximately, they were captured. Their mission was kidnapped, and you see that in a group of anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian haters across the board. NGOs are easy takeover targets. What we do is we shine a spotlight on that process. How it is, who are the people who engineered that takeover? Unfortunately, in the NGO industry, it's very different than any other area. There are no checks and balances, very highly secretive. There's no way an outsider can know how Doctors Without Borders, with its 70 different associated organizations in different countries and 23 different regional sectors, how they choose their leaders and their agenda. It's all manipulated. We shine a light on that, so that if you're a doctor and you're a member of Doctors Without Borders, or you're a major contributor to that, you should know, and you should take responsibility for how your money and your membership is used. And that's beginning to have an effect. We are also showing the lies. They issued a report in the same time as Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International and all these other organizations that claim to promote human rights and humanitarian good deeds like Doctors Without Borders and elsewhere, saying Israel committed genocide. That's all lies. And they had doctors' testimonies. But it turns out very clearly that they lied. And they lied consistently because their main allegiance is to the hate Israel cause, not to medicine, not to ethics, not to the principle of do no harm, the Hippocratic Oath, but they violate it by shining a light on it and then saying to the donors and to the governments who provide them with tax-free, tax-exempt status as charitable humanitarian organizations. No, they're not. They are political actors who spread hate. So now in Washington, there's a review of the status of Doctors Without Borders. They raise about $800 to $900 million alone in the US. Should they still continue to enjoy tax-free status? Should their representatives, their officials who spread hate, be allowed to do that in the United States as foreign citizens? All those things need to be examined. Doctors Without Borders is the biggest example of an organization that's been hijacked. All the others fall in a similar category. That's an important example to be set.
Absolutely, so important for the world because like you said, that we're doing a good job and then this ideology, this hatred of the West, of Israel, of democracies, and turning a blind eye on actual atrocities is really dangerous for the entire world. Now, after 25 years, you're actually handing off your role as a leader, the actual founder and president of the NGO, basically that you have been leading for 25 years, which is NGO Monitor. Tell us about what is it that you would like your successor, the strategies to utilize and use moving forward.
The organization that I started as a research group, I'm an academic, and studying the politics of NGOs and the way in which they've been hijacked is something that was new. I think we've established that. For Olga Deutsch, who has been with us for over 10 years and is doing an excellent job and will be a tremendous additional support for NGO Monitor. I'm not leaving the organization. Yes. I will continue to do the work.
Yes.
But to have newer, younger leadership, to be able to work and focus on different groups and different messaging, I think is extremely important. So while I will watch that and participate in it, I think it's important to bring new ideas, to bring additional energy, to expand the framework. We're, in a certain sense, we're a niche organization. And we're 20 people, but the message that we have is extremely important. Follow the money, and it's a little bit like a car, but a much larger car. I use the word, take the air out of their tires. The hate that they promote, all of that needs to be done, and I think that by handing off the responsibility to not just Olga Deutsch, but to a younger group of people who have that energy and will see things from a different way, that's an important reframing.
Thank you so much, Gerald, for your important work, and we're going to continue seeing, of course, you at the panel at JNS International and following your important work in the coming days.
Thank you for the important work you do and that JNS does.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Stay tuned. We're going to be back shortly with more amazing and incredible guests from JNS International. Hi everyone, and welcome back to the JNS International Conference. With you is Havi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is Masha Miraklova, who is the chief Zionist officer and founder of Club Z. Hi Masha.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. So glad to have you and to learn about your organization Club Z, where you focus on teen Zionists. Tell me more about your organization and why it is important for you to be here at JNS today.
You know, the idea of Club Z, or many people would say Club Z,
yes,
and Z stands for Zionism,
yes,
is very simple. We need to make Zionism cool for teenagers, so that when they are attacked, when their identity is attacked, they know who they are. They know that Zionism, while the term was coined by Herzog, 100 plus years ago, it is an ancient movement of Jews to the land of Israel. I could make a case that Abraham and Moses were both Zionists.
Yes.
And so the idea is very simple. We need to prepare our children. We need to inoculate them before they get subjected to a warfare that is being released on them.
Well, I want to talk about you, Masha. You grew up not knowing that you are Jewish. And it's so important that you actually made that journey and then you founded Club Z. How do you relate this story, and what is the lesson that you try to take from it to teach and to give to your teenagers who are part of Club Z?
I grew up in Soviet Union. And Soviet Union, I could make a case, was even more effective than Third Reich in making sure that Jews were erased, because we were so assimilated, we were so stripped of anything Jewish, that the only identity that I grew up with was of that of a Soviet citizen. And so I find myself at 16 years old standing in a passport office, and it's the government bureaucrat who informs me, "Oh, honey, you're a Jew." So
you didn't even know.
I had no idea. I did not make the connections. It was not part of our home. It was not part of anything. And my mom, who is very Jewish, just didn't think that it was important to bring that up. So you asked me what lessons do I draw? There's a few. And number one lesson is parents must speak to their children day and night. They have to put it on the doorpost. They need to put it in front of the faces that when you wake up, you're a Jew. When you go to sleep, you're a Jew. That is who you are. And so with that comes not only responsibility, but what an amazingly cool honor. There are only 15 million Jews in the world. Yeah. So every one of these youngsters can and do make a huge difference. And so that is the whole idea. And second thing is that I grew up baking in propaganda, right?
Yes, of course, that's the system, right?
It's a system.
I grew up in Damascus, Syria.
There you go.
It's similar, kind of regime propaganda hammered down on you at all times.
Yes, and it starts early. Right now, Russia is educating their 3- and 4-year-olds.
Wow.
It starts in preschool. And 15 years ago, I came to a very clear conclusion that the very same playbook is being used on college campuses. It's exactly the same. And now it's even coming to high schools and even to middle schools. So we have to make our children, first of all, know who they are and make their Jewish cup so full so that no amount of propaganda could penetrate that. You create an armor shield around them, and you create a community of others who, honestly, when they say from the river to the sea, they just go, "You're very confused. You don't know what you're talking about."
Yes.
And that's the end of the conversation, and you walk away. You don't need to prove yourself.
Yeah.
You don't need to have somebody approve your messaging. We have to be the unapologetic Jews that we're meant to be.
Yes. What an important conversation, especially now. And me working in the media, Middle East 24, of course, JNS, kind of countering the disinformation campaigns, the propaganda that is kind of similar to what me and you grew up with, right?
Yes.
It's really important. And now I want to talk about what's happening right now with the memorandum between the United States and Iran. How do you relate to the teens that even with diplomacy happening with a regime like Iran, that does not mean that Israel can put its guards down, or that what Israel is trying to do, which is to prevent the Iranian regime's threat, is over?
We have to teach a very old concept that is, you have to have peace only through strength in the Middle East.
Yes.
The Middle East only cares how strong you are.
Yeah.
And that is it. And so we have to remember that these kids grew up with Corona, right? Crazy things. Then October 7th happened. They are so destabilized. It's like they're standing on a board that is constantly moving. And so this is yet another thing. I am sad that it's happening. I really thought that freedom-loving administration can see and could understand who they're dealing with. But I also know that we don't know everything. We don't know half of the story and what's going on. But I don't think this is Trump's 4D chess play. I think this is it. We need to take it seriously and we need to prepare. And if I may be so bold, October 7th has forced Israel to start building up their own armament, their own ways of building their own bullets and guns and parts. And that's what Israel needs to do. They need to stop depending on America.
And and we hear that a lot right now, including from the Prime Minister of Israel, that Israel will be not dependent on the United States, hopefully in the next few years. So I want to thank you so much, Masha. I really love what you're doing with Club Z, and I look forward to seeing more of you at the conference at JNS.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for listening and watching, and we'll be back shortly with more amazing interviews. Hi everyone, and welcome back to JNS International. With you is Havi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me is Lizzie Savinsky, who is a major social media influencer and an activist who has massive following on social media. Lizzie, it's great to have you.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Let's talk about your main message, being at JNS International, why you're here, what do you think the world needs to know right now?
You know, I love JNS because they're not afraid of the truth. And I think in a world where we see Hollywood and the media, even our Jewish media and our legacy organizations walking around apologizing or placating, it's just too late for that.
Yes.
We need to stand strong and unapologetically as Jews, and I feel like I'm in the company of people who align with that here at this specific summit.
Yes.
And it's just time to start playing a little dirty.
What does that mean? Because you're right. It's time for people to know the truth.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, we have a massive disinformation campaign on social media that is funded and supported by social media armies, right? Trolls, bots, all of that. And then you have countries like Qatar that are funding massive channels like Al Jazeera. What does it mean to play dirty? By basically sharing the truth with the world.
You know, I think that there was a moment in time where I was deluding myself into thinking we could be polite and play nice and be diplomatic, but those days are over. You know, when you have a mayor of New York City who says that Jews are monsters, whose wife unapologetically likes pro-October 7th content, then we have to know what we're up against.
Yeah.
If they can be so crazy, then the only way that we're going to be able to get outside of the echo chamber, the only way that we're going to be able to move the needle at all is if we're a little crazy too.
Yeah.
And so that's been my approach. I'm done trying to build bridges. I'm done trying to make friends. I'm done trying to be diplomatic. I just think that we have to fight back unapologetically and stand strong and proud as Jews.
But how do we win the disinformation war? Because specifically young people have been increasingly learning, quote unquote, about the things that never have happened, right? On TikTok or on, Instagram, X, whatever you want. TikTok, of course, is the major problem. How do we tell them, share with them, and have them open up to us? Because the vast majority of them are just young people who are trying to do the right thing. They think that they're on the right side of history, except they're being used.
Yeah.
They're being actually put on the wrong side of history.
Yeah.
But we people from the Middle East, we know that, right? What do you think is the way, Lizzie?
I mean, I look at these celebrities like Olivia Rodrigo, these people that think that they are humanitarians, just helping out, using their platform for a good cause, but they don't understand that they are just pawns of Qatar and the Islamic Republic of Iran. They have no idea that they've just been played.
Yes.
And I think, I've really shifted my focus from trying to convince people of the truth. You're asking, how are we going to win the information war? I don't think you're going to like my answer. I don't think that we can. Because when the hatred is so strong, it blinds people to the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been, we've been asleep at the wheel for far too long. I will say that I think that the things that we need to be focused on, those of us who are aware of the issues and have our eyes open, is getting the right people in politics. DSA in New York City is decades ahead of us in this game, and now we have Zohran Mamdani as mayor. This is happening all across America. We're seeing it with the primary elections for Congress, for Senate, that people that are bad actors, that are openly anti-Semitic are now winning these primaries because we haven't been
so scary.
Because we haven't been doing.
I come from the Middle East and an Arab majority, Muslim majority country that has been suppressed by dictatorial regimes, and to see people who actually agree with that winning in the free world, in America.
Adam Hamawi, who just won the Democratic primary for Congress in New Jersey, and he's going to go to Congress, and he literally was the spokesperson for the blind sheikh of Al-Qaeda, who attacked the World Trade Center in 1993.
Oh my God.
And he's now going to be in Congress. So I'm saying, we've been asleep at the wheel on every front. Not just the youth and social media, but politically, educationally. But I think that the primary focus should be on firing up the base and getting everyone as passionate as we are, making sure that everyone that knows the truth, that sees it with clear eyes, understands how big of a threat this is and does everything that they can, because this is going to take an army.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lizzie, for
Thank
your
you.
work. It's
Great to be
amazing
here.
having
Very
you.
nice to
And we'll
meet
see
you.
more of you at the conference.
Yes.
Thank you all for listening and watching. We'll be back with more amazing guests like Lizzie shortly. Stay tuned. everyone, and welcome back to JNS International. With you is Hevi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is Daniel Rosen, who is the president and co-founder of Impact. Hi, Daniel.
How are you?
Good to have you. It's
Thank
really
you.
amazing conference so far. I'm seeing amazing speakers and people who are doing and making an impact in the world.
Right.
So tell me more about your organization and the main message that you're bringing with you today to JNS International.
Sure. So Impact is a movement, and its goal is to organize the greater community to combat Jew hatred.
Yeah.
And so if there's one word to understand what we're doing, it's to organize. We want to organize online, and we want to organize offline. We want to organize for impact, and that's where the word comes from. We want to organize for empowerment, and ultimately we want to organize to impact the narrative.
Now, you're doing a lot of work that has been making a change on a grassroots level, and I would love to hear a little bit more specific examples of things that you think that were achieved that are also have made a difference, a tangible difference, which was what everybody really wants to know, right? That like, there's a lot of people are trying to do work, but what is the impact that you're making and the difference that you're making? Give us examples.
So let me start by saying we all want to have an impact, right? We all want to move the narrative.
Yes.
It's a large goal to do something like that. Doesn't mean we can't try our best, but over the course of attempting and hopefully accomplishing that lofty goal, we will achieve empowerment, which also has a very important value. And part of that empowerment is the individuals who are volunteering to be part of what we're doing. Part of that, every person we touch in the process empowers them, and that's really powerful. We've rolled out Impact to 10 different local Jewish schools in the New York, New Jersey area, students, which has been great.
Yeah.
But to give you a few examples of stuff we've done lately, I'm sure some of your listeners or viewers have heard about the BDS campaign.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Oh my God.
Specifically the co-op in Park Slope, Brooklyn, they kicked out all the Israeli products from their store. So what we did was, our response to that was, we reached out to OSEM, and they donated 6,000 bags of bamba and beastly to us. And what
I
we
love
did,
bamba, by the way.
yeah, it's delicious. But if you can't eat peanuts, don't do that.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But so we did something what we call the Bamba Brigade, and we had 25 locations across the all five boroughs, plus Westchester, plus Long Island, and we distributed the bamba in places like Times Square, at the co-op itself. In Grand Central Station, 25 locations where we're handing out the bamba, a one sheet explaining what BDS is, why it's wrong, and that was a mobilization. That was really a manifestation of organizing and mobilizing. And that's just one example. I can give you a few more.
Give me the other one that you talked about, Mother's Day.
Right.
That was really moving.
Right. So in Queens, Forest Hills, there were some swastikas that were put on some shuls and different schools and places. So what we did is we reached out to that local community, different organizations that we're involved with, and we put on a rally on Mother's Day. And the basic message was, this shall not stand. You cannot come into our community, act in despicable ways, and expect our community not to have an organized response. And we let our friends and foes know that every time something happens, we're going to have this type of response. And happily, I can report to you all that we had Channel 2, Channel 5, Channel 9, Channel 11, New York Post, AOL.com, all reported. And that's how
Finally, reporting something.
So hundreds of thousands of people learned about what was going on, and that's a way to impact the narrative.
So it's really important, like what you said, to bring to light, to bring to the media that is not covering all of these systematic anti-Semitic attacks, hateful attacks against the Jewish community in the United States, unfortunately, horrific things. But I also wanted to ask you, as you are here today at JNS, what do you think is the most important message to share with our viewers and listeners today that is needed for the world to become a better place?
Well, there are lots of messages out there I could share. I want to share something hopeful that many people don't actually know about, because there's a lot of negativity going on. And the good news is that things are changing on the ground. Or movements like ours, Impact, along with others like End Jew Hatred and others, are finally starting to organize. And so we're seeing more rallies and more activities, and things that 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago weren't happening, are happening today. And so there's a new power that's being created and a new energy, and it's happening. And that's something new and different that we should all kind of be hopeful about.
Great, and more power to you. Thank you so much, Daniel, for giving us the time. Thank you all for listening and watching, and stay tuned for more amazing guests and speakers that are at the JNS International Conference. See you soon. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the JNS International Conference. With you is Havi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is David Wormser, who is the senior research fellow at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for joining me today, David.
Well, thanks, and it's wonderful to be here. Thank you.
It is wonderful to be here at the JNS International Conference. I would love to hear from you more about the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs and the main message, and why do you think it's important for you to be here today?
Sure. Well, the Jerusalem Center was sort of set up as a research institute, modeling after American research institutes that influence policy in the United States, which are separate from academia and grew out of that world that
Yes.
didn't really have any influence anymore and so forth, but very practical impact on the governments. Because if you're in government, of course, you have a real problem. It's like a treadmill. You never have time to think.
Yes.
So your friends from the outside have a huge role to play in thinking more broadly and so forth. So it's very important. And that's why I'm here, is essentially to, first of all, represent the Jerusalem Center, but second of all, to help advise and formulate policy so that our friends who are inside the government, both governments, Israel and America, have outside voices to help.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the new, basically, U.S.-Iran memorandum. Right now, we know that this memorandum does not address the stockpile of uranium that the
Right.
regime has. As an advisor of Cheney,
Yes.
tell us more. What do you believe needs to happen next to address
Sure.
this issue, and of course the funding, which is another
Yes.
big problem?
Well, this is a very complex issue. First of all, it's a problem that the missiles and proxies aren't included in the memorandum.
Which is another issue, right?
Exactly.
The
But
proxies,
assuming,
yes.
so going beyond that, the truth is the problem isn't just the highly enriched uranium, it's all uranium because, you can reproduce it. Getting to 3.9% is 50% of the way to getting to a bomb-grade uranium. And once you master the technology of that, you've mastered the whole way to a bomb in terms of the uranium enrichment. So really, what has to happen is a very thorough takedown to zero state of the Iranian program. That means removal of uranium, removal of the reprocessing facility which prepares uranium for enrichment, and then all the enrichment structure all the way to the top, as well as getting, going through the archives that Israel captured, really figuring out where's the bomb transfer, where's the weaponization work being done in Iran, find it and take it away.
Absolutely. And you addressed an important issue, which is the proxies that are still there. Now, Israel is confronting these proxies. It weakened Hezbollah tremendously and Hamas, but they're still there. And we know that the IRGC is still active, the Houthis in Yemen. How do we actually have any sort of deal that doesn't address their direct impact on the ground and, of course, the funding that they give to these terrorist organizations?
Well, I think, you look at, you're absolutely right. You have to address them.
Yes.
And the problem is that they're beyond Israel's capability alone to address. It can't change Yemen. It is difficult for it even to do more than provide a security zone in southern Lebanon. I think at the end of the day, what it shows is there is really no deal with Iran. You have to deal with the Iranian regime.
Yes.
And only by its removal will you ultimately get security from that. Of course, then you have to move on to the next big strategic threat, which is already emerging. It's another reason to make it urgent to deal with the Iranian threat, is that so you can begin to focus on this rising Sunni volcano that you see in Damascus and in Ankara and so forth. So there really, I see very little alternative but to step back from the very technical details of all these various pieces of the Iranian threat and deal with the core of what the Iranian threat is, which is the government.
And I think a lot of people across the Middle East region feel and actually share the exact same opinion because people from the region, we know, right? We've suffered through this. We know what needs to happen. Hopefully, things will be heading in that direction. I'm a hopeful person. I know we have this memorandum right now, but let's see what happens.
Yes.
And if it does become a deal. I do see that you have a book in your hand. Would you like to share it with us or talk about it?
Oh, well, no, this one's from Victoria Coates, who I used to work with very closely with
we salute
John
Victoria.
Bolton and the, exactly.
I've had her on in the previous podcast before.
In a previous Trump, and she's, I would pitch her book, by the way. She's a wonderful thinker and a wonderful person. So and a good strategic thinker. And I think the American-Israeli relationship, which she really goes into depth describing and sort of working through, perfect.
Quickly before we end, would you like to share an important message that you think it's time for the world to hear today, and especially from the JNS International Conference?
Well, I think, despite that I'm American and very patriotic, I think it's very important for Israel now to stand on its principles. Americans don't respect, even if it's difficult, they don't respect great compromise. You don't see American movies where the great compromiser is the hero.
Yes.
So what they do respect are people who fight for their principles. Because if you're willing to fight for your principles, it means that's who you are.
Because that's what America is too,
Exactly.
right?
It's who you
we
are.
fight, yes, for what's right.
And if you compromise on your principles, it means your principles aren't who you are.
Yeah.
So Americans respect that. It will work out with America if Israel stands for what it really needs to and its principles.
Thank you so much, David, for this
Sure.
important message.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing and hearing
Thank you,
more
Haim.
about what you're doing. Thank you all for listening and watching, and stay tuned for more important and amazing guests from the JNS International Conference. See you. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the JNS International Conference. This is Havi Buzo, co-founder and executive director of Middle East 24. And with me right now is Benny Septi, who is an Iran expert. And let me tell you, Benny, everybody was like, talk to Benny about Iran. He is the go-to person to talk about the Islamic Republic regime and what's going on right now. Let's kind of get into the heart of it. What's going on right now in the memorandum? I know that a lot of issues are not addressed, which is a big deal. But let's try to unpack it. Let's try to demystify it to our audience. What is the memorandum right now? It's only 60 days. It's not a deal yet, right?
Yes, yes. First of all, thank you for having me here.
Yes.
I'm glad to do that. This MOU is actually a very big prize for Iran regime after they got into that place of winning the two wars against two superpowers, Israel and US.
Do you think they won? You're saying?
No.
They're not.
No,
they did
not militarily
We won.
and not in a real place. But that hubris and that arrogance of Iran regime doesn't allow them to understand that you have to put aside the hostility. When you lose, you lose. And they are still losing money or other resources, but they cannot understand it. This is what radical regimes are about, not to admit your defeat. Hitler was until the last day in the bunker, and until they didn't reach him, the war was not over. So this is exactly
and you're
what...
right, and they will claim victory even if they're losing.
Exactly,
that's what they always
do. The narrative is more important.
Yes.
So the problem is that U.S. administration went with them. And because of taking hostage the Straits of Hormuz, it made, of course, as you know, a huge problem with the oil and exporting oil from this region to Europe, to America and Far East. So the prices went up, and President Trump was a little bit shaky and frightened about this economic situation. So he's making a small peace or MOU with them. It's supposed to free some Iranian billions of dollars that they were frozen since maybe 80s in other countries. They can export also oil and petrochemical products.
Under the MOU?
Yes, under the MOU for 60 days. They have waivers now. The sanctions are not here in these days. And many other things, but the most important thing for Israel is that Iran regime was succeeded to neutralize us in Lebanon and Hezbollah issue. They were successful to kind of pressure us by U.S. administration and take us out from that equation and not allow us to do whatever it's needed. We don't want to do whatever we want to do, but whatever is needed.
But Hezbollah did not, of course, as always, actually commit to the ceasefire, continue to fire against Israel. Israel retaliated. It's not over. Israel cannot, not defend itself against Hezbollah.
Of course. The problem is that the Americans felt so under pressure that they are making pressure on Israel on the wrong side. We are allies. We are democratic. We have the same values. We have the same technology, cooperations. It's not only about defending us. We are not like Arab countries in the Persian Gulf. That we don't need actually the American defense. Okay, let's face that.
Yes.
Israel, if it's allowed, can finish with this regime in 2 hours. Believe me, the 12 days of war in June was so much better because we did it almost alone.
Yeah.
America, I know that it's maybe not a good thing to say in this broadcast, but we did more in that 12 days, more than America. So let us do what we have to do against this terror regime, because if you don't stop them here in Middle East, it will be in Europe, it will be in America. We see all the propaganda over there, but they can come there also with other things. I don't want even to think about that.
Absolutely, and they're already in South America, which is insane.
Of course.
But they've been terrorizing people all over. They've been threatening the Iranian opposition, who are just speaking out against the regime, against the atrocities they're committing against their own people, right? Now, in terms of what's happening in this memorandum, you touch on an important point. A lot of countries in the region are literally looking at Israel, including Lebanese. At Middle East 24, we have people inside of Lebanon, of course, in Syria and Iraq and the Gulf. They all tell us people are looking towards Israel because Israel has been consistent and has been confronting this terrorist regime and its proxies. But at the same time, this memorandum is not touching on the proxies. It's also talking about lifting sanctions for 60 days. What about the uranium stockpiles? How do we address these issues moving forward? Because yes, we have the upper hand militarily, but the fact that the regime continues to exist is a problem that needs to be solved.
Exactly. And I didn't talk about, I'm going to a little bit shock you. I didn't talk about the enriched uranium. I know that it's the popular subject, or the missile program.
Yes, the ballistic missile
program.
program.
Let me have news for you. These two issues are not the more important. The more important issue is the terror program of Iran. It goes on from February 11th, 1979. They established Hezbollah a few months later after the victory of revolution. This is the program. The technological things, they are just like stones that they are throwing on us. It's the same thing from terror. So once they harm you and they shoot you with some weapon and they have missiles or other, but these are just technological and tools. The main thing is about how they think. If they are allowed now to free Hezbollah from Israeli pressure, the day after, of course, they will fight, and they don't have to fight even. For the enriched uranium, we also already see that they are not ready to return it to US or to even to bring inspectors. There is a huge argument about bringing inspectors even to Iran. It's not discussed in this MOU. So what are you doing there? Just giving them prizes, benefits, what we get here. So you can understand that a radical regime that is based on terror, after that they can keep also the enriched uranium, the ballistic missiles, the factories, the facilities. And this is the first front. Israel and fighting terror is the first front. If you don't neutralize that, you will get also missiles and nuclear bomb.
Yes, everything else follows. Very important conversation. It's ongoing. We're going to continue covering it. We'd love to have you again on Middle East 24, of course, with JNS International.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us that time.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you all for listening and watching to JNS International. We will be back. You'll have more of the amazing, great experts and guests that are speaking at JNS International shortly. And it was wonderful being with you today. And see you next time. Bye.
Hi, I'm Ruthie Bloom, senior contributing editor at JNS and co-host with Mark Regev of the podcast JNS Podcast, Israel Undiplomatic. And I'm here at the JNS International Policy Summit. Oh, should I start over? Okay, I'll start over. Sorry, she's telling me to lower the pages.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm here with my special guest, Simon Tobin, chairman of We Believe Alliance in the UK. Simon, let me just ask you a question, a general question, and then we'll discuss it. You know, history seems to be moving really fast right now, and you know, there's developments happening. We see that now in Switzerland, we see with Iran, with the United States. What do you think, where do you think things are headed, and what kind of a role can a summit like this play in this development?
Well, I think that a summit like this must come up with some bold outcomes, bold conclusion. If it's to come up with the same kind of mishmash that generally we get from traditional policy meetings, then at the end of the day we have achieved nothing. There's such an incredible number of talents and skilled people and knowledgeable people here and powerful people that we need to really address the big issues. Now, I would see two key issues. One, is there a future for the diaspora in the, outside of Israel today, the Jewish diaspora? And if yes, what do we need to do? How can we tackle the huge issues we have when we know we are outnumbered, out-pocketed because no resources, etc. And the second one is, okay, how Israel can benefit from the achievements, because there are real achievements of the last 2-3 years, and I'm not going to speak about silver lining, but unfortunately 7th of October has forced Israel to take a stance, and following that, how can Israel benefit from that and change the world in which it is going to evolve in the next few years?
Well, that's very interesting, because when you talk about strengthening the diaspora or whether there's a future for the diaspora, I would say or suggest that one of the problems is that the diaspora is not uniform. I mean, we have extreme political differences, ideological differences, and also religious differences within the Jewish diaspora. So, for example, very, very differing views on how, on which politicians to vote for in the diaspora, different views of President Trump, different views of the Iran war, etc. That's one thing. And the other is that that has to do with how do you strengthen it? You don't know which side you're strengthening. Okay. First of all.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you. I think the diversity has always been a great asset of the Jewish people, but also a great issue, because fragmentation today means that not only we are small, but we are actually smaller. Now, to answer your question, I think that we need to change the perspective. Of course, if we look at from the Jewish angle, you're completely right. We see the divide, we see the differences. But if we look from the non-Jewish angle, what we see is that today more and more non-Jews don't really understand what we stand for, who we are. And I live in the UK, which is a very special diaspora. As a French Israeli living in the UK, I have a quite unique perspective, because I look back and I say, oh, that's a very unique diaspora. The British Jews were exactly as I said it. They were first British and then Jews, and they've been living in peace and security for 350 or 400 years. So that's a very unique case study, because in many other places, Ashkenazi, Sephardi, doesn't matter. There have been pogroms, there have been expulsions, etc. British Jews have had this unique facility to live in peace, and then now suddenly they feel vulnerable, they are scared, they have to face a new reality, and they don't know how to tackle that. And the point is that it doesn't matter, are you from the left, are you from the right, are you religious, are you unreligious? If you are Jewish, and as soon as it is known by the other, this is how you are now defined. And that's the key thing. Sartre, Jean-Paul Sartre, the French author, used to say that Jews are defined by anti-Semitism, which is a very bad thing to say. Yes. But actually, some Kabbalists say the same thing, that God invented anti-Semitism because he wanted to remind Jews who we are. It is a very hard and undiplomatic thing to say, but this is the podcast, so I'm saying.
Yes, well, that's true. But you see, you're right about British Jews. It is a special. They're very different from American Jews, although today I think they're all facing similar challenges. The reason I say they're different is that American Jews have been much more vocal in their arguments, and that goes internally, but not only internally, also demonstrating opposition to all kinds of policies. And British Jews, I've found, have always been, like, we don't make waves so much. And so now everybody's facing this thing, especially after October 7th, where, by the way, many very liberal Israelis were slaughtered, raped, beheaded, because the enemy did not care. Exactly. Did not care what views they had, and these were people who really helped Gazans, take them to hospitals, etc. So we do see that challenge. Now, since you're from the UK, I can't help but ask you about the fact that today we hear from Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He announced his resignation not only as Prime Minister, but also as head of Labour. Do you think that is going to have an effect on Britain's role vis-a-vis the United States and the war with Iran, or, as President Trump seems to believe, some kind of peace with Iran?
Well, I think that the first reaction, at least on the perspective of somebody who was a Jewish person in the UK, it's bad news. Keir Starmer was not good news, but at least he tried to play on the fact that his wife is seemingly converted, blah, blah. But the reality is that he's not been extremely good for the Jews. The main candidate to replace Keir Starmer is actually worse. Andy Burnham is known as Mayor of Manchester, extremely close to the Muslim community. He is in a stronghold. This Midlands, the north of the UK, a stronghold of Islam, and we are very fearful that actually he would go even further to the left of the party. Actually, a lot of the former supporters of Jeremy Corbyn in the UK are now saying that they want Andy Burnham to continue the policies as a condition for them to vote for him if there are primaries. So what could come out? The best outcome would be that actually Andy Burnham would, if he's elected, would not be successful, but would trigger another potential replacement, and then there will be general election. And this is what Nigel Farage from Reform is now asking. But what is certain is that he's going to just now, in the short term, going to increase the uncertainty for British Jews, increase the fear that potentially there's going to be more radicalization or more positive policies which are, at the end of the day, not for the Jews.
Well, it's interesting you mention that, because Corbynism, when it was so extreme, it actually rallied many Jews against it. I understand that many Jews stopped giving money to the Labour Party, even though they're Jews traditionally, as in America, or Democrats are traditionally Labour in Britain, and that started to change. So is it possible that Starmer's replacement, if he is like Corbyn and is so radical, that might help the Conservatives, it might help Nigel Farage?
Yeah, I think definitely. Jews have initially been very careful to endorse reform, Nigel Farage. Recently, they launched the Reform Friends of Israel. They also launched a Jewish club or supporter of reform. So he now understands that there is a public, an audience that actually is ready to support him. Kemi Badenoch, which is the leader of the Conservative Party, she's excellent. She's extremely outspoken for Israel, against anti-Semitism, and she's sincere. You can see that. So clearly, if this is a direction of travel for Andy Burnham, and not only him, he could ally himself with unfortunately, a self-hating Jew, Zach Polensky from
Yes.
the Green Party, with Ed Davey from the Liberal. All these guys are extremely anti-Israeli, and they are very also potentially anti-Semite. These people, including Zach, these people would certainly push a lot of Jews to actually take a stand and say, okay, or it could also push them to make Aliyah. And we see that as a growing thing. And I think that one thing I'd like to say, Ruti, is that one of the key consequences of after 7th of October, no matter who you are in terms of a Jewish person, religious, non-religious, etc., is left or right, is that now you understand that there is absolutely no distinction between Jew and Israeli. Being Jewish is the same thing. And that was an artificial distinction that both diaspora and the Israeli created. And the two sides have realized how much they need each other. The Israelis saying, we need you in Europe to lobby. And the Jews say, we need you in Israel to protect us. So that's the most important, for me, potentially the most important outcome, that we know, understand we are one nation. And yeah, a lot of people still have difficulties to say it, but I can tell you, so many people now understand it and feel it.
Do British people who are not Jews, are they feeling the effects of jihad in Britain? I mean, we know Melanie Phillips wrote a long time ago, wrote about Londonistan, and is there denial on the part of, well, Jews, we know after October 7th, we know there's less denial, but is there denial on the part of the rest of the British public about the common denominator of this jihad, with global jihad, with Iran?
No. So I think that in the same way that you said that normally British Jews were generally quiet and doing things behind the scene, this is not just the Jews. This is the British culture. In the same way that why the American Jews are more vocal, because Americans are in general more vocal. So that's normal. Yeah. So that's completely normal. But that doesn't mean that they are stupid or they don't see. And the Brits have always been very proud of who they are, the heritage, and there is a very strong, a very big population in the UK, outside London mostly, which is very, 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 very upset with what's going on. And on top of that, the government is actually making every mistake to push these people towards reform, Tommy Robinson and other players, because actually every time they try to show that it's okay to be a proud Brit, I'm not talking about Jewish here, every time they are actually restrained or even potentially sometimes violently pushed back by the government, and they say, why is it that we cannot be just proud Brits? We cannot have a Union Jack. So definitely there is an awakening. And the reality is that it was said in the forum yesterday about the fact that potentially there could be civil upset or even civil war in some places of Europe where people, and France could be the other place, where people are saying enough is enough. And this lack of understanding that they are pushing people who only want to be okay, they only want to be British. They're not racist, they're not Islamophobic, they just want to be who they are. They are pushing them to some extreme is a massive mistake which is made. And that also comes from two things. Political will to say, these guys are the new guys are Islamic, they are voters, so they're going to bring us a lot of votes, but also corruption. London has become the financial and logistic hub for the Muslim Brotherhood, for Qatari money and for Iranian money, and that's well known now, well documented, and all that is actually pushing these people who are, it's not soft influence, it's purely, it's progressive corruption, or I would say constant corruption, pushing them into accepting things that the logic would make that they should never accept that, because they are smart people, but they are losing their brains.
Well, finally, would you say it's better for British Jewry to stay in Britain and fight to remain patriotic Britons, or to make Aliyah move to Israel?
Okay, first of all, I think it's a very personal question. And I think that each one has to make his own decision. But I'm as a French-Israeli Jew, I would love to be back here any day. But I think that for a lot of people who don't have this choice of this, who are fortunate to have this immediate choice, it's important to fight back as much as we can, and then if we really can't, to move to Israel, but not to let go immediately.
Thank you so much, Simon. It's been a pleasure.
The same to me. Thank you, Rufi. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Ruthie Bloom, and I'm here with another special guest, Joseph Tipograph, an attorney who works with something very dear to JNS's heart, to prosecute or to aid victims of terrorism. Joe, if I may call you that. First of all, before we get to the specifics of specific lawsuits, I would just like to ask you about, right now we're in a very challenging time, as you know. We have so-called diplomacy going on in Switzerland. We have an unfinished war with Iran. We have challenges in Israel still. In Gaza, we have still Lebanon with Hezbollah. What do you see your role in your profession as helping, or the role you can play in shaping what is about to happen, and why you think that maybe the JNS, a conference like JNS, is helpful toward that goal?
Well, first of all, Ruthie, thank you for having me. And thank you for the very thoughtful question, which I very much appreciate. So, what we represent American victims of terrorism, and when you think about the landscape of what I will call lawfare that goes on, and when I'm talking about lawfare, you have the ICJ, you have the ICC, and these are biased tribunals that seem to have already decided that Israel deserves to be on the losing end, no matter what the facts on the ground actually are, right? So we bring cases not in front of those tribunals. We bring cases in U.S. courts, in front of U.S. judges. These are legally based, evidence-based jurisdiction where the truth can really come out. And it's a very powerful jurisdiction. So we represent American victims. We take advantage of that by being able to bring their cases in American courts.
Well, that's excellent. And do you think that are you focused on also individual cases where you can give an example that especially JNS readers would have heard of and that we know about?
Well, I have to say JNS does incredible work, and they have incredible coverage, and they really do a great job of covering the right issues. And one issue that I think JNS has covered in quite a great deal is UNRWA. That's the United Nations agency that works with what we will call Palestinian refugees. And if you've followed JNS's coverage, you realize this isn't your ordinary humanitarian agency. This isn't your ordinary refugee agency. If you follow JNS's coverage, you know this is a diplomatic weapon that targets the state of Israel by basically telling the Palestinians that they have a right to return to Israel, even though Israel should have the final say in who gets to come inside its own borders.
But also, and I'd like you to expand on that, that only the Palestinians have a special category as refugees that no other people on the planet were granted.
That's right. That's right. And if you really think about how that plays out, including in the United States where I'm from, you very rarely would see a refugee being a professor at an Ivy League school. Usually refugees come to America having escaped war, fearing for their lives. That's what a definition of a refugee is. And they are grateful to the United States for bringing them in and giving them a new life. Well, a Palestinian refugee is very different. And a Palestinian refugee is someone who you might see at teaching a school. And where do they come? They weren't born here. They were born on the Upper West Side. They were Ivy League educated, they speak polished English, and yet those are the only, what I will say, quote, refugees that actually teach students. And so students have come to understand the big refugee problem as being Israel, even though, the narrative I just explained has absolutely no relation to how refugees normally come about.
Well, were you surprised to discover that UNRWA employees participated actively in the October 7th massacre?
I am absolutely not surprised. Disappointed, of course, but UNRWA has been laying the foundation for this long ago, even before Hamas existed, even before the PLO existed. They have set up schools and they have been educating Palestinians that they have the right to return to Israel in these classrooms, and their textbooks, as you know from JNS's coverage, are littered with anti-Semitic rhetoric, false information, and all geared towards preserving this Palestinian nationalistic identity that is targeting the sovereignty and the security of Israel.
Right, we know that, but I mean, after all, the discovery that almost all of them in Gaza are Hamas, or members of Hamas, or at least abettors of Hamas, and we saw in tunnels that some of, that weapons were covered in UNRWA bags and things like that, but that also UNRWA employees actually killed, kidnapped, held hostage in their homes. We know that, by the way, from the hostages themselves telling it.
And it's not just that UNRWA was paying these employees and they were committing these acts. Before they did these acts, these were the people who were educating the Palestinians. So the multiplier effect of having your teachers be Hamas members, your principals being Hamas commanders, is enormous, beyond just the money that it brings into the terrorists' pockets.
So, I mean, do you see any hope then for, let's say, the children of Gaza, even today, if you are raised to believe that jihad, it's not just killing Jews, Christians, whatever it is, to destroy the West, to uphold these, to want to annihilate Israel, etc. If these are children raised like that, can you expect any of the Gazans themselves, even those who did not actively participate in the October 7th massacre, to reform, to see any light, to believe in coexistence with Israel in some respect?
Well, that's a fantastic question, and that actually brings me to the lawsuit that we are bringing against UNRWA, because UNRWA, by its own existence, ensures that, contributes to that, perpetuates it. And what we are challenging most of all is UNRWA's claim that as a UN organization, they are entitled to immunity. And we want to attack that because if we can get a US court to declare that UNRWA is not immune, then suddenly they are accountable for their actions. They are accountable for everything that they do, and they have to answer for their misdeeds.
Listen, that's very enlightening, and thank you. And depressing and enlightening, but hopefully your work will have a serious impact. Thank you so much, Joe, for joining us.
Thank you, Ruthie.
Welcome back. This is Ruthie Bloom again from JNS, a senior contributing editor and co-host of Israel Undiplomatic on JNS TV. And I'm joined by a special guest, Shimon Cohen, PR consultant and head of Shchita, Shchita UK.
Good afternoon.
Shimon, it's very nice to have you. And let me first pose a sort of general question that I think all the participants here need to talk about. We are seeing, now you're from the UK, so aside from everything else we're seeing in Geneva and between the Trump administration and the Iranian regime, etc., we heard news today that British Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced his resignation as Prime Minister and as head of Labour. So first let me just ask you, how, these bombshells, first of all, how do you see the direction we're headed? And when I say we, I don't just mean Israel and the Jews, I mean the West, Britain, Israel, the Trump administration, and where we're headed with these negotiations, but also the effect that Starmer's resignation may or may not have, and the role that such a conference can have in shaping any opinion of that.
I mean, whoa. I just happen
Large
to be,
question.
I happen to be here at the right time or the wrong time. Look, I think there's a number of things that need to be recognized. This is now the second time that a Prime Minister won a general election, a public mandate, in a major way. Boris Johnson with 80-seat majority, enormous. Keir Starmer doubled that, 160-seat majority. So whether I like Keir Starmer or I don't like Keir Starmer, he had a mandate from the people. But something very insidious, I think, is happening in politics. People are beginning to understand that actually, if you want to govern a country, you want to rule a country, don't win an election. You let the patsy win the election. You let the poster boy win the election, because once the poster boys won the election, you can then take over. And I feel that the agenda, certainly of the Labour Party, hasn't changed terribly much since the Corbyn days. Those people are there and they have been strengthened. So one of the dangers for our community is to get terribly excited about, whoa, it's a political storm here and look what's coming, but careful what you wish for. We may not have liked him, but careful what you wish for. What we had with Keir Starmer was dithering government, no decisions about anything at all. So you asked me why this conference and how this conference plays a part, because I am thrilled to be here, and I'm one of the few Brits, and I'm a little disappointed that I am one of the few Brits.
Not for lack of invitations to these Brits.
And I understand that too, and that disappoints me even more. But what I've liked about this conference, and perhaps is a little bit of an anathema to the way in which British Jewish community is run, is this conference is strident, this conference is proud, this conference is out there, this conference is looking for solutions to better Israel and the Jewish people. This conference is not looking for compromises and for a quiet life. And actually, I've heard a lot of interesting speakers by saying, look, it's not the quiet life. We've done that. We've done it for a long time. Since 1948, we tried to get a quiet life. It doesn't work. The reality is, if you're nice to them, it does not mean they're going to be nice to us. And people need to stand up and notice that. And this conference has really brought life to that particular message, which has excited me.
Well, to your point, I heard you deliver words on a panel, and you were saying that you grew up with parents who said, they're not going to like you no matter what you do, so just be a proud Jew, be proud of who you are, don't be on the defensive. And I think you see that for Israel as well, for Jews, but also for Israel. Yeah. Stop apologizing and being on the defensive. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that. I'm not the apologetic type of person at all. I am what I am, and I know that the Jewish experience, the last 50 years in the United Kingdom have been really good for the Jewish community, no question. And it'll be written about as a golden age of British Jewry. We're back to business as usual. Maybe it's a little bit worse, but I'm not sure it is. I think it is business as usual. We have issues that need to be dealt with, but they will not be dealt with by appeasement. They will not be dealt with by not demanding. I was with the British government minister last week on something completely unrelated to Israel and Jews. But I'm a proud kippah-wearing Jew, and on the way out, this government minister said to me, "So, Shimon, tell me, it must be, how is it for you?" I said, "It's fine. for me. I said, you know, the question you need to ask yourself is, how is it for you? And she said to me, what do you mean? I said, I'll tell you. How many Jews do you know who are called Edward, Charles, George, Victoria or Elizabeth? And she said, well, I know lots. I said, me too. How many Muslims do you know who are called Edward, Charles, George, Victoria, Elizabeth? This is the point. Immigrants are a good thing. Immigration is a good thing. It is a positive thing. But immigrants need to want to come to the country that they're going to be in the country. Immigrants who want to come to the country to change the country, that's not called immigration, that's called invasion. Therefore, we must be able to welcome immigrants, but we have to resist invasion. And I think, therefore, overall, the message is about being proud who you are, but understanding what the negatives are too, and understanding how you can live a positive life and an out there life as a proud Jew.
Well, that's an excellent point. Would you say that most British people today see the connection between what you're describing and the war in Iran, or against the Iranian regime?
So let's be 100% and absolutely clear. Maybe 99% of the British people couldn't care less about Iran or about Jews or about, they're not interested. British people do not get excited about anything at all. It's a tiny minority of people who do get excited about stuff. And let me answer it very simply, because I know time is short. If you give a British person the choice to live next to a Jew or next to a Muslim, who do you think they'll choose?
I think that's a perfect end to a lovely conversation,
Thank
and
you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
indeed.
much.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, welcome back. It's Ruthie Bloom again, and I'm joined by a special guest, Chaim Silberstein, who is the founder and chairman of JCAP. Chaim, hello. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
First of all, you can tell us about JCAP and why you founded it. I heard you talk on a panel. It was very interesting and at our conference. This is our second international policy conference. First, let me just ask you a general question about what's going on in the world right now. There are so many challenges. We see negotiations going on in Geneva, or maybe by the time we're finished speaking, they won't be going on in Geneva anymore. We see issues. We hear some people saying the war in Iran is over, others saying it's not. We have, on many fronts, terrorism still taking place, certainly toward Israel. So how do you see your role in your organization, but also as a participant in this conference, and JNS, how can it help, and how do you see the future in that respect, where we're headed?
Okay, first of all, thank you. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. I'm a regular contributor to JNS, a blogger, and we produce op-eds. And Jerusalem Center for Applied Policy, JCAP, I established that about 6 or 7 years ago in order to work towards a united, secure, and prosperous Jerusalem. And it's quite amazing, though, that the government does not really have a long-term geopolitical policy for Jerusalem. And so we dug in there, and we have an amazing team of experts who have got many decades of experience in security, in policy, in Hasbara, in other areas, and we run it from the bottom upwards. In other words, we're not academics that study everything on the internet in the libraries, but it comes from the experience of being in the field. And so we produce position papers and policy issues and all kinds of other digital material, some of which appears on JNS, in order to educate people about the real geopolitical threats that are facing Jerusalem. And in the light and in the background of what's going on internationally, I think one of the things that we have to be aware of is that the next Iran is Turkey. And we very closely follow Turkey. Iran is a Shiite dictatorship, if you wish, a theological theocracy, and Turkey belongs to the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood is much larger because it's Sunni, and its main financier is Qatar, and its contractor is Turkey with 90 million people. And Turkey has got real goals to take Jerusalem. And we've produced a paper recently showing a 10-step stages of what they're doing in order to take over Jerusalem. And the dictator of Turkey, Erdogan, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in non-profit organizations, cultural organizations. He buys laptops for every Arab kid in Jerusalem for free as long as they learn Turkish, and many, many other examples that I can give you. So when I look at it in the broadband of what's going on in the world, yes, Iran is a kinetic enemy against Israel, but Turkey is a soft jihad, is a cultural and civilizational jihadist. And that's something that can be, in the long term, very dangerous for Israel. And that's what JCAP is dealing with today.
Okay, so let me give you a paradox here. President Trump was the first president to move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital. He's done he's implemented many policies like that. And yet, he also talks about Turkish President Erdogan. He's a great guy, we're so close, we're so friendly. And, you were saying, it's not as though Erdogan hides his goals so much. I mean, he doesn't go around saying, I'm buying laptops for every Arab kid in Jerusalem, but he certainly says that that he wants to take over Jerusalem and Israel, and he calls Prime Minister Netanyahu a Nazi and all that. So you have the same President Trump, who it's the same kind of paradox. He went to war with Iran, but he's now negotiating. He's saying it's over or it's not over. He praises Erdogan, and yet it's President Trump who recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital.
So you're correct, that is a paradox. And you know, I was in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago, and I met with members and those that have come to Israel. And I asked them that question. I said, how can it be that President Trump, who's such a supporter of Israel, moved the embassy to Jerusalem, can call Erdogan, the dictator, a great man and a friend? So their answer consistently, by the way, was using the common phrase, we hold our friends close, we hold our enemies closer. So they was basically saying Trump was hugging this guy to make sure that he doesn't step out of line. I can only partially accept that because he's got too much rope. He's just got too much freedom to say the most disgusting and fascistic things, and the Americans should do something about it.
Yes, and it also sounds a little bit like the wishful thinking on the part of, there are Israelis and Americans who actually think that the current situation with the so-called ceasefire and all of this is actually some kind of fake out before the next round of war. Now, we saw that happen a couple of times. And yet, this time I don't think it's it. But I also thought you were going to say, they say about President Trump, well, you know, you have to take him seriously, but not literally when he says things, which is also true, perhaps. So tell me something, though, about the current situation. So I would totally agree with you about Erdogan. He was always what I would call as a columnist, low-hanging fruit. And you say, you know, he uses soft power, but he also, you know, he funds Hamas. He also houses Hamas, and he sends these flotillas. So I wouldn't put it past him to engage in hard jihad, not just soft jihad as well.
I agree 100%, but it's a kind of dual challenge, because on the one hand, just like what Qatar is doing in Europe and in North America, using money to buy influence and to infiltrate cultural institutions, educational institutions. So Erdogan is doing that in Israel and in Jerusalem in particular. We, in our research department in JCAP, we cover dozens of non-profit organizations, all under an umbrella of Turkish control. The Turkish intelligence services, MIT, and Kutad is another organization, TIKA, which is the Turkish version of USAID. They fund dozens of organizations that work to undermine Israeli sovereignty and governance in Jerusalem, particularly with the goal of influencing and radicalizing Jerusalem's 400,000 Arabs. Jerusalem has the largest Arab population in Israel outside of Gaza, and that they understand that. And I think you're correct, but it's a matter of stages. First engage in the civilizational and cultural jihad, and then convert it into kinetic jihad when you've got 400,000 soldiers with you.
Okay, so two last questions. One is, if that's the case, shouldn't Israel be worried about another October 7th, but coming from the Jerusalem area and surrounding areas from such radicalized population? That's one. And the other is there anything you can do about it using the legal system? Or is the better way to just build, to have more Jews and others build or move to Jerusalem, to those areas?
So yes, we definitely have to strengthen Jerusalem, and JCAP works on plans to significantly increase the Jewish population in Jerusalem. Today it's 60 Jewish, 40 Arab, and we want to up that to 80-20, which is a challenge. You have to do it in a democracy, and that's something that I think is critical to do to keep Jerusalem as the eternal Jewish capital of the state of Israel and the Jewish people. But there are many things that we can do to combat Erdogan, and the thing that I said in the panel is close the consulate. The consulate is a Palestinian embassy in the middle of sovereign Jerusalem, and they activate people there. We have actually a Turkish dissident that works for us, Turku, and she tells us that people in the consulate there are soldiers of Erdogan who are working to undermine Israel. And I think the most important policy, I would say, is close the consulate.
So just finally, I imagine that you've conveyed this message to the Israeli government, and I mean, because you can't just close a consulate, you need also Knesset backing in the government.
Yes, we have, and in fact we have a very large support from ministers and members of Knesset. But as you know, it's a sensitive issue, especially because President Trump is not looking for another project to deal with. But I think it's an existential thing for Jerusalem and for Israel, and I'm not giving up. And it's, by the way, it's not only the Turkish consulate, it's many European consulates who undermine Israel's sovereignty in Jerusalem and who constitute Palestinian embassies. This must stop.
Well, thank you so much, and I think it's very important that your voice is being heard at our conference, and I hope that you're also gaining something from participating in it.
It's been absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much, Ruthie.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Hi, welcome back. This is Ruthie Bloom again, and now I'm here with a very special guest who also happens to be a friend of mine, Yossi Cooper-Wasser, the founder and head of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. And as Yossi was telling me before, strategy comes before security. Yossi,
well,
welcome.
Just one correction, I'm not the founder. The founder was Professor Ephraim Bar.
Oh, okay, excuse me. Correction, you are the head of it and not the founder of it. So Yossi, there's so much to unpack here at this conference, and it's wonderful that you're also a speaker here at this moment, at this historic moment, you have the United States negotiating in Geneva with the Iranian regime representatives. Israel's not a party to it yet, being told that Lebanon and Hezbollah may be a party to it, etc. So what I'd like to hear from you is, A, what do you see, how do you see this progressing, and how a conference like this can, let's say, contribute to the discussion about where we're headed?
Well, first of all, I'm pretty concerned from what's happening in Switzerland and the memorandum of understanding between the United States and the Iranians is a very bad deal. And it's already setting the conditions under which this final deal, if reached, is going to be based upon. And the Iranians are going to get a fortune. That's obvious. On top of the money they're going to be getting, the legitimacy of being treated as the legitimate regime in Tehran, which was not the case before the war. And they get say in Lebanon, which is also something they fought for and was not guaranteed, and Israel stood very strongly against. So there are many reasons to be concerned. And on the one thing that should be compensated for all of that, it's not at all clear what are we going to get. This is the nuclear file. It's the readiness of the Iranians to at least dilute some of the enriched uranium they have, but it's not clear if this is going to be relevant to all the enriched uranium and what's going to happen about their ability to enrich uranium anew, and what's going to happen with the verification and the monitoring system that would make sure that they don't run to a bomb and so on and so forth. We cannot build just on their promise that they are not going to produce a bomb. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so on the other hand, so President Trump has been...
Just one thing, but you asked me what this conference can do.
Yeah.
And I want to say something about that. I think it's very important that this conference says to the Americans, look, this is a mistake. There are many important Americans here. We have the ambassador of the United States speaking, the ambassador to Israel. That's very important. We had the prime minister speaking. Everybody is telling the Americans, look, you're making a mistake. Wake up. And I hope there's going to be a change of course. So far it hasn't happened, but I sincerely hope that this conference will be able to deliver this message to the Americans, because we have to be on alert. We have to make sure that the Americans remember all the conditions we have for a good deal on the nuclear issue. I think it should be clear to the Americans that we are not going to come up with any concessions on our presence in Lebanon. We have to protect the people living along the border, the Israelis living along the border with Lebanon. We have to make sure that Hezbollah doesn't have the capability to launch a new attack. We have to make sure that we have defensible borders all over Israel. And this is a message that should be carried out from this conference, bearing in mind that we have so many important people participating.
Well, that's true, but I will take issue with one thing you said. It is true that Prime Minister Netanyahu addressed this conference, but he wasn't that clear about saying it is a bad deal. What he did with his delicate relations with the White House is he said, we'll see, and we're good friends with America, and Israel will remain strong, etc. Do you think that it is possible that all of this, after all, you're an expert in the Middle East, and you know about the Palestinians, and we always said, no matter what happens with them, they never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Iran, the regime in Iran is the same thing. Is it possible that all of this is a way to garner support from the American public, etc., to continue the war, because inevitably the regime will screw up the negotiations, and they will, because they keep upping their demands, etc. Do you think that that's possible, that even Netanyahu is aware of that?
Well, it is possible, and some of the speakers yesterday were alluding to this possibility. But I would rather look at it as not the main course of the Americans. The main issue is to reach a deal and to put an end to this war and to make sure that the oil flows from the Gulf without interruption. That's their main goal. Of course, it's not easy to reach an agreement, as I said it myself yesterday in the conference. It's not easy to reach an agreement because any concessions on each side is very painful and costs a lot in front of their own bases. For the Americans to come up with a deal that doesn't really deal with the threat of nuclear Iran, it's going to be a very difficult sell. And for the Iranians to make the necessary concessions on the nuclear issue, it's also going to be a difficult sell. I must say that what I see so far is that there's some preparations on the Iranian side to justify a concession. So we never wanted a nuclear weapon. We never intended to have a nuclear weapon. So what do we care if we don't have the capability to produce a nuclear weapon? Of course, this is not the case. It's going to be very difficult sell because many people in Iran believe that it's a reflection of the Iranian scientific capabilities and blah, blah. But we'll see. If the negotiations fail And this is definitely a possibility. If negotiations fail, then the plan B that you were talking about, using this ceasefire, this time, in order to have more, to stockpile more oil, in order to produce more weapons, and this can be plan B, fallback position.
Now, you know, the thing, though, is that Israel is not a party to these negotiations, and yet is what I would call a victim of them, since Tehran is demanding that Israel withdraw from Lebanon. Though Israel is not a party to the negotiations, Israel is negotiating with the Lebanese government in Washington, you know, with representatives.
Cannot deliver anything anyhow.
Yeah, so you're saying, but, so I have another question. Ron Dermer, a former very, very close advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also a former minister in this government, said recently at an event that actually Iran now poses a lot less of a threat because the uranium, even the enriched uranium, is buried so deep underground, it's almost impossible to get at it. And he was pointing out how many leaders were killed in Iran and also of Hezbollah, how Hamas was weakened, Hezbollah was weakened, these are proxies of Iran, and how Iran itself was weakened. He seemed to be a little more optimistic about the threat being minimized by our actions.
I agree with every word Dermer said, and I miss him a lot. I think he should have been part of the Israeli government at this very crucial point of time. But this said, and it's true, we inflicted enormous damage to the Iranian strategic weaponry array. True, but we have to look into the future. If we don't do something that would guarantee that the Iranians are not going to be able to repair everything, then they will come back in 10 years or so. It's going to take them some time, but they will reappear. We have to make sure that this war is the last war, and in this war we achieve the goals we have put to ourselves. Now, the truth is that we have to distinguish between goals that can be achieved with air power and goals that cannot be directly achieved with air power. We achieved all the goals that can be achieved directly with air power. Everything that can be destroyed, we have destroyed, including killing the scientists and the leaders and so on and so forth. Very impressive, extremely impressive. But when you translate these achievements into new reality, we expect more, and we expect that definitely we should be party to the negotiations. And the fact that we were kept out, it's frustrating and creates a sense of bitterness and frustration. That's something that it's a pity that after all we fought shoulder to shoulder with the Americans. We were an indivisible part of the fighting order. And to ignore us on the day after, it's really painful.
Speaking of which, I would say ignoring is one thing, but we heard Vice President J.D. Vance make comments that were extremely hostile, not just ignoring, but actively saying things like, and I quote, Israel, you're a country of 9 million people. Don't think you can kill your way out of every issue. And then Trump also said, I told Netanyahu, you can't just bomb all these buildings because they're not all Hezbollah in the buildings. Suddenly the tone has changed. It's not just that the negotiations didn't include Israel.
I think that one of the major reasons why we have to be concerned about what's happening is that what it reveals that there is a rift between Israel and the United States. There's a difference between the opinions. This was Netanyahu said, but we don't have the same interests and the same goals like the Americans. But this is clear, but this rift is translated into tension. And when it's one thing that if you have this tension and everything else is all right, but the Democratic Party is already away from us. Some elements within the Republican Party are also quite critical and hostile. So we need President Trump. Our friendship with President Trump is something that we invested in so much. And when you hear President Trump and Vice President Vance speak the way they speak, ask yourself, what's going on? what's going
on.
on.
It's worrisome. Now I have one last, we've got to wrap this up now, but you understand a lot more about the military than I do and strategy on the battlefield. Could Israel go it alone if the United States says, look, we won't tie your hands, but we're not going to fight again, we're not going to deal with Iran anymore? Does Israel have the capability to send even ground forces, let's say?
First of all, we have the capability. We can deal with definitely with Hezbollah and Hamas, even if the United States doesn't like it. And we even can deal with Iran if the Americans don't like it. But we don't want to end up in this place. We want to be together with the Americans. We need the American support, not for the specific operation, but the overall strategic needs of Israel should be supported by the United States. And so is the capability to produce security for a long time. So even if we can operate for a certain operation without the Americans, it's not a wise move. We should invest in healing the wounds of this last memorandum of understanding. And I'd say that we should call Dermer back and arrange a big delegation to the United States made of not only Netanyahu and his government, but also from the opposition, because I think on this we are all together. Finally, President Trump put us all together in the same boat.
Consensus, the only consensus.
We have a consensus now.
Well, on that actual positive note, I do consider it positive. If there is consensus on anything, I'd like to thank you so much, and it was great talking to you.
Thank you, Ruthie.
Hi, I'm Ruthie Bloom. I'm back again, and here I have another special guest. This is Kyle Blank, Executive Director of Israel Friends. Kyle, welcome. And also welcome to our second annual JNS International Policy Summit. First of all, I'd like to talk to you since we are all at a challenging time right now, as we know, with negotiations in Geneva. We're talking about President Trump perhaps not as happy with Israel as he was, to put it mildly, and Israel waiting to see what's going to be with Lebanon. We are fighting Hezbollah, but it feels as though we are doing so with one hand tied behind our back, etc. So tell me a little bit about how you see your role, your organization, your role, and how such a conference can help shape the conversation and maybe give us more clarity on where we're headed.
For certain. Well, Ruthie, thank you for having me, and thank you to all the JNS staffers who brought us here together today. It's been an amazing summit, truly incredible amount of people here. So for us, Israel Friends was started as an emergency response. October 7th, we opened the doors of our nonprofit, Israel Friends. And it was, what can we do to help and save lives in Israel? And over time, it has fermented to be a leading organization around keeping Israelis safe and alive. And we do innovative life-saving efforts where we see a crisis gap of support. So we work in defense, security, mental health. And as you would imagine, across defense, security, and mental health, there are immense needs given the environment. So in our work in mental health, we run the country's largest mental health platform for immediate access to psychiatric care. We've treated over 15,000 people around the country, both civilians and reservists, children and adults, who have PTSD, anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation. One would imagine, having been shot at by ballistic missiles 2 weeks ago and not knowing where the Iran deal will go, that creates a lot of stress and anxiety. And so there are a lot of people who are coming who are saying, we need help, we need to seek a doctor, can we meet with you? Now, more deeply, our work encompasses also work in defense and security, which is not so normal for most nonprofits. For us, we believe we have a moral and ethical responsibility to keep our soldiers safe, our civilian guards safe, who are volunteers, as well as our citizens, of course. How do we do that? We make sure they have the equipment and the technology they need to be safe. So we run innovative life-saving programs to give our soldiers drones, counter-drone measures, and a whole slew of other stuff to keep them safe. Now with the war in the north, in Lebanon, against Hezbollah, there are hundreds of FPV fiber optic suicide drones attacking our soldiers and our civilians every day. It is much underreported than one actually knows, and we're working hand in hand with the Israeli army, with the Ministry of Defense, with elite units in the field to build new systems to protect our soldiers from this very real threat.
That is excellent. But again, it goes back to defensive measures. I have to say, there are some Israelis who say, they don't really mean it, but they say they half mean it, that the worst thing we have is the Iron Dome missile defense system and things like that, precisely because we get inured to these mass attacks. These would have killed millions of Israelis, and thanks to technology and like the kind you're talking about, defensive measures, Israelis are basically safe. Obviously not everybody, and certainly not the soldiers in Lebanon. But for the most part, our population, we would have had many more mass casualties. So, is there any question about, is the idea that we've got to be so defensive because our hands are tied offensively, for example, in relation to Hezbollah in Lebanon right now?
So one needs to look at the environment and say, what are defensive tools for? If you say we create defensive tools so that we don't need to attack and we can live in our bubble, then yes, you end up in a very emotionally complicated feelings around the Iron Dome. Because we said, it's the South's problem, we have the Iron Dome for most of the country, we'll do 20 years of bombardment, we won't really deal with the root problem. Now at Israel Friends, when we speak to politicians, when we speak to policymakers here today, we speak about the root problem. The root problem is Iran, okay, the IRGC, not all Iranians, but the IRGC hates Jews, hates Israel, hates the Western world, hates the United States, and they don't want to see any of this exist. So they fund these proxies in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Judea and Samaria, even in Israel proper, okay? And they're trying to hurt the average Israeli, the average Judeo-Christian lover of democracy and peace. And so if you have defensive measures, so you never attack, and you wait and wait and wait, and that's the policy, you end up with, I'm sorry to say, an October 7th moment. But if you have defensive measures to give yourself a second to breathe, maybe a day before you respond, you have the effectiveness of the Israeli Air Force in Iran, both in 2025 and in 2026. The IAF did incredible work dismantling so much of the IRGC and their threat because They had the arrow, they had the David sling, and they were able to take a second to breathe and then respond. And so the systems we're building to detect these FPV drones and to then counter them will then give the Israeli army time to respond. But there's no reason for an Israeli soldier, whether he's 19 or 39 or 59, whether it's a man or a woman, whether it's a soldier or civilian, to be in harm's way because we don't have the defensive tools. We have a responsibility to create and proliferate defensive tools and then to fight back because we deserve to live here in peace and tranquility like everyone wants around the world. Well, maybe everyone besides those who don't like us.
Right. Now, have you conveyed this message also to the United States government? I mean, what we're seeing with the Trump administration, because everything you say, I understand that it's Israel focused, right?
Right.
But, you know, we're seeing that the Trump administration has been, in the last couple of weeks, suddenly changing its tone in relation to Israel. So when you said, gives us time to breathe before we respond, suddenly we're hearing comments from Vice President J.D. Vance and even President Trump himself, like, can't just bomb all those buildings and, you know, can't kill your way out of every issue. So you're seeing some kind of pushback on what until recently was not there from Washington. And so the idea is, well, you're allowed to retaliate if they kill somebody.
So
you've heard these.
So what I would say first is to my original comment is that we need a second. Defensive tools give the Israeli government and the Israeli army and the Israeli people a second to breathe before Israel responds. And we shouldn't be having anyone dictate those decisions. And that's a very important point. We've discussed over the last 3 years of war, Israel doesn't manufacture enough of its defensive and offensive tools to actually be able to make independent decisions. Now, Israel has never, in its about 80 years of life, created all of its tools, but we need to make more here. We don't make enough tactical helmets, bulletproof plates, drones, even reconnaissance drones. We just don't make enough tools here, and so we suffer all the time because, of course, things can get swayed. Now, I'll say to the recent, I'd say mainly White House level comments, that I think in Israel we might feel attacked by some of these comments, and they may be intended to be that way, but it is a response. The fact is that Israel is waging a many-fronted war, and for some reason, some Israeli politicians say, we know we're doing it, and we're going to keep on waging the war, and we haven't left Gaza. We haven't left Lebanon. We haven't stopped responding.
Right.
Fine, we've stopped responding in immediacy to Iran, and only Iran, okay? But everywhere else we're operating, why do members of parliament, of the Knesset, need to bash the White House? I don't think that helps us. If Bibi needs to have a conversation with J.D. Vance or Trump, and that's a heated conversation, let them have it. But I'm not sure the news is the environment for an Israeli member of parliament to bash the White House. I don't think it helps anyone.
I think that's an important point, because what you're saying is what's important is our actions on the ground. And as long as we're doing what we need to do to protect our civilians and soldiers, all right, so people talk. I mean, in the White House talks, and it's not helpful to get on the wrong side, to antagonize
I would
them.
also say it's definitely antagonizing when there's no member of Israeli Knesset who has all the facts besides Bibi in terms of the conversations with the Americans, right? King or not king, he's the only one speaking direct, right? And so they're missing information and they're antagonizing, yes, our biggest supporter today. Let him handle it. And if you want to say something, then back channel, right? There are ambassadors, and I know U.S. senators who speak to Israeli members of Knesset. Talk, have conversations, but you'll never see my organization, and we're a sweet nonprofit, go in the press and bash an Israeli general or IDF policy or the government. It doesn't do any good. I can have open and honest conversations with members of the Ministry of Defense or Health and say, we would like to see change in these areas. We're not as happy as we want to be. There could be more good done. You could be a better partner, but we would never bash them up. That doesn't do any good.
Right. Okay, well, that's an important point. So, but how do you see, now that you've been at the conference, this is the second day, it's not even the end of the second day, do you see that it could have an effect? These kind of gatherings have a big effect on policy or on let's say, unity, something that will contribute to this war effort. I know some people will call it a peace effort, but...
So first, I think you'll see the unity right here, right? I know the cameras aren't facing the crowd, but I see a multitude of groups coming together, smiling, laughing, taking pictures. Now, these are different groups that work on different policy initiatives, and they're much stronger united than they are separated. And also, people have different relationships. So I happen to be blessed with certain relationships in the government that I may or may not need on a daily basis, and I'm able to help, forge certain bonds and relationships. So this war effort and this rebuilding resilience effort, and hopefully a strengthening of our mental health and fortitude effort, all of these pieces are done better in unity. And I would say at this conference, I've met many people who want to integrate those efforts, and I'm very proud to have been here and met them. And also, there's a lot of people who are supporting more than one cause. And that might be in time, and that might be in money. And so for us, as a American nonprofit, our audience is always growing. Our supporters are always growing. Being here is incredible. And so if anyone wants to learn more, israelfriends.org or israelfriends.us, that's where you can learn more about our work.
Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Ruthie.
Welcome back. This is Ruthie Bloom here again, and I'm here with a special guest, Daniel Rosen, co-founder and president of Impact. Hi, Daniel.
How are you?
It's nice to chat with you now on screen. We were talking off screen. Before we talk a little bit about your organization, let me just ask you a question about our summit and how you see it shaping the conversation about what we're going through today. Right now, you're seeing we're negotiating in Geneva, not Israel, the United States, with the Iranian regime. And then there are separate negotiations going on between Israel and Lebanon about Hezbollah. There is so much going on and of great concern, I would say, this memorandum of understanding. So tell me a little bit about what you see at our conference and your organization and how it's bringing the conversation forward to some extent.
Well, I mean, this is kind of like a snapshot into what there appears to be lots of activity among a lot of very concerned people, and so it's very, exciting and hopeful to see all these, substantial and important people here, and so that's encouraging and hopeful. I would connect that to what's happening where I'm from, which is New York City, to say that there's definitely something new happening in New York, at least I can speak about, in terms of organizing, which is what I've been involved with. Whereas, let's say 2.75 years ago, when I became involved with what I've been doing, there was very little organization from our side. We saw our enemies fully organized, fully mobilized, and it took us a very long time to react. And thankfully, I can tell you, things are happening. In the last 6 months alone, I can say there's different groups such as myself, ours, which is called Impact. There are others like End Jew Hatred and others who are starting to coalesce together and to not just be reactive or passive, which is really was the problem. We're being proactive. And so some of the things we've been involved with in recent times are we had a rally, let's say, a month and a half ago on Mother's Day, and it was reaction to some swastikas in Queens, New York. So what we did is we organized the community, and we had bipartisan support. Democrats and Republicans show up. We had, which was great, and then we had about 200 people show up, and we got press, Channel 2, Channel 5, Channel 9, Channel 11, AOL.com, New York Post, and they all reported upon it. And that's how we begin to impact the narrative, which is what we want to do. Now, it's true that it's a big fight, but we'll do all that we can. But on the road towards impact, and we're going to achieve empowerment also, which is also important.
Well, how much do you see the anti-Semitism you're combating or highlighting, let's say in New York City, how much do you see that as connected to Israel specifically? And also, can you relate to whether Mamdani's election as mayor of New York City had an effect on the urgency of your activities?
I think Mamdani is a symptom of something much larger. He's like the byproduct of something that's been going on for 30, 40 years. And so it might have woken a bunch of people up. That might have been the straw that broke the camel's back for some people. I think, though, people have been impacted, very pun intended, by what's been going on for the last 2.75 years. And it's finally, people are starting to really start to take action. So Mamdani, definitely for some people, for different people, there was that different moment which woke them up. For me, it was October 8th. It was seeing how organized the other side was, being surprised by all the young people who are ostensibly against us, and realizing that we had to fight back.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, it's kind of surprising if you think about it, that October 7th was in 2023, and Mamdani was elected after that, wasn't? So you could say, isn't that odd that there was this wake-up call on October 7th? It's true, it was about Israel, but it was also an attack on the Jewish people, and yet he was elected.
Well, okay, so this is a complicated question, okay?
Yeah.
But I'll say this, and then this is going to be a hard thing to hear, which is that Mamdani's election was like the ultimate coup for them. In other words, they were on the streets protesting, right? And he was one of those people, right? And then he got elected.
You mean on behalf of Hamas?
On behalf of Hamas and all those. And so this is like the ultimate victory for them, because now they took over the mayorship for the most important city in the world. And so you got to say, that's an accomplishment on their end. But as far as like, this has been going on for 30 years. And the indoctrination of young people has been going on for 30 years, and the attack on Israel is just like it's an easy point to attack, but it's really an attack on the West. It's an attack on capitalism. It's an attack on the history of civilization, of Western civilization. And so if you're a young person who feels guilty about maybe their own past for whatever reason, it's very easy to attack Israel and feel like you've done something good. And that's what we're dealing with at this time.
Absolutely, but were you not surprised? I mean, after all, New York City is such a Jewish city. And even though, by the way, this fight is not a Jewish fight, what starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews, but not only that. We see that global jihad is against Christians and against any group, and including Muslims who are infidels, quote unquote. New York City, though, was so pluralistic and, was certainly liberal and woke and all that. But to have such a Jewish city with such an open anti-Semitic mayor.
Well, it's about capitalism versus socialism. That's what it's about. That's the issue, the Jewish issue, the Israel issue. It's like the number 8th or 9th issue to the average person. To us, it's the most important thing, but to everyone else, they care about income equality. They care about food justice. They care about housing justice, as they put it.
Yes, but with these free supermarkets or whatever, there's some co-op in Brooklyn, and they were boycotting or banning Israeli products like Bamba. After all, you say it's capitalism and all that, but why then would you care if you're getting free stuff? Why would you care if it came from Israel?
It's just an indoctrination that's been going on for a long time. But you brought up the co-op, and I'll take this opportunity.
Which is why I brought it up.
You're the best. You're the best. No, it's basically like the challenges are immense, but we have to do all that we can in the situation we're in. So part of what we've been doing is reacting, being proactive, but also reacting on our own terms, not reacting on their terms. So the co-op situation where they kicked out the Israeli companies, what we did was we actually invited, we got in touch with OSEM, and they donated 6,000 bags of bamba to us, and we created what we call the Bamba Brigade, and we had 25 locations, and we gave it out, and raised awareness about BDS and what's wrong about it, and that was our way of reacting. And one thing we've learned, really important lesson, is that it's about action. It's about doing things. Once you do things, that's what creates the excitement, that's what creates the activity, and then people react to that. So it's not about talking about it. It's not about writing a paper about it necessarily, even though that could be helpful. It's about the action you take, and that's the lesson we've learned in recent times.
Right. So you see at this conference, you see other organizations, so you're all sort of joined together to take action, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, thank you so much, and good luck. Most of us love Bamba, by the way, and so that was a great idea.
By the way, there's a strawberry Bamba. I don't know if anybody knows that.
I did not know there was strawberry
There's a strawberry
Bamba. Doesn't sound so great to me, but I'll try it.
Okay.
Anyway, so Daniel, thank you so much. And thank you for coming to the conference.
My pleasure. And thank you for what you do, Ruthie. I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
we're back to live broadcasting from the JNS conference right here in Jerusalem. And I'm here with a very, very special guest. Leah Soibel is the founder and CEO of an organization called Fuente Latina. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Leah, tell our audience what is Fuente Latina and why you decided to found it so many years ago.
Great question. So Fuente Latina is a nonprofit, a nonpartisan organization based in Miami, and we work to increase Latino and Latin American support for Israel by empowering thousands of non-Jewish Hispanic reporters, journalism students, influencers, creators to cover Israel and the Jewish world in real time in their language, regardless of where they are geographically.
That's amazing, Leah, because you know what's interesting about what you've done is it's quite visionary in a way, because America is becoming so much more Latina. You and I are both Spanish speakers. We see it all the time. When I'm in Florida, I'm in New York, I speak more Spanish than I speak English sometimes. California, the same. Tell me a little bit about the sentiment and the impact that you and the work you've done, because every time you bring a group of journalists, I have the privilege of meeting them, talking to them. Tell me about the problem and the solution that you managed to bring.
So the problem speaks to answering your next question as to why did I found Fuente Latina, and it's because from my kitchen table in 2012 in Jerusalem, I looked around the media landscape in the Spanish-speaking market, which is the second or third largest market in the world. We're talking about an estimated 600 million Spanish speakers worldwide and 68 million Hispanics in the United States. They make up 20% of the total US population, and by 2050, they will make up 30% of the total US population.
30%.
They are the future of the US-Israel relationship, and they harbor the least amount of anti-Semitic sentiments more than any other ethnic or racial group.
Why is that, Leah?
Well, because first of all, Judeo-Christian values.
So they're religious Christians, they're believing people?
More and more. We're seeing a surgence of younger Hispanics, both in Latin America and the United States, becoming Protestant evangelicals. Today, Hispanic evangelicals in the United States make up 18% of the entire faith-based media market in America.
Wow.
And it's the fastest growing. The problem is that Israel and the Jewish people are not communicating with the Hispanic world.
Well, we have a communication problem anyway, but if we're not doing it well in English, we're certainly not doing it well in any other language, and not in Spanish, of course.
And the problem really is obviously that is a fundamental issue, that we are not speaking in any language, let alone in Spanish. But when I started Fuente Latina in 2012, Iran launched its 24/7 television news network, Hispan TV. Russia today, the Russians today in Spanish are the biggest super spreaders of disinformation that is fueling anti-Semitism in the Western Hemisphere. Hezbollah communicate in Spanish, Hamas communicate in Spanish, but Israel and the Jewish people do not. And so the void that Fuente Latina fills is absolutely critical to getting Israel's messages and voice out in Spanish.
That's incredible, but it's incredible that it takes a nonprofit like yours to do this heavy lift.
It is, but we've been doing it successfully for 13 years, and we've created a global distribution pipeline of more than 1,000 non-Jewish Hispanic reporters and media professionals to communicate outside of the Jewish echo chamber. We're the only ones doing what we do, and we've seen a surgence of interest in journalists coming to Israel, Hispanic journalists coming to Israel. Since October 7th, we've brought over 300 journalists and journalism students now to Israel and to Poland even. So there's definitely a market, and we're working very aggressively to fill that market before the other side does.
And you know what's really interesting, Leah, is I find Latin America in general. So one subject, of course, is the Spanish-speaking population of the United States. But we have a whole continent, Latin America from Central down to South America, where the countries go, or the populations go, depending on who's the leader. And yesterday we had such very good news that Colombia, from being a super hostile country, has now elected a new very pro-Israel president. Maybe tell us a bit more about that and the impact it will have.
So I think it'll have a tremendous impact. And I think that if anybody is looking for good news in the Jewish world or from Israel, look at Latin America right now. This is historic. This is probably the first time in a generation that Israel has 12 new allies as a cluster an entire network throughout the Western Hemisphere. We have not seen the likes of this since the 50s and the 60s. And so the fact that Colombia just elected after 4 tumultuous years with what was our strongest... Our strongest military ally in Latin America to drop us on November 2023.
And blaming us on top of it.
Yeah, and blaming us on top of it for it, as well as many other very important markets. But Colombia plays a very critical role in terms of security, influence in the Western Hemisphere, and the fact that now we have regained our allyship back with the Colombian country, the government, but also more importantly the people, speaks volumes. And this very much is important because in March, I believe, or April it was, when President Milei made his 3rd visit to Israel, he announced the launch of the Isaac Accords. And so this is kind of the brother of the Abraham Accords that we see happening in the Arab world. But it is a renewed friendship. It is a renewed commitment of Israel with this brand new network of 12 pro-Israel governments. So we need to make sure that we are talking to them, that we are working and engaging them consistently. They have pragmatic approaches to the economy, to tech solutions as well, and more importantly, as it relates to Israel's security.
Well, that's really incredible, and people don't seem to remember or understand that, yes, the United States moved its embassy here to Jerusalem, but shortly after, we had Guatemala, we had Honduras, we have Paraguay, and now, please God, very soon, Argentina. We have an innovation office for Ecuador, for Uruguay. We really have a movement towards this Isaac Accords. And it's thrilling to see that we're losing Europe, and yet Latin America is somehow coming back to us.
But I will caution, there's a tendency in the Jewish-Israel world to overlook Latin America.
Yes.
And the fact that we have 12 pro-Israel governments, we should not be wasting any time in not engaging these new governments and their people and communicating with them, because there is an information void. And we also have to take note that the 68 million Hispanics in the United States, they read and watch what happens back in their home countries every single day. So what happens in Latin America doesn't stay in Latin America. It very much bleeds into the Hispanic community in the United States. And so with this opportunity, we have a renewed opportunity to communicate with US Latinos, which it's a very underserved audience in terms of, again, how we communicate with the world. But this is a great time to do something positive. Well, like you said, we're losing Europe, but we have a renewed relationship with 12 countries in Latin America, and we can't miss that opportunity at all. And I will say this, after President Milei of Argentina, I think the Jewish people in Israel's second favorite Latino is Marco Rubio.
Absolutely. I mean, and I guess to get a little political now, Leah, does Marco Rubio have the support of the Latin community in the United States?
He does, very much so, yes.
So maybe that's the salvation.
He's an hermano, no, he's done amazing in his role as Secretary of State and many other hats that he's had to play along the way. But more importantly, he's remained a steadfast friend of the Jewish people and of Israel, and I think we can't take that for granted.
That's amazing. Leah Soibel, Fuente Latina, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Ruthie Bloom again. I'm here with Itamar Marcus, the founder and head of Palestinian Media Watch, a research organization that is, as its name suggests, but before I start, I will also say that Itamar is an old friend of mine, and I even worked for him for a while, several years ago. Itamar, welcome, and welcome to the JNS Summit. Before we get started on questions, I would like to first pose a broad question right now, because your issue is focused on the Palestinian Authority and Palestinian society and culture. But right now, what we're seeing is we have so-called negotiations going on in Geneva between the United States and Iran, and we have other negotiations between Israel and Lebanon over Hezbollah. What I'd like to know is, how do you see the Palestinian issue as part of this broader story that we are in right now and that is not over with Iran?
That's a great question, and it's so important to understand this. Should the United States, I would say, succeed, even though it's not a success, should they succeed in reaching some kind of an agreement with Iran and then impose something on Israel regarding Lebanon, the final blockage to peace that Trump is talking about is going to be Gaza and Israel. In other words, it might seem like it's forgotten right now, but should they succeed in the other places to impose things that are terrible on Israel, and the whole world's going to be playing out this Peace in Our Time song, then they're going to all be the entire world is going to be focused on Israel and Gaza and say, okay, so Hamas is there, okay, so they didn't disarm, just build a Palestinian state that's peaceful, on your side. So we're going to have major challenges coming from Gaza, and we at Palestinian Media Watch, one of the things that we find most critical now is that we have to keep producing the material that proves to the international community that the Palestinian Authority not just is not the solution, but they are a fundamental part of the problem. October 7th happened because of all the years of PA education, not Hamas education. Let's not forget, the PA school books were the ones that were used in the Gaza Strip. The PA teachers were PA teachers paid for by the Palestinian Authority up till October 7th. The international community imagines Gaza as a separate enclave, but the Palestinian Authority never recognized the civil war. They never recognized Hamas rule. They continued paying the teachers, continued with the school books. All the hatred and all the terror that the kids were brought up in the Gaza Strip is courtesy of the Palestinian Authority.
Well, that's an important point, because a lot of people forget that, and they seem to think that the Palestinian Authority are the moderates to the extremist Hamas, etc. And then, as you pointed out, they may hate each other, Fatah and Hamas, but the PA continues to pay for slay and pay terrorists, Hamas terrorists, stipends, etc.
By the way, if I might add, they don't only pay them. The most honored people in Palestinian society are terrorists and release terrorists. I'll just give you an example. An ambassador, a few years after he might leave his position, every time he's introduced, he's still introduced as ambassador, even though he's no longer an ambassador. A Palestinian prisoner, forever, even after he's out of jail, he's always introduced as Asra. Asra meaning the prisoner, the prisoner. This is their status. The Palestinian Authority has made not just that they pay the salaries to the terrorists, but they have made them and actually said these words. They are the most honored people in Palestinian society. Kill a Jew, become a Palestinian icon.
Okay, so let's talk for a minute about the Abraham Accords. And what we said when they were signed is that the beauty of them, among others, was that the idea had shifted from there can be no peace in the Middle East or between Israel and its Arab neighbors without the creation of a Palestinian state. And the Abraham Accords showed that that was not true. In other words, you can make, on the contrary, you can make peace. Israel can make peace with Arab neighbors without the creation of a Palestinian state. Are we losing that idea? Are the members of the Abraham Accords, now that they're seeing what's going on with Iran, wondering whether they made the right choice?
I think were Iran destroyed, the Islamic regime of Iran destroyed and replaced by a popular democratic regime, I think there would have been a greater chance that the Gulf states would stay away from the Abraham Accords. I think one of the reasons they went for the Abraham Accords was because they said, you know what, our main enemy is Iran, and if they also hate Israel and Israel hates them, then we have to tie up with Israel. If Iran is no longer a threat for the Gulf states, I think they might say, you know what, we don't need Israel. Why do we have to compromise on our ideology for years? It has nothing to do with the Palestinians. It's an ideology of recognizing a Jewish state in the Middle East. Why should we recognize them altogether? We only did it in the first. I'm convinced that the whole reason for the success of the Abraham Accords from the beginning was because, you know, they knew Israel is strong. They knew that at some point they'd be fighting Iran, and they wanted Israel on their side. If Iran were to disappear, they wouldn't need them. On the other hand, Iran's not going anywhere, so maybe they'll move ahead with Israel.
Well, I mean, the side benefits of the Abraham Accords, aside from the anti-Iran axis, of course, they benefit economically, et cetera, programs with Israel. But isn't that the reason that Iran then was launching missiles at the Gulf states to put pressure on President Trump to say, fine, we're ending the war, precisely because of what you just said?
Exactly. Trump stopped the war because he didn't want to have not just the Gulf of Hormuz, but he didn't want to have the Gulf states, entire oil refineries all up in smoke. Excuse me. There was a chance, you know, of major long-term damage to international oil. So that was probably one of the main reasons.
Right. Okay. So let's talk for a minute about you've dealt so many years with the wrong strategies in relation to, let's just call it global jihad or whatever, and that appeasement is the absolute worst, et cetera. So the Strait of Hormuz, for a minute, let's talk about that. When President Trump said, when Iran said, okay, we're in charge and we're blocking, they held it hostage, he said, oh yeah, I'm going to impose the blockade on you. And that seemed to be a clever strategy and seemed to be working. And then now, suddenly, he stopped. So why do you think that is? Did he shift his mind frame about how you confront this kind of an enemy?
I think, again, the fear of having damage to the Gulf oil production, which could, we don't know. I mean, Iran still has hundreds of missiles, and all you need is one missile to hit the right spot to destroy a refinery completely and have it burn for the next, 6 months. And that's what he was afraid of. He was afraid of a massive war where the target would not even be Israel, but they would just want to punish the United States by having a major oil crisis around the world. I think that's what his concern was. After he made the deal with Iran, it was incredible. He kept saying, oh, look, the oil prices are going down again. Oh, look, we have oil. That was his focus, and I think the concern was not the Gulf, it was the Gulf states.
Listen, we could go on for hours, but our time has run out. It was really great talking to you on camera. Normally we talk off camera. So thanks for coming, and thanks for coming to the conference.
And thanks for inviting me.
Hi again, this is Ruthie Bloom from JNS, and I'm here at the second JNS International Policy Conference Summit with my dear friend, Dr. Martin Sherman. Martin, it's really good to have you. Martin is the head of the Israel Institute for Strategic Studies and a lecturer at Tel Aviv University, a former lecturer at Tel Aviv University. Now, Martin, before I jump right in, because I guess what I want to ask you is you've not only participated in panels at this conference, but you have been a long time critic of policies that encourage global jihad, I would say, if I want to put it in a nutshell. And so I would like to ask you, after being here for a couple of days and participating in it, and given what is going on in the world right now, in Geneva with the negotiations with Iran, and in Washington, negotiations between Israel and Lebanon, are you more depressed or more hopeful?
I must say I'm pretty concerned. I don't think there's a lot of reason to be optimistic. I think we have to be resolute and we have to be determined. But I think we have to have a clear-eyed view of what's looming before us. And I think we have to change the way things have done, to change dramatically. You know, I think in many ways, someone said to me the other day, what do we do now? And I said, you need to ask the question before that, is how we got here. And I think we've arrived at a situation after decades of dereliction of diplomatic duty. What do I mean by that? For Israel, diplomatic diplomacy has always, until now, has been an afterthought. And now all of a sudden people have woken up to the strategic need for public diplomacy. And we're trying to catch up. But not only are we trying to catch up, I think we're doing the wrong thing. Because I think public diplomacy shouldn't be event-centric. It should be context-centric. What do I mean by that? You shouldn't wait for an event and then run around trying to explain it. You should be assaulting public opinion constantly, whether there's an event or not, to create the context against which the events occur. And let me give you an example. For instance, if a Palestinian youth is killed accidentally by IDF gunfire, it makes a big difference if the context is Israel is a valiant democracy fighting against great odds against a sea of totalitarianism, or if Israel is a semi-fascist country who is after other people's land. The same event, different context. And the important thing is to prime the international consciousness for the events. And a lot has been ignored. Israel has been very remiss, and I think it's going to be a very uphill fight to do it. You know, we can't give up. We have to do it, and we have to allot huge amounts of resources. For decades, I've been advocating that Israel allot between 1% and 2% of the state budget for public diplomacy. That doesn't sound a lot, but in money, it's between $1 and $2 billion. With $1 or $2 billion, you can change a lot of minds and win a lot of hearts if it's done forcefully and resourcefully. And I remember what the Palestinians have done. The Palestinians were never the darling of the world. After the Six-Day War, Israel was an object of admiration for everyone. But the Palestinians showed resolve, they showed resourcefulness, and they allotted resources, and they took a narrative which was not only marginal, in Israel it was even illegal, never mind illegitimate, and they moved it to mainstream consensus and even became, at some stage, the monopolistic narrative. So I think there's a lot to do, and we really need to grit our teeth and get down to business.
Okay, but finally, and you and I have had this discussion quite a bit off camera, in the lead up to October 7th, let's suppose there had been such a budget and focus on public diplomacy. But we saw that there were messages that it was hard to even convey a consistent message if half of the people who believed in that message, and the other half were opposed to that message, and one of those being what we used to call the conceptia, oh no, we'll have quiet over the Gaza border, and if we won't fire, if they don't fire, okay. Now, if that were your public diplomacy message, what would have happened if you had spent $1 billion shekels on it?
I don't think that should have been I think our public diplomacy message should have been much more robust. We should be portraying the Palestinians as they really are, and why anyone who professes to cherish liberal values would advocate the establishment of what would inevitably be a homophobic, misogynistic Muslim majority territory is beyond me. And that's what a Palestinian state would be. I mean, I don't know any of even the most enthusiastic two-stater can't really deny that would be the face of a Palestinian state. And we've never used it. When last did you hear on the Israeli public diplomacy that we're fighting against the establishment of a homophobic, misogynistic Muslim majority tyranny?
No.
Never. And we've been much too refined. In many ways, we didn't even show what happened on October. People, we were worried that it might offend
Well,
people.
that's a great example, because the Public Diplomacy Directorate of the Prime Minister's office, there had been a decision made at the highest level not to disseminate the Hamas videos of the atrocities.
Big mistake. And I think if we're going to sacrifice political truth for political correctness, that's the result you're going to get.
Well, in fairness, the reason wasn't political correctness. It was, not to turn it into a snuff film, and that the families of the hostages and the raped girls would be offended, and it was a delicate subject. I agree with you that we should have disseminated it, but the reason behind it had some justification.
Not enough.
Not enough. Well, listen, Martin, we could talk about this for hours, but our time is up, and I just want to thank you so much, and really hope you're getting something out of the conference. You're certainly contributing to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're back, live broadcast from JNS Policy Conference
right here in Jerusalem, and I've had a wonderful day interviewing the most interesting people. And now I want to introduce you to a wonderful young man. Now I sound old when I say that. Kevin Gaddafi, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Kevin, up until last week, you're a Stanford student. Now you're a Stanford graduate.
I can hardly believe it.
I want to talk to you about an inherent contradiction, Kevin. You are Persian by origin. You're a Persian Jew, but you studied the classics at Stanford. It's not a kind of everyday choice for a nice Iranian boy like you. What were you looking to do, and what did you get out of it?
Besides the first, obviously disappointing my mother, I realized the irony that I studied my people's ancient enemies, the Greeks for the Persians and the Romans of the Jews. But I think I came to some early recognition that one, every great man throughout history, from Alexander to Churchill to Eisenhower, had some classical education. And besides that, the country that I live in, United States of America, in my opinion, the greatest country in the history of the world, was built on the backs of two civilizations, right? The Eastern tradition, the Iranian tradition, the Persian tradition, and of course the Jewish tradition, Judeo-Christian tradition, and the Western classical tradition. I mean, we are truly the new Athens. I think it was Thomas Paine who first coined that. And so having a background in each, I hope, makes me a more responsible citizen and better equips me to serve my country and my people.
Well, I think that's wonderful, but you know, Jewish civilization has never had a problem taking the best also out of other civilizations that we've met along the way. As we know, the Rambam was a huge Aristotle guy. So you are now combining these things, Kevin. What do you think is missing? Because you're a young man in your generation that you've managed to learn from the classic education you've just gotten in Stanford. What would you wish more young people like you studied or knew?
It's a very difficult question. The obvious answer is that I think classical education should be uniform and widespread for Americans. It should be something as ubiquitous as knowing the Pledge of Allegiance. And yet, so few people know Latin, know Greek, have read Aristotle, have read Thomas Paine and all the others. But to give you a more specific, the people love you. To give you a more specific answer, I think there's some sense of divine providence and the divinity of man that comes out of the classical tradition that seems to be missing. And it was beautifully put by Martin Luther King in a speech he gave, I think in '63, titled The American Dream, where he spoke about the Christian love, agape. So obviously this is anachronistic to apply Christian love to a Greek word that predates it. But the idea that all human beings are created in the image of God, and because of that we have a sacred responsibility and honor to defend our fellow citizens, to advocate on their behalf, and to remember, despite the struggles and differences that we have between us, those who disagree with us on politics, those who disagree with us arguably on matters of morality, that at least in my country we share the precious name of American, and that means more than just having a certain citizenship, but it's the fundamental recognition that we're created in the image of God.
So let me ask you one difficult question before we finish.
Please.
Is critical thinking still alive in Stanford?
At least among my circle of friends, absolutely.
But you've seen the decline of it around other arenas?
I think it's ubiquitous. I think we're coming out of what has been a bit of a lull when it comes to critical thinking. There was a period, and I think it dominated the field of classics as well for a little while, where the fashionable thing to do is to lean into overly critical theory, to avoid deep engagement with the texts, and to rely on others because coming up with something original will put you in a camp of ostracization. I think we're starting to leave that. I think it's becoming fashionable again to think for oneself.
Well, I really hope so, because that is really the pinnacle of our civilizations, the many that we belong to. A message for the Iranian people, maybe, Kevin?
Stay strong. You know, they have this ancient people deserves its freedom, and the entire West is watching with patiently and with held breath for the long-awaited realization of their national dreams.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
My pleasure. Thank you,
That's
Fleur.
it for now. we're back at the JNS conference on our live broadcast with the most interesting guests we've had all day since the morning. And now I have my very special friend, Samer Sanjilawi, Palestinian reformist. Samer, are you still on the path to reform the Palestinian Authority?
Well, of course, because it's a mission that somebody needs to do.
Somebody does.
And I don't think that a lot are trying, really. But you know, this is the most important challenge that is facing us as Palestinians. Without proper leadership, we cannot better our conditions, our life. We cannot create better dynamics with the Israelis. I always say, Fleur, everybody in the world is giving us a lot of attention. Not because we are important. We are not important to anybody. But because we were lucky to be in a conflict with you guys. You are the important.
You understand that, huh?
And now imagine if somebody comes and understands from the Palestinian side that we will gain 10,000 times more attention in a positive way if we are able as Palestinians to change this relation from conflict to partnership. So if we really understand the best interest of ourselves, of our people, we need to focus on this. How can we change relation with the Israelis from conflict to partnership?
Samer, do you think there's an understanding in Palestinian society that the Palestinian issue has been hijacked by bad actors that want to use the Palestinian issue against Jews rather than help the Palestinian people? You understand it, but do other Palestinians understand that?
Well, I think Palestinians are realizing now, the average Palestinian in the street, that he has been disappointed by his leadership, that there is no leadership at all, that the leadership is enjoying this situation where the consequences of their policies is only paid by the people but not by themselves.
Not them. They're all rich, they're all corrupt.
Yes, and they don't want to open any opportunity for change. Look, our president is now 93 years old.
93?
And nobody dared in the Fatah conference, 2,600, to declare himself as a candidate. He was elected by applause. Again at 93, assuming, you know, every 12 years there is a Congress for Fatah. So now he needs to continue another 12 years. Not only this,
he's elected himself for another 12 years?
Well,
was he going to be 112?
Well,
115?
Well, not only this, he created a succession for his son.
Oh.
Now his son Yasser Abbas
Dynasty.
became, of course. So this is what we are. And you know what really upsets me a lot, Fleur? That there are silly leaders in Europe that are still embracing him, that they don't feel shy to support such a dictator, that they continue to do business with him, that they continue to betray our democracy, the value, the principle of democracy. Why democracy is good for Europe and it is not good for Palestine?
Maybe they think Hamas would get in instead?
Well, who said so? Should we stay hostages about their thinking that Hamas... I'll tell you something, Fleur. Let us say that the Palestinians are so stupid and they will re-elect Hamas. Then we will pay the consequences out of choice. Now we are paying the consequences out of no choice, for God's sake.
That's such a insightful thought that you've just had. Samer, how do we change the reality? How do you and other leaders like you, like Ali Abu Awad, my other friend, how do you change? How do you take the reins to help your people? How do you do that?
Well, I think we need to explain. I am lucky, Fleur, that I have possibilities to come and meet Israelis.
Yes, you do.
In conferences like this.
Yes.
Maybe some of them I don't really agree with their opinion, but I learn how they think. I start understanding their point of view. And it will help me as a Palestinian to understand them better, because then I will be able really to think in a better way of how can we both find a situation where we feel win-win. And I think there are scenarios. So this kind of accessibility that I have allows me to understand the Israeli better and allows me to explain the Israelis to the Palestinian in a better way. because Palestinians are also confused.
They're
And we
confused.
need to fight against that confusion. We need to clarify things. And I hope that maybe I help the Israelis a little bit to get out of certain areas of confusion about Palestinians, because unfortunately we are judged by the shape and acts of our leader who don't represent us. All the mistakes that you can attribute to Palestinians, it's a list of bad leadership.
Bad leadership. Bad and corrupt leadership.
Yeah.
Well, Samer, we all pray that the Palestinian people have the privilege and luck to have leaders like you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samer.
And I am sure that also Israelis are lucky to have leaders like you.
Thank you, Samer.
Thank you.
That's it for now.
Hi, it's Ruthie Bloom again, and I'm now here with a special guest, Jeff Taubey, the Israel chair of the International Committee for the Mount of Olives. That's a mouthful. But before we get started to talk about what that means, I'm going to ask you a general question about this summit, this JNS International Summit, right now at this critical period in Israel's history and the history of Israel-U.S. relations, and of course, Iran. Now, I'd like to know, first of all, tell me a little bit about your organization and why that's even relevant to the discussion at hand.
Sure, Ruthie. First of all, thank you so much for having me, and thank JNS also for this incredible conference. Why is it important? And why is it important to the U.S.-Israel relationship at this critical point in time? Because we are all about protecting Israeli sovereignty, Israeli control in Jerusalem, in a united Jerusalem. The Mount of Olives, or the Mount of Olives Ridge, if you will, constitutes a 2-mile long stretch that protects the entire eastern flank of Jerusalem. If, God forbid, we were to lose control of that ridge, then we would lose control of East Jerusalem, and we would also lose control and jeopardize the communities on the east of it. We have lovely Jewish communities like Ma'aleh Adumim, Kfar Adumim, Mishar Adumim, Kedar, Alon. They would all be placed in jeopardy if we were to lose control of the Mount of Olives.
So when you say they'd be placed in jeopardy, do you mean that they would be in danger of facing an October 7th-like scenario?
Well, we discovered in 2002, at the height of the Second Intifada, that the Palestinian Authority had plans to build illegally from Ramallah El Bira in the north to Bethlehem in the south. And in fact, they did. There are about 38,000 structures in East Jerusalem that were built illegally. The only thing, think of the neck of an hourglass, the only thing that separated them from connecting the northern salient from the southern salient was the Mount of Olives and an area right next to it called the Emek Surim National Park. And if we, God forbid, had lost control of that, then they could have connected the two salients.
Now, what we're seeing is, we've seen, on the one hand, the Trump administration, President Trump, recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital, moved the embassy to Jerusalem in his first term. We saw in this term his joining forces with Israel in an amazing display, fighting Iran, literally in Iran, or flying over Iran, but also helping solve the hostage crisis, and with President Trump backing Israel. And now what we're seeing is a sort of, or what many people think is backtracking on that, with statements coming out of Washington that are very harsh. And among them, before the U.S. went to Geneva to negotiate with the Iranian regime, we heard Vice President J.D. Vance also with a tone about Judea and Samaria, about extending Israeli sovereignty more than where it is right now. He said, that's not our policy. But it wasn't just that he said it, it was the way he said it. So how do you envision even dealing with that issue if you have Washington saying, don't?
Well, as far as our concern, which is the Mount of Olives, I think the Trump administration, Trump 1, or Trump 45, if you will, and Trump 47, have both been very, very resolute about their support for Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. What we should be concerned about is, God forbid, there is an administration in place after the Trump tenure is finished that would be less friendly to Israel. And what would they ask us to negotiate on? Would they keep the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem? These are all questions that we have to ask, not when it occurs, but beforehand. We have to do as much as we can to, let's say, reinforce, if you will, the policies of the Trump administration vis-a-vis Jerusalem. And that means keeping a very strong presence, strong control, and sovereignty over East Jerusalem, which is exactly what we do in the International Committee for the Mount of Olives.
Okay, so we're running out of time, but I was just going to ask you one more question, and that is, how did you feel sidelined, or your work feel sidelined during this war against Iran, the Islamic Republic, because attention was really focused off of that?
Well, let me tell you, it's incredible. It's incredible. We're building a visitor center on the Mount of Olives. We are kicking in 12.5 million shekel. The government is kicking in 12.5 million shekel. War or no war, it's continuing apace. No problem whatsoever.
That's amazing. Listen, thank you, Jeff Taubey, so much, and thank you for being part of the JNS Summit.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Ruthie Bloom, and I'm here at the JNS International Policy Summit with Eldon Kay, the Vice President of Ogin. Before we get to a discussion about what Ogin does, tell me something about how you see the current challenges and what you're witnessing at this conference, how that meshes with your work and this historic moment right now. Iran, the United States, Israel, Lebanon.
Well, listen, I've been thinking for a while now that we have a lot of opportunities at hand, right? The October 7th situation created a vast array of opportunities. It seems like there's a lot of people here in the room that feel that these opportunities are at hand as well. I just got off on a panel about reservists, which I think is one of the most critical elements in Israeli society today. And, Ogin, again, we'll talk about it in a second, but Ogin is a social financial institution, and we believe that there's a platform to help people grow from a financial perspective without profit motives. The banks in Israel are very sort of centralistic, and there's a lot of people that have put their lives on the line and paused everything, and they shouldn't be suffering financially because of this situation that we're all in.
Absolutely. Now, just for the audience who don't know Hebrew, Ogin means anchor. So what are you anchoring?
So we were founded 35 years ago, based on the Rambam sort of Jewish value of if you can help someone become self-sustainable, that's the highest form of tzedakah.
You mean like giving in the fishing rod, not the fish?
Correct. And so we provide loans and we provide financial guidance and coaching for families,
small businesses?
Small
also?
businesses, families, and nonprofits. For families, individuals, we do nonprofit loans based on the Hebrew free loan models that actually originated in North America at the beginning of the last century. But we've built on that and built models because the need here is so significant. We're talking about market failures that 1.5 billion people in this country don't have access or don't have sort of affordable access to the banking industry. We have 600,000 small businesses that employ so many, 45% of the population. But when they approach the bank would much rather give a big loan to a big corporation.
Well, listen, I think that's very important, and I'm really glad that you have organizations like this in Israel and that you participated in this conference, and it's really great to have spoken to.
Thank you.
Thank
Nice
you
to
for
meet
being.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
hours later, I was fighting near Gaza. I was injured from a shrapnel. After 2 months of recovery, I returned to Army for another 400 days. I was in Lebanon, thank you, in Gaza. Before 1 year, I was injured in the third time in my life from a sniper in Gaza. Today, I'm still in rehabilitation in Tel HaShomer. During this time, my friend from Shalva band gave me power. They called me and wait for me. They remind me what is friendship, loyalty, and hope. On the battlefield and in Shalva, I saw some things. People from different backgrounds standing together and helping one another. This is the story of Shalva, and that is the story of Israel. We are one people. And together, we are stronger than any challenge. Thank you, Kalman and Malki Samuels, for the vision. And thank you, my friend, my band. And thank you, Am Yisrael Chai.
Stand by me, just as לבוא לאבא, והיום אני עוד חי.
Sing with us.
זה השיר שסבא שר בו לאבא, והיום אני Good evening! עולה עולה, נשיר ביחד שהשמחה בלב אורחת. עולה עולה, נשיר ביחד גדול וקטן, כמו קשת Thank you.
We have another song, but thank you very much.
We all have our difficult moments. We all have complaints. But it is important to understand that there is much to be thankful for. Please stand up. I cannot see you, but I hear. Some of you are still sitting in my right. Please, everyone, stand up together with me. For a single moment, without any vision, I hope you feel and understand that there is what to be grateful for. Thank you for a wandering in the morning. Thank you for healthy legs to go for beautiful walks. Thank you for laughter. Thank you for the ability to see. Thank you for a surprise gift. Thank you, Father and Mother, for a good meal. Thank you for the opportunity to sing and create joy. Thank you for the privilege standing here, being able to say thank you. Thank you for support. Thank you for love. Thank you for the children. Thank you for the little blessing. Thank you for the hard times, because only through difficult moments I am able to appreciate and all that I have. Thank you, God, for the butterflies, and thank you. Please sit down. King composing hallelujah. Sing with me. Hallelujah. 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 Maybe there's a God above, but all I've ever learned from love was how to shoot somebody who went through ya. But it's not a cry you can hear at night. It's not somebody what's in the light. It's a call that needs a broken heart. Hallelujah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eden, Dina, Naama, Yosef, Aviv, Yair, Tamir, ותודה לדוד קומברג ותודה לשלווה.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in special applause and appreciation for the Shalva Band. Good evening, everyone. Distinguished guests, diplomats, government officials, business leaders, members of the media, and friends of Israel. Welcome to the evening plenary of the 2026 JNS International Policy Summit. Tonight, we focus on one of the defining challenges and opportunities of our time, from strategic alliances and regional diplomacy to defense, energy, trade, and emerging partnerships across continents. Our discussions will examine how Israel is shaping and being shaped in a rapidly changing world. Israel's security depends not only on the courage of its soldiers, but also on the innovation that keeps them ahead of evolving threats. Our dear friend and excellent leader, Yuval Steinitz, has spent decades shaping both Israel's national strategy and its security capabilities. As Minister of Finance, Minister of Intelligence and Strategic Affairs, and now as chairman of Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. Today, he helps oversee the development of some of the world's most advanced defense technologies, including systems that protect Israel and its allies every day. Please welcome Dr. Yuval Steinitz.
So we are going to produce an independent arms industry, very powerful, very strong, and with unimaginable innovation.
30,000 rockets and missiles were launched into Israel. We were able to intercept practically 99%. If I would be a lawyer, I would say no case to answer after this movie. And I must tell you, it's almost impossible and actually very unfair to place me after Shalva. Nobody can compete with Shalva. But I'll do my best in the very restricted time. I want to speak about the place, to give you a taste about the real place of science and technology in Israel's security nowadays, and especially in the war in the two stages, war, Am Kelavi 1 year ago, and Sha'agat Ha'ari 4 months ago, the war between Israel and Iran, first Israel vis-à-vis Iran, in the second round, of course, United States and Israel vis-à-vis Iran. But I'll focus on Israel. And I want to start, and by the way, I'm not going to disclose any secret or mystery. I'm going to dramatically increase the mysteries. I want to start with a very special, unbelievable letter that we in Rafael Defense Systems, at Rafael Management, got from the General Omer Tischler, the commander of the Israeli Air Force, 1 day after the war with Iran ended. And I'm going to quote just the bottom line of this extraordinary letter. And what is even more important is not the mafriya sham. What is even more important is not just the last sentence, but the last word of his letter to Rafael Defense System. It is going like this. The commander of the Israeli Air Force, General Tischler, wrote us like this. To conclude, I would like to re-emphasize that without Rafael, we could have done we could have done nothing, exclamation mark. This is extremely surprising. He didn't say we could have done much less. We had to use other equipment, other Israeli or American kind of equipments. It would take longer. We would lose several airplanes. Without Rafael Defense Systems, we could have done nothing. It's very difficult for the commander of the Israeli Air Force to admit, and by the way, they operated it fantastically, but to admit that the main rule here was science and technology supplied by Rafael. This war, you know what, I'll focus on Amjad, on the first round vis-à-vis Iran, but actually it's very much the same with the second round. We see in the war 4 stages. And it's totally a new era and a new kind of war in the global history of armed conflicts. The first stage took 10 seconds. I mean, it was prepared for many months and years, but it took exactly 10 seconds to operate. The second stage took 36 hours. Both stages were extraordinary and unmatched and unparalleled in the history of armed conflict in the world. The third and fourth stages took 12 days then and 40 days now. What was the first stage? The opening strike that took exactly 10 seconds. In the opening strike 1 year ago in Amjad, we managed to kill all, not some, all the top commanders and the top security leaders of Iran. All of them. The chief of staff of the army is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Guard, because they have two armies. The commander of the Air Force, the deputy of the Air Force commander, the commander of the air defense system, the commander of the ballistic missiles command, the command of the head of the intelligence. Again, each time it's twice. Yeah? The minister of defense of Iran, there was only one. His chief advisor, and 14 top scientists that were working on developing the nuclear bomb. That's time 1 year ago. Many people, and by the way, all of them were intercepted in the first 10 seconds. This was extremely important, and not all of them were in Tehran. Some of those 40 or 50 figures were sleeping in Tehran, some of them in other cities. It was 2:30 after midnight. Some of them, like the commander of the Iranian Air Force, was in the bunker in the headquarters of the Iranian Air Force. So they were in several cities and several compounds around this huge country, Iran, and all of them were intercepted at the first few seconds. It was very important, because if there would be a gap of even few minutes, some of them would manage to escape. So it was very important. So many people are saying that this is very nice, very impressive intelligence achievement, because how did we know exactly at 2:30 after midnight about 40 or 50 people where everybody is staying, not which city, which building, sometimes even which room in the apartment, or which window, or which part of the underground bunker. It's very nice from intelligence point of view, but the mystery is even bigger. I won't give you the real figures, but according to Wikipedia, I read that the opening strike, this surprise strike, was performed by 200 Israeli aircrafts that flew all the way from Israel to Iran, many of them to Tehran, 1,500 kilometers away. 200 aircrafts, not all of them F-35, not all of them with steels, mainly F-15 and F-16, also F-35. It's an armada, it's not 4 airplanes, it's not 12 airplanes. 200 airplanes took off from Israel and flew eastward toward Iran. They had to cross several countries, over Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Kuwait, Gulf countries. Then they reach the border of Iran, and they have another 800 kilometers for most of them to reach the area of Tehran. the Iranians were on high alert. All the radars were aimed and all the sensors toward Iraq and the Gulf. They did anticipate that Israel might do something, and probably, if Israel will do something, it will be in the middle of the night. 200 airplanes. They saw none. They didn't see even one airplane when we were flying toward them, and also when the airplane were already above Iran. Everything was open. They saw nothing. 200 airplanes then release many hundreds of munition, long-range missiles, ballistic missiles, gliding bombs. They saw nothing. They realized that something is happening only when all the 40 or 50 top commanders and also scientists, therefore it's 40 and 50, were killed, and they heard the explosions all over Tehran and all over Iran. So something happened that night. I don't know of any parallel example that 200 aircraft are flying and you are expecting them over your head, and it takes time. It's an hour and a half to fly from here to Iran or Tehran. It's a long time. I saw all the airplanes above my balcony in Jerusalem. I could notice the airplanes when they took off. But they were totally blinded that night until the opening strike. How we have done it, I'm not going to explore because I don't have enough time. It's sometimes good to be restricted in time. But you can understand that there is a great mystery here. By the way, just to parallel it to another country, to a real superpower, Israel not superpower. We are a very little, tiny Jewish state with many weaknesses. We don't have strategical depths. We have very limited territory, impossible borders, and only 9 or 10 million inhabitants. But Russia is a real superpower. Russia was trying for 4 years now to eliminate Zelensky and his top commanders. And Kiev is much, much closer to Russia or to Belarus, which is part of the Russian military garrison, than Tehran. It's only 120 kilometers from Kiev. Russia, for 4 years, didn't manage to kill even one top commander, not Zelensky, not the defense minister, not the chief of staff of the Ukraine. We killed all the top leadership of the Iranian army and the Revolutionary Guard, not once, but twice, because we did it again 8 months later in Sha'agat Ari. The next amazing stage was gaining, now that we were already exposed ourselves, we had to gain immediately air superiority over Iran and over Tehran again, 1,500 kilometers from here, in order to be able to strike with the precise and a lot of munition, all the nuclear sites and all the defense industries of Iran. So it was very important now, after the war started, to gain immediately air superiority. Russia is trying to gain air superiority over Kiev, which is only 100 kilometers from the border. And for 4 years, they didn't gain air superiority. United States told us that if we can get air superiority over Iran, it probably will take few months to get. If. So in Am Kelavi, it took 36 hours, and after 36 hours, we didn't have to hide ourselves, and we didn't have to be too clandestine with our aircrafts, because all the defense industries of Iran were either destroyed or totally paralyzed. Then, of course, we used the 12 days then and 40 days now with our American allies to destroy all the defense industries and also to defend ourselves. I will not elaborate about it. I want to conclude by telling you that this is what has happened here. It's extremely remarkable, and there are some things that are unparalleled, that we are writing the new history of warfare, especially in the conflict between us and Iran. First, usually in wartime, if you manage to defeat your enemies, sometimes you kill the leaders and the defense commanders of the other side toward the end of the war. It is first time in human history, in 3,500 years of recorded human and armed conflict history, first time that one side is killing all the commanders, the top commanders of the other side, not at the end of the conflict, but at the first seconds of the conflict. Never happened before. This is something totally new, and it was achievable, as General Tischler wrote us, only with science and technology. As he wrote, without Rafael, we could have done nothing. Then, it's first time the two countries, Israel and Iran, where it was not one operation like Entebbe. For 12 days, and then also for 40 days, but let's speak about the 12 days, we exchanged fire with each other. They were firing ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and long-range drones toward us. We intercepted 96 or 97% of them. And we were striking them over many countries that were not part of the conflict. It was over the head of Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, Gulf countries, Qatar. This exchange, all this war took place over the head of several countries that were not part of the war, especially not in Amkelavi. First time in history that such a thing happened. It's first time in history that one side is gaining air superiority not in its immediate proximity or vicinity, but in a very, very long distances. So fast, almost immediately. So I want to conclude and to increase the mystery. Something did happen here. The commander of the Israeli Air Force, it was not easy for him to write something like, to write the word nothing. Without you, we could have done nothing. This very clear, decisive, crucial victory over Iran was achieved mainly, with all the respect to the pilots and the Air Force and the intelligence people, it was achieved mainly due to Israel and especially to Rafael, but also to some other entities in Israel, to our scientific and technological edge. I can tell you that today we can do things that no other country, not even the great superpowers in the world, can compete. And this is extremely important. This also highlights the importance of our alliance with the United States, because as I always emphasize vis-à-vis our American friends, I'm saying we know who is the giant and who is the dwarf here, okay? We are not confused. We know who is the giant, who is the dwarf. But sometimes the dwarf can also contribute some intelligence, some technologies, some breakthroughs to the giant. And together, sometimes the giant and the dwarf are stronger together than each one of them alone. Thank you very much. All the best.
Just days before Operation Roaring Lion, India's Prime Minister Modi made a historic visit to Israel, addressing the Knesset. The next day, Israel and India signed 16 memoranda of understanding advancing cooperation across technology, innovation, security, and trade. India promises to be one of, if not Israel's most important ally in the next decade. Please welcome JNS Summit Content Coordinator Eli Piepsh in conversation with Aviv Ezra, Head of Pacific and Asian Affairs at Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also former Israeli Ambassador to India, Ron Malka.
I'm deeply, deeply moved by your visit here today.
My dear sisters and brothers, Shalom.
Namaste.
This relationship has grown by leaps and bounds.
Asia and India are two places that Israelis often think of, places that they vacation, places that are exotic, that are fun. In my family, it's a place where my son-in-law's family comes from. But today, we're going to just explore the strategic implications of Israel and India. But to do so, let's first get an understanding of the overall Israeli tilt to India. So let me turn to Ambassador Malka. As a former ambassador of Israel to India, can you explain the overall evolution of the India-Israel relationship?
Thank you and good evening, everyone. Well, what started a little more than 30 years ago as basic relations of seller and buyer has evolved dramatically to the highest level, as I can recall, of relationships between countries, between India and other countries in the world. And Prime Minister Modi himself has defined the relations as special strategic partnership. As far as I know, only 2 other countries in the world were defined in this way as special strategic partners of India. It was Russia and Japan. And this really reflects what happened between Israel and India in the last 30 years. It's a very strong, deep relations that are based on trust and respect. And these relations are growing, steadily growing and evolving and expanding. And I think that now we are moving from co-production to co-development. So we develop together. And of course, Israel and India are complementing each other. Israel is a small country based on technology. We don't produce platforms, not airplanes, no vessels, no four-wheelers, even not two-wheelers. India with its capacity of production. And we bring, the edge, the technology edge, and together, this is kind of a synergy.
Aviv, from your perch in the government or in the MFA, how does the government of Israel translate the Israeli-India relationship into practical cooperation and tangible outcomes?
Well, first of all, good evening, and thank you for having me. I'm following up on what Professor Steinitz just said about the dwarf and the giant. In this sense, for us, it's pretty clear that our relationship with India, and if I need to flag, the main element is that India is definitely a critical and a crucial component of Israel's national strategy. Because when we work together, as Ambassador Malka has noted, we can bring the situation to what we call a 1 + 1 = 3 situation. The foreign ministry has invested the strategy of pivoting to the east, when the first element for us is, of course, the crown jewel is the work with India. We have both the first visit of Prime Minister Modi here in 2017, I would say, was the first date. But then the 2026 visit took us to the next level of cooperation. And we have, I'd say, upgraded the relationship on the defense cooperation. We have upgraded the relationship on the future economic cooperation through possible FTA, foreign trade agreement that will be upcoming soon. We will be working together on critical and emerging technologies, including AI, including quantum, including cyber. We have already been working for many years in agtech, in WATech. We have built centers of excellence in India. We are going to be building center of excellence in cyber in India very soon. And I would say the potential is really endless. The foreign ministry will be focusing on it through our embassy there and our consulate both in Mumbai and Bangalore. And we're working very closely with our dear friends here, with the Embassy of India here in Tel Aviv.
Ambassador Malka, how should Israelis come to understand India? Because there seem to be some contradictions. On the one hand, they are a major national security ally for Israel. So many opportunities, as we're discussing or implying. Yet they also have a commercial relationship with Israel's biggest enemy, Iran. And even over the last couple of months, they've continued to acquire crude oil, even over the last couple of months during the war. How does Israel reconcile these two seemingly competing concepts? On the one hand, India acts as a strong ally, security ally. On the other hand, they're working with our enemies.
Yes, it's a complexity, and we do understand that in order to gain some added value, we need to think more openly and to be more flexible. The big leap, the big jump in India-Israel relations has evolved after Prime Minister Modi himself brought another definition, which is called dehyphenation. He said, let's break the equation. The fact that we support the Palestinian cause doesn't mean that we cannot be friends with Israel. Why not? So, because the majority of Indians really support, the right of every people for self-recognition and so on and so forth, and we understand that. So they say, okay, we understand the Palestinian cause, but we can work with Israel. We can become friends with Israel and even promote the relations, even to special strategic partnership. So in the same way, we understand the needs of our friend India. India has shortage of energy. Iran is there, and they have relations for decades, centuries, I would say. So we understand that. So as long as it's constricted to economic relations and the needs of India, we do understand that. And this, again, enable us to promote the relations and to gain the big benefit that is there with the relations between Israel and India.
Aviv, how does Israel build on a strong partnership with India to advance regional and multilateral cooperation frameworks?
So the recent conflict vis-a-vis the Hormuz Straits has proved very, very clearly that there needs to be a coalition of the like-minded countries that understand that these radical elements that will choke the markets of energy, the markets of trade, and the markets of communications should be countered in a manner that will create platforms that have the answer, the capability to answer, to come with solutions. And in this sense, I think India plays a major role in various solutions. One, for example, is what we call a minilateral or multilateral, minilateral group, what was at the time called the I2U2. That is the combination of the United States, United Arab Emirates, India, and Israel, coupled, of course, with the added values of the Abraham Accords that created opportunities to find solutions to some of these challenges that are on the agenda for all of these four countries, where India came with the scale added value, UAE came with the financial elements, Israel with the innovation and technology, and the United States with the leadership. IMEC, the India, Middle East, European corridor is another solution that creates the platform of cooperation and connectivity between the Far East and Europe through the Middle East. That is where Israel comes into place because of its strategic location. And India has already invested some of these critical infrastructure, including as many of our friends here know, purchasing and buying and investing in building a port in Haifa, which Ambassador Malka assisted them very much. And an element that will allow that connectivity that could be not just based on trade, but also based on energy routes, that could be based on communications, fiber optics, and more, and will connect India through UAE, Saudi Arabia, possibly Jordan, Israel, and then from there to Europe. Imagine if we have the ability to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, choking elements of Iran. How can we deprive these radical elements like Iran from threatening the world and making a difference into the future? So we are working very intensively. There needs more coordination to be done. There's more efforts and more motivation to really take that forward, but we're in that direction, no doubt about it.
Ambassador Malka, I know that you're at this point doing some business, trying to facilitate business between Israel and India. As Avi was talking about IMEC and the future and I2U2, how do you see that playing out in the private sector? Do you see there's more engagement with Israel, and I think those two initiatives are helping people see Israel as part of the solution?
Yes, of course. I'm very optimistic. I see the relations steadily growing, and especially thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Ezra and his team are supporting very much, even the private sector, to promote the relations between Israel and India. And with this priority, with this support, with the enthusiasm of both sides, with the fact that we build and we strengthen the support, the trust, and the respect between not only the public relations, but also the private sector relations. And as I see, it's steadily growing, expanding, and I think that we can see more and more as much as we gain more and more success stories. And there are many of them. And Ambassador Ezra just mentioned the Haifa port, but many others are there now evolving. And as much as we see more success stories, and it's there, we'll see the relations expanding, growing steadily.
Ambassador Ezra, from your perch in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you don't deal only with India, but you also deal with overall Asia. What countries would you say show the most promise for Israel in the future, enhanced cooperation? Obviously, in the aftermath of October 7th, things are more complicated, but I'm sure there are certain glimmers of hope.
Obviously, Israel and the foreign ministry is, as I said, pivoting more to the east. We are looking towards east in terms of the potential and the potential for export, for defense export. There are about 60%, I think, of the population is in our turf between India and China, between the 2.8 billion people. We cover additional 40 countries. Potential we see very enormous through countries like Japan, for example. There's a superb government, very supportive of Israel in terms of foreign policy, but also in terms of cooperation in economic and economic cooperation, etc. We have foreign trade agreements with South Korea. We have a foreign trade agreement with Vietnam, countries like Thailand, countries like Philippines, and of course, even small countries that support us on the multilateral arena are crucial, and we don't leave them behind. Countries like the Pacific Islands, Israel, and Foreign Minister Saar has just inaugurated, and I had the honor of joining him all the way to Suva, which is about 30 hours flight from here, one way. And we have inaugurated an embassy there that will cover about 12 islands in the Pacific. Now, these 12 islands, mind you, each one has a vote in the General Assembly. And when there are certain voting records that we see that are 100%, this is about high time that we work very closely with our friends. So between Delhi and all the way to the Pacific Islands, Israel has a lot of work in Asia. There's a lot of potential. It's not tapped yet. There's a lot more to do. And I think that Israelis as a whole, on the government level, on the private sector level, the G2G, the business to business, and also on the people to people, like you mentioned, tourism, foreign workers that have supported our market here dramatically after October 7th. There's about 40,000, I think, foreign workers from India and from many other countries in the Southeast Asia are crucial to Israel's economy.
Ambassador Malka, with our remaining 30 seconds, where do you see the Israeli-Indian relationship going?
Well, as I said, I see them growing steadily. I see that Just for friends and family, I just share that I'm now going to focus on the relations between Israel and India because this is my passion. And so many, both from India and from Israel, reach out to me and ask me to bridge the gap and to try to evolve and to help to facilitate more and more businesses, more and more engagements. And I see it only growing and expanding. As I said, more success stories, so more will come, more will follow. And I think these relations are going to grow and to serve both countries and the region, as Ambassador Herzog said. So the IMEC is something that, in the ends, you see India and Haifa. So it's Mumbai and Haifa, and all the other countries in the middle should participate, should engage, and I think these relations are going to reflect all over the region.
May we continue to go from strength to strength. Thank you.
Been reminded of the centrality of energy in the Middle East with Iran's closing of the Straits of Hormuz. Over the past decade, Israel has surprisingly emerged as an energy powerhouse with major offshore natural gas discoveries. Please welcome Emil Pitkin, board member of the Council for Secure America, in conversation with Brigadier General Sassoon Haddad of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security and former head of the Ministry of Defense Budget Department, and also welcome our dear friend Dr. David Wormser, fellow at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs and former Middle East advisor to U.S. Vice President, now departed, dear friend Dick Cheney. Thank you.
As we've just heard, we have two extraordinary advisors and thinkers here. General Dr. Haddad, we know that you were the Chief Economic and Financial Advisor to the IDF Chief of Staff. And of course, we just heard Dr. Wormser of the counsel that you had given on Middle East policy to Vice President Dick Cheney. We appreciate your wisdom in advance very much, and we promise to take your counsel.
Thank you.
General Dr. Haddad, the first question is for you. The world learned a very expensive lesson over the last several months when it came clear that aside from supply, that there are many other components that underpin international energy security. Could you please tell us a little bit more about those components?
First of all, I will thank you for inviting me here and for all these organizations and this finest organization, GNS, excuse me. Well, I'll start with a short explanation of what happened here. We have deal with the Hormuz Strait. Hormuz Strait is in the 2025 was 20% of the transportation of the energy in the world. It's oil and LNG, the gas, liquid gas. It's all over came from there. What happened taught us that what we called energy security, that every country is dealing with that and do all the things that what she can to provide that. It's not depend on supplier. It depends on the maritime security. It depends on insurance. It depends on the diplomatic settlements, and everything is very, very, I would say, liquid. Hormuz, the Hormuz Strait taught us that the the prices is not depend on the barrels. It depends if they think, the countries think that they will get the oil and the gas. If they don't think, the price is on, the insurance is on, and everybody is suffering from shortage in oil, but it's not in the reality, it's in the mind of all the states. The army, the war, or the settlement between United States and Iran changed the point immediately. There was not a single barrel came from the Hormuz, but the prices cut down from around 120 to 80 or 79 now, or something like that, without nothing. Nothing happened in the reality. It's all the settlement, all the security, the reliability of the agreement. And that's what we learned from that.
Well, it seems that when there's a choke point, then this perception of supply has the potential of becoming as or more important than the reality of supply itself. And so, Dr. Wormser, that begs the question, are there other alternative energy transmission structures that ought to be discussed in order to avoid these sorts of shocks?
Well, I think there you get right to the core of the strategic questions surrounding these transmission structures. I mean, we heard in the previous panel, which helped do some of the heavy lifting for this panel, about the IMEC corridor, but we have the competing structure of Turkey trying to work with Qatar, and has been for quite a while, to try to create a north-south, a structure that essentially competes with IMEC. Now, let's go first to the immediate ones. You have some pipelines going from the Gulf to Saudi Arabia out to the Red Sea. You have the Bab el-Mandeb. There's still a problem in getting stuff through there because the irresolution of the Iran crisis, namely that Iran still survives, means that Bab el-Mandeb is also potentially threatened. Moreover, if you take it into this strategic context where you have IMEC, which is essentially an Indian, Israeli, UAE, Greek structure, and it's competing essentially strategically, and this regional strategic play is operating in the context of a global strategic play between China and the West. But the regional strategic play, you have essentially the IMEC structure competing with the Turkish-Qatari structure. The Turkish-Qatari structure hooks up ultimately to Europe also. So there's really a very strong competition over this strategically. The danger of it, of course, by the way, these are, both IMEC and the Turkish structure are land-based structures that reach the Eastern Mediterranean. That's key because I mentioned that Bab el-Mandeb is also dangerous. So these structures that go to the Red Sea, either through the Bab el-Mandeb or through some pipelines that then have to go through Suez, can be cut off. So there's a high premium now put on access to Europe directly from the Eastern Mediterranean. So that's the key. Now, the problem with Suez, apart from the instability of Egypt, is it's falling slowly to the Turkish orbit. And now, why do I keep raising this Turkish structure? Why isn't it really in the West's interest to turn to this Turkish-Qatari structure? And it's the context of China. We forget, and IMEC is the competitor because China and India are great. I mean, Turkey and India. I know one doesn't think of the two together, but they're in tremendous strategic tension with each other. So this really then ties into these structures that go to Europe, and that's the real competition. So there are alternatives, but the alternatives carry with them immense strategic implications.
Dr. Wormser, thank you very much, and you introduced the Chinese question to which we will return. General Dr. Haddad, could you tell us a little bit about the Straits of Malacca and their importance, any fears, apprehensions, and opportunities?
Well, the Chinese get most of the oil from the Gulf. So the stopping of of the opening of the Hormuz Strait was a relief from them, a big relief. But there is a warning from them. There's a big warning, strategy warning, because for China there's another state, a big state. They call the Malacca State. In 2025, 29 or 28% from the transportation came to the Asia from this point, and China is on it. And what happened in Hormuz is a big warning. What will happen to China if someone or somebody or some group or some countries will decide to stop it? So I think they don't sleep at night. They do. Many alternatives. They do a green energy. They do the bell and road and bells and other alternatives. But it won't be enough. They are very worried about that. The alternatives, even the IMEC and the other ground alternatives, have a big problem because they are very costly, and it depends with a lot of partners. So we are going to another way to globalization in modern phase. And the globalization, we saw what happened in the last years, is very
Well, thank you very much. And as you know, globalization comes with its discontents. So Dr. Wormser, if we have spoken about IMEC and strategic alternatives to IMEC, the Sunni access, the India corridor, could you please embed this with some analysis of great power competition?
Well, sure. I mean, first of all, the Sunni, just one quick thing about the Sunni, I feel that we're, while it's still a problem that must be finished, we're sort of departing the Shiite problem and entering this world of the Sunni explosion. They still have not yet come to terms fully with modernity and the modern state system. So I think we still have that ahead of us, embodied by Turkey and Qatar. Now, specifically in a geopolitical context, this is where energy transfers into the larger question of supply chains altogether and strategic relationships. So before I mentioned that there were these two alternatives, so why is the Turkey one really not good for the West? Well, ultimately, if you understand the context of this Turkish-Indian tension, you also begin to understand the relationship of the Turkish-Chinese alliance and the Belt and Road Initiative, and the fact that there's a whole series of quid pro quos between Turkey and China. I won't get into all, but for example, the Uyghur problem said, there's a whole series of things Turkey can give China and China can give Turkey. One of the biggest things that Turkey can give China is access to the Horn of Africa, the northern littoral of Africa, namely the coastal states, Libya, Algeria, and so forth, and the Sahel, which is this band right underneath. For China, this is critical because its critical raw material strategy, anchored to the Belt and Road, but its critical raw material strategy, as well as its energy policies to some extent, but lesser extent, are anchored to access to Africa, the Great Lakes Belt underneath that, and through the Horn of Africa to secure it. Now, the Horn of Africa and the Sahel and the northern littoral of Africa, this is where you see receding Russian power, and it's being filled by Turkish power. Turkey has more bases and facilities abroad than just about any other nation in the world other than the United States. And this is the strategic play. Turkey really is a linchpin now of Chinese strategy. Very dangerous to anchor Western policy to that.
Well, thank you very much. We learned from Professor Minister Steinitz how much can be done in 10 seconds. So in the 5 seconds that remain, one-word answers, please. Gentlemen, can IMEC succeed without Saudi Arabia?
I don't think so.
I think it's going to be tough, yeah.
And the single greatest threat to global energy security today? The single greatest threat to global energy security.
I would say probably the single greatest threat is to anchor our systems to something that we think is solid that it's not, specifically Turkey.
Not on shifting sands, so that reality is more important than the perception. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your counsel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nearly 6 years ago, the Abraham Accords, of which they just discussed, transformed the strategic architecture of the Middle East, creating new opportunities for cooperation, trade, coexistence, and laid a pathway toward the end of the greater Arab-Israeli conflict. Since then, the accords have proven valuable, but other nations, including Saudi Arabia, have been hesitant to join. What is the future of the Abraham Accords? A question all of us are wondering. Please welcome Fleur Hassan Nahoum, Israel's Special Envoy for Innovation and host of the JNS podcast, The Quad, in conversation with Chana Mechtali, co-founder of the Emma Lazarus Institute for Liberty and Tolerance, Dan Pfefferman, former IDF intelligence officer, co-chairman of Sharaka and co-editor-in-chief of Middle East 24, and Asher Fredman, executive director of the Misgav Institute for National Security and Israeli director of the Abraham Accord Peace Institute. Fleur, take it away.
Thank you so much. How are we
This
all
day
doing?
is a pivot of
This
history.
is the part of the
It
night.
heralds a new dawn of peace.
Together, these agreements will serve as the foundation for a comprehensive peace across the entire region, something which nobody thought was possible.
If we are committed and resolved, nothing will stop it.
Okay, everyone. Good evening. How are we doing? Normally, they bring me in when they feel the crowd is getting a little bit sleepy, and I come to wake you all up. But we have an incredible panel, and I have to admit there's a little bit of nepotism going on here, because these are the people that, along with me and many other wonderful colleagues, we were the 2020 brigade of people that embarked on people-to-people peace for the Abraham Accords. Both Asher and Dan were founding members of the UAE Israel Business Council that I co-founded, and Shama Meshtali was a founding member of the Gulf Israel Women's Forum that I co-founded. And so it's wonderful, first of all, to be here 6 years later, 2 wars, 3 wars, I've lost count, 4 wars. If anybody would have said to us in that summer of 2020 that the Abraham Accords would still be standing through numerous regional wars, what would we have said? I don't think any of us would have believed that they're still standing, that they're sustainable, and they are really the hope for the future of this region. So now, let's do a little State of the Union and ask. Dan Pfefferman was in Abu Dhabi last week. Dan, what's the mood? What's going on? Are we stronger? Are we weaker since the Iran war?
Excellent question, and always happy to be back on a stage with you and with Shama and Asher. I think we need to make this a road show. Look, the big news is through multiple wars, like you said, the Abraham Accords have stood still. Ambassadors were not called back. As Asher is going to explain probably, trade keeps going up. It's incredible. I was just there the first time since this current war, and the mood was, behind the scenes, of course, off the record, we get you now. We understand what you've been going through in Israel. Finish the job. And they told me off the record, we've also been working hand in hand, not just Israeli troops. They see Iran, they say, we know who's been attacking us, and we know who's been coming to our defense. And so that's the mood in the UAE. Unfortunately, they're not, built to withstand ongoing war. They have vulnerable infrastructure, they need tourism, they need investment. And so The way wars work, the way they end, the way diplomacy works will play a different role. I think we need to be a little more sensitive to that here in Israel. We're used to this, unfortunately. They're not. But that's the new reality. They get who the good guys are, they get who the bad guys are, and they know that we're on our side and that for them, the Abraham Accords is a long-term investment and it's not going anywhere.
You know, it's amazing how the UAE have stuck with it, even through really difficult times, the delegitimization in the Arab world. They've stuck to it, they're committed, and in terms of trade, even since 2023, which is not a full year of war, of course, trade has gone up by 10%, 15%, 20% every year. And so it's not just us talking about it, kumbaya, feeling good about it. The numbers show that the relationship is only getting stronger. Asha, you talk a lot about the idea that we were bilateral and we're moving on to a kind of second stage of the Abraham Accords. Maybe tell us a little bit about your theory.
Sure, absolutely. And it's great to be here. And thank you, Fleur. I think that we are entering a stage of Abraham Accords 2.0. So the first round of Abraham Accords, which we were all involved in, was very much on the bilateral level, and that, as has been mentioned, has shown to be remarkably resilient. So just to mention very briefly, 2024, if we look at Israel's trade with all of its Arab partners, was a record-breaking year compared to 2023. 2025 was a record-breaking year compared to 2024. Q1 of 2026 is higher than Q1 of 2025. Dubai is still the second most popular destination in the world for people leaving Ben Gurion Airport. But I think if we go look at the next stage, a lot of people didn't notice this, but in January of 2026, CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, announced the official establishment of a Middle East air defense cell in Qatar, actually, where Israel and Abraham Accords partners in all the countries in the region would come together to coordinate their air defense, and that played a very important role just 1 month later during Operation Epic Fury.
How did the Qataris take it?
I think they didn't have a lot of a choice. If they want CENTCOM there, they got to play along. In February, President Trump signed into law the establishment of an Abraham Accords FDA office in order to enable cooperation on health, on research between the Abraham Accords countries. I think going forward, whether it's IMEC, and IMEC is not just about trade, it's about energy, it's about information, it's about logistics. If we're talking about AI cooperation between U.S., Israel, the UAE, I think there's tremendous potential. The last thing I'll say is that Israel does need to still get its act together. What do I mean by that? For years, we saw ourselves as a startup nation, primarily focused on the West. We didn't see ourselves as a regional hub, which we have the true potential to be. If anybody goes to visit our border crossings, whether with Jordan, whether with Egypt, they're stuck in the 60s. There's a lot of talk, but now it's really time to move forward and realize the potential of Abraham Accords 2.0.
I mean, it's amazing, and I couldn't agree more. And actually, about a week ago, I was on another panel, and I asked Michael Eisenberg, will the Middle East replace Europe? And he said, absolutely. And just to calm down David Wormser, wherever he is, you know, Dubai has now replaced Istanbul as the main connecting airport for Israel, which is incredible. We might even get Emirates flying to New York and save us a lot of money on El Al. Okay. Now, everybody got that one.
Careful,
okay.
I think they were covering the lunch today. We have to be careful.
Okay. Shama Meshtali, how do you, from your vantage point, you Moroccan, you've lived in the UAE, you lived in America, you've done so much in regional cooperation. How do you see Abraham Accords 2.0?
So first, I would like to explain to people that I see Abraham Accords, the first version of the Abraham Accords, essentially as a framework that grew, that emerged in the Middle East after decades of Islamist extremism and threats that were threatening the sovereignty of the nation, the souls of different nation states. And so they emerged to preserve the sovereignty of these places and to counter this radical jihadist threat. And so Abraham Accords 2.0 emerged also, I mean, not to repeat what Asher said, of course, all of those things are true, and they emerged in environments of information warfare. And the Abraham Accords are fully attacked almost every single day by the major, legacy media. They are minimized, they are delegitimized. If you've paid attention at the end of the sort of, right after the ceasefire in Gaza, the propaganda campaign waged by the Muslim Brotherhood in particular started to move towards the UAE and painting the UAE as genocidal in East Africa, as the new Israel of the Middle East. And so I think people need to be really conscious and cautious about the fact that war evolves and peace should evolve with it. And so that's number one, is that we need to